Chapter 326. Asuna finishes eating before Kachara does, but instead of going to sleep like she normally does, she seems to be listening to me read. When I stop and ask her if she understands what I am reading, she shakes her head. With Kachara being a sacred creature in the Guardian, her intelligence is understandable. Asuna, on the other hand, is still a normal beast. So how is she able to understand me so well? Out of curiosity, I put Asuna in my lap so she can see the book, and I start trying to teach her the Elven language. To my surprise, Bones moves behind me so he can see over my shoulder and follow along. Maybe his intelligence has gotten high enough for him to start being curious about things. The thought of being able to talk to him in a language no one else can understand is appealing. So I go further with the lesson than I originally planned to, only stopping when it is obvious Asuna can't stay awake any longer. Since Bones doesn't need sleep, I continue teaching him even after Asuna has fallen asleep. I even give him the basic combat book so he can study it while he is on watch. As I am about to use my sacred power on Kachara, I spot movement from the corner of my eye. When I turn to look, I see something protruding from the barrier, like a black tentacle reaching towards me. Wondering what it wants, I merge my senses with it. From what I can tell, it is basically saying, "Please, sir, can I have some more?" I would prefer to have more information before doing anything. But since it is just a barrier, I don't really see how it could hurt. After debating it for a minute, I decide to give it half my sacred power. Then I feed the other half to Kachara's core. Then I lay down in the circle, Kachara made with her body around Asuna, and go to sleep. When he sees me get up in the morning, Bones comes over and hands me the book back. In Elven, I ask if he read the whole thing, and in answer, he gives me a nod. Putting the book away in my pouch, I pat him on the head and tell him good job. Then, I start a fire and start cooking breakfast, which as usual wakes up Kachara and Asuna. Once we have all eaten, I tell Kachara that the plan is the same as yesterday. She will take Bones and scout for Driders and breaches while I follow the path towards the summit. Before I leave, though, I send my senses into the barrier to see if anything has changed. The amount of changes stuns me for a minute. The barrier is far stronger than the last time I looked at it. Not only is the barrier stronger, but it actually feels alive now. As I study it, I can feel it looking back. I don't sense any threat from it. If anything, it seems to be grateful to me for giving it my power. Probably the best thing is I can no longer sense a single breach in the barrier. As I continue looking around, I can sense several places where the barrier is under attack. When I focus on one of those points, somehow I am able to see what is going on. The vision is a bit weird since it is in black and white, but I can tell there are Driders trying to break through the barrier. It seems now that the barrier is stronger, it is able to reflect some of the damage. Because each time a Drider attacks the barrier, the Drider seems to get injured. While I can't tell where any of this is happening in relation to my position, it should mean Kachara only needs to worry about any Driders already outside. To my surprise, when I am looking around, I find a new section where the barrier seems to have expanded. The pillar in the middle of the city now has a part of the barrier wrapped around it. If one were to look at the barrier from the outside now, it would look a lot like a donut. It makes sense, since I could feel that the core of the barrier was inside the pillar. However, it seems the spell that created the barrier didn't do this, so somehow my power allowed the spell to evolve. This would seem to support my theory that sacred power is a higher version of mana. The fact that it was able to improve a spell cast thousands of years ago is what is truly impressive. The more I learn about my power, the more glad I am that I absorbed the Guardian's core. Sure, having to start over was a pain, but I can now do things I couldn't even imagine before. The best part is I have only just begun to discover what it can do. Who knows how much I can grow in the future? When I separate myself from the barrier, Kachara is already gone with Bones, and Asuna is sitting watching me. As I smile at her and pick her up, I notice she has grown a little more. A quick scan shows her core has grown as well, so I put a small amount of energy into it. Then, still holding her in my arms, I walk out of the tunnel and head back to the path. As I follow the path, I keep my movements slow and steady. I've been having trouble breathing. Considering how high up I probably am, it isn't too surprising. But I don't have any gear to help, so I am just going to have to slow down until my lungs can adapt to the thinner air. Both Kachara and Asuna don't seem to be having any similar problems, but this is their home. It is only going to get worse the higher I go. But since the temple is up there, I don't have much choice. For lunch, I end up just sitting down on the path and feeding Asuna some raw meat. For the past hour, I haven't seen any trees or caves. I am starting to worry I may have to camp outside tonight. There is plenty of snow, so I might just have to try to figure out how to make an igloo. It is a cloudy day, but not long after our lunch break, I find myself walking through the clouds. A bit later, I find myself above the clouds, and the view is like I just walked into yet another world. It is beautiful and awe-inspiring. The clouds are so white, it is hard to tell where they end and the snow begins. Looking back at the mountain, I can actually see the summit from here. Looks like I will reach it tomorrow. The problem is, I still can't spot anywhere decent to try and camp, especially since I don't have a tent or anything. Another worry I have is that even though I can see the top of the mountain, I don't see anything that could be the temple or the library. Chapter 327. With there being no good spots to camp, I am half wondering if I shouldn't just push through until I reach the summit. Following the path would certainly be more dangerous at night, but camping in a bad spot could be just as bad. Looking at the position of the sun, I probably have 2 more hours of decent light left. For now, I am just going to push on as best as I can. If I find a spot to camp, I will. If I haven't found one by the time I lose the light, I will take the chance and push on. Not much time has passed when I spot Kachara flying above the clouds. I wave my arm so she can locate me. She quickly flies over to me, puts Bones down, and then lands and looks around. I am guessing she hasn't been up here yet in her search for Driders and Breeches. When I ask if they killed any Driders, both Kachara and Bones nod at me. Then I explain to Kachara about the barrier, and that all she needs to worry about is killing any Driders that manage to get out. From what I know of the barrier, it shouldn't be anywhere close to where we are now. When I explain the current situation, Kachara quickly flies off again. I can only guess she is looking for a safe place to camp. If she can find one, that would be great, but in case she doesn't, I need to keep moving. I need to go as far as I can while there is light, even though I feel like I can't get a full breath. Suddenly, as I am walking, there is a loud sound from above me. It sounds like a tree breaking. The snow on the slope above me suddenly starts moving. It is an avalanche. Kachara hasn't returned, so I grab Bones and move him behind me. Then I plant my feet as hard as I can. Right before the wall of snow hits me, I activate my wind armor. I figure every little bit helps. To my surprise, the wind armor is super effective. It is shredding all the snow that touches me. Also, for some reason, now that it is active, I can breath normally. The snow is still trying to push me back, but I am strong enough to keep my footing and resist the pressure. The avalanche only lasts for a minute or so, but without the wind armor, I am sure I would have been buried. It was only a small avalanche as far as such things go, but it still could have killed all of us fairly easily. I guess I am just lucky this was the first one I have had to deal with. Maybe because it hasn't snowed too much yet. As winter progresses, it will probably become more of an issue. I will have to keep it in mind. Kachara returns fairly quickly. She probably heard the avalanche. She looks relieved when she finds us. When I ask if she found a campsite, she shakes her head, but that is when I notice something. Climbing on top of the snow left by the avalanche, I take a closer look at the slope it came from. There seems to be a darker area, kind of like a shadow, but as I move closer, I can see it is an opening. It was buried under the snow before the avalanche, which is why I couldn't see it before. It is just a narrow crack. Too small for me to fit through. A human could maybe squeeze through. Putting Asuna down, I ask her to go inside and see if it gets any bigger. She returns quickly and nods. Pulling out my pickaxe, I immediately start hitting the sides of the crack, with every swing rock goes flying. Using my full strength, I am able to smash the rock easily. Widening the crack enough for myself only takes a few minutes. Widening it enough for Kachara, however, is a little bit more time-consuming. By the time I have made the opening wide enough for Kachara to get inside, the sun has been down for about an hour. Inside is a small round room about 15 feet across, barely enough room for Kachara to fit inside. Since he is immune to the cold, I leave Bones standing in the entrance to keep watch. With Kachara curled around the room, there is only a few feet of space left in the middle. In the very center of the room is a small circle of stones. It looks like someone has used this place to camp before. Probably one of the ancient mages who was on their way to the library. Maybe even the Archmage. After all, he was probably the last person to come here, unless he let someone borrow the necklace. Once I have a fire going, the cave quickly warms up, and even Kachara seems to be enjoying the warmth. Just because the cold doesn't affect her doesn't mean she likes it, I guess. As I am cooking, I take out the history book to continue teaching the language to Asuna. I am not sure how much she is actually learning since she keeps glancing at the meat every few seconds. Seeing this, I decide to wait until after we have eaten to continue. No point wasting my breath. I have been activating the wind armor every few minutes ever since the avalanche so that I can catch my breath. Because of that, I am almost out of sacred power. But being able to breathe is worth it in my opinion. Considering the cold and the activity of the day, I make extra large portions for the three of us. Between the food and the warmth, I am struggling to stay awake. Asuna fell asleep as soon as she was done eating. Even Kachara is already dozing off. Maybe I made a little too much food. Deciding it won't hurt anything, I stop fighting it and join the other two in slumber. When I wake up, I can't tell what time it is, but the fire has long since burned out and the cave has gotten cold again. Building and starting a new fire, I let the cave warm back up before I start cooking breakfast. For once, the simple act of cooking doesn't wake the other two up, but they wake up fast enough when I call their names. After eating, I have Kachara move her body enough that I can see outside. The daylight is almost blinding. Getting Kachara out of the cave ends up being even harder than it was to get her inside. I can't help but think she grew a bit more during the night. Asuna certainly did. Once we are all finally outside, we move back onto the path and start following it. After a couple of hours, we finally reach the summit. But there is still nothing here. The path I can see thanks to the necklace seems to just run right into a boulder that is sitting off to the side of the actual summit. Having no other ideas of what to do, I walk over and reach out to touch the boulder, but my hand sinks straight into it. Chapter 328. Telling the others to stay put, I take the last step of the path and walk into the boulder. It turns out only part of the boulder is illusionary, as I find myself in basically a closet-sized space. The only thing here is a large lever, and in the language of the ancient empire, it is labeled on and off. Since the lever is pointed to on, I decide to try turning it to off and see what happens. Of course, I can't see any changes since I am in this small space, but from the sounds the others are making something happen. Stepping backwards out of the illusion, I am finally able to see what has changed. A tower appeared. Set on the very top of the summit where before there was nothing is a massive tower. Just from the size, it could easily have 100 floors in it, and the entire thing is covered in glowing arcane symbols. I can't even imagine how they managed to build something like this all the way up here. The amount of mana I can feel radiating from the tower is even stronger than what I felt from the dragon when I met him. Even if the tower was hidden from sight by an illusion, how could this much mana have been hidden? Eager to start exploring, I walk up to the huge double doors on the front of the tower and try pushing them open. The doors are about 20 feet tall and look like they are extremely heavy, yet they start to swing open as soon as I touch them. There is a rush of warm air as the doors swing open, and suddenly I am able to breathe normally. Through the doors, I can see a lavish room, and seeing no threats, I slowly step inside. It says, "Welcome, supplicant. Congratulations on completing the trial. Time since last completion, 1,315 years. Hello. Who are you? Where are you?" Says, "I am the spirit of the tower. I do not have a physical body. Do you have a name? Or should I just call you Spirit?" Says, "I do not have a name. You may call me whatever you wish. Is giving you a name going to cost me 1,000 power?" Says, "No. The cost of naming only applies to living beings. I am just an artificially created spirit. Since I already named Asuna from Sao, should I just continue? May as well, I guess. All right, I will call you Yue." Yui says, "That is acceptable. So Yue, what exactly is this place?" Yui says, "This is the Great Tower, home of the mages of Alethil. Your master should have informed you of this before sending you to take the trial. Actually, I don't have a master, and I hate to tell you this, but Alethil no longer exists." Yui says, "That cannot be correct. Even if the demons invaded, the mages would have returned for the weapons stored here." Were you aware of the Civil War?" Yui says, "You are referring to the rebellion of Duke Dagon?" "Yes, I was aware of it." "Well, from what I have been able to learn, the Duke attempted to control a dragon and failed. The dragon, or maybe two dragons, burned the empire to ashes in a single day. This happened a little over 1,000 years ago." Yui says, "Please wait. Calculating. After a minute of silence, I motion the others to come inside, and I push the huge doors closed. Taking a quick look around, I spot an area off to the side with comfy-looking couches. Since we have to wait, we may as well be comfortable. Almost an hour passes before Yui speaks again. Yui says, calculations complete. It would be possible for 2 enraged dragons to destroy the Empire in a day. The fact that none of the mages returned supports this. I am sorry to be the bearer of such bad news. Yui says, your apology is unnecessary. I do not feel emotions. So what are you going to do now? Yui says, according to my instructions, I must attempt to verify the death of the last recorded Archmage and then initiate the inheritance protocol. Was the last recorded Archmage named Philip de Buren? Yui says, that is correct. What would it take to verify his death? And what is the inheritance protocol? Yui says, there are a number of ways to verify an Archmage's death, including through his personal items. The inheritance protocol allows ownership of the Great Tower to pass to someone deemed worthy. Well, first, I have his pouch here. Will that work? Yui says, scanning. A beam of light comes from the ceiling and slowly goes back and forth over the pouch for a few minutes. Yui says negative. I am able to verify that the pouch was the one registered to the Archmage, but the impressions are long faded. What would have caused the impressions to fade? And what do you mean by impressions anyway? Yui says, impressions are like a mana fingerprint left behind by mages of a certain power level. The only way they would fade is through another mage using the item. Well, no one but me has used the pouch since the Archmage. I don't think I would count as a powerful mage, though. Yui says, scanning. Once again, the beam of light comes from the ceiling, but this time, it is aimed at me. I can feel the beam penetrating my body, and it just plain feels weird. It slowly moves back and forth over my body. It takes about 20 minutes before the beam finally stops. Yui says, unknown energy detected. I take it that is a bad thing? Yui says it may or may not be, but it disqualifies you to inherit the tower. You are not a mage. I know I am not a mage. I was not expecting to inherit the tower, Yui says. Then why did you take the trial of a supplicant? I am searching for the Temple of the Winds, Yui says. Then you have found it? What? This is the temple? Chapter 329, Yuri says. No, this is the Great Tower. The temple is below the tower. You mean this massive tower was built on top of the temple? Yui says. No, the tower was not built here, but it was placed on top of the temple. Placed. You mean someone moved the tower here? How? Yui says. The tower was originally built some 3,000 years ago on the main continent. After holding off a demon siege for 10 years, the Archmage Council made the decision to move it. This coincided with the retreat of the Empire's forces. So somehow they brought the tower with them when they retreated across the land bridge. Yui says, that is correct. The tower can be shrunk to allow it to be moved, but this requires the power of at least 3 Archmages. I thought that I read that none of the Archmages survived to reach the peninsula. Yui says, that is correct. 2 Archmages fell in delaying the demon's pursuit. The other 4 gave their lives to create the barrier to block the demons from crossing the land bridge. The tower was passed to one of the Archmage's disciples to carry. He later became the first Archmage of the new empire. So he was the one who placed the tower here? But why? This is hardly a convenient place for it. Yui says, yes, he placed the tower here, but that was after the discovery of the temple. The tower was placed here partially to protect and study the temple. The other main reason was in anticipation of the demons attacking the tower again. True, this would be a very hard location to attack, Yui says. Correct. In addition, the Archmage was convinced that this mountain held other secrets besides the temple. He was certainly right about that. But I don't think I should tell her about the city just yet. Speaking of the temple, am I allowed access to it? Yui says, negative. Only advanced rank or higher mages are allowed to access and study the temple. Currently, none of those exist. Isn't there a way I can gain access? Yui says, the only way you could gain access would be to take the test to become an advanced mage. What would the test consist of? Maybe I can manage it. Yui says, the test consists of mana level and purity, spell knowledge, casting speed, and the mage duel test. Nope, never mind. I can't possibly fake all of that. Isn't there any other way to gain access? Yui says negative. Only an archmage could allow special access. But there are no archmages. Wait, what if the inheritance protocol activates? Would there be a way then? Yui says, under the inheritance protocol, all previous restrictions would be lifted. The tower will go into a sleep state until a worthy person is selected to become the next archmage. In sleep mode, would you also be put to sleep? Yui says, negative. In sleep mode, everything above the 5th floor is sealed. I would remain active to maintain the tower and test supplicants to find an inheritor. What is above the 5th floor? Yui says, above the 5th floor are the areas restricted to advanced and above mages. This includes the higher libraries, personal rooms of the mages, and the laboratories of the mages. How many floors are there in the tower? Yui says, 1 below ground, 100 above ground. So 95 floors are only for advanced mages and above. Yui says, correct. To be specific, up to floor 50 is restricted to advanced mages. Above floor 50 is reserved to archmages. Well, as interesting as all that would be, I doubt there is anything I could even use. Putting the tower into sleep mode seems to be the only way I can get to the temple. Returning to the original point, I do have another possession of the last archmage that could prove his demise. Reaching into my pouch, I take out the diary of Archmage Philip de Buren and hold it up in the air. Once again, the beam comes down to scan it, but very quickly the diary lifts out of my hand. As it hovers in the air, the book opens, and pages start turning as the beam scans each one. Yui says, confirming the death of Archmage Philip de Buren. Confirmed. No living archmages detected. Confirmed. Initiating inheritance protocol. Suddenly, I can hear the echoes of things slamming from far above us, and the unbelievable amount of mana in the air lessens. This must be the upper floors sealing themselves as part of the sleep mode. While I would have loved to be able to explore, reaching the temple is far more important. Yui says, sleep mode active. Supplicant title revoked. You are now listed as a guest of the tower. Due to previous assistance, you are promoted to a VIP guest. So, what does being a VIP guest mean? Yui says, a VIP guest is allowed to stay in the tower for an unlimited amount of time. You also are given upgraded accommodations. What about these guys with me? The beam of light quickly scans over Kachara, Asuna, and Bones. Yui says, the beasts are registered as your companions, and the undead is registered as your summon. They are granted the same privileges as you, but you are responsible for any damage they cause. That is fine then. So, what do I have access to now? Yui says, you can access the guest area, the library, and the training rooms. What about the temple? Yui says, access granted. Would you like to go to the temple now? Chapter 330? No, not just yet. We need to rest before that. Also, did you say training rooms? Yui says. Correct. The 4th floor is devoted to training rooms. As a VIP guest, you have access to use them. Are they just normal rooms for practicing spells? Yui says. Negative. There are rooms for melee users as well. Also, all training rooms have a time dilation rate of 2 to 1, meaning 2 hours in the room is only 1 hour outside. Yui says, correct. Why would a mage tower have rooms for training melee types? Yui says, the tower used to have knights who also used magic. Unfortunately, they died out fighting against the demons. Mage knights? Seriously? Does the information for training them still exist? Yui says, the books containing their training are in the library. The library that I have access to. Yui says, yes, the library occupies floors 2 and 3. I will definitely want to take a look at those while I am here. I am sure there are a lot of books in the library I want to read. I don't suppose the library has time dilation as well? Yui says, negative. However, the library has reading rooms that have the same 2 to 1 time dilation. Awesome. That is going to help out a lot. I assume all the books in the library are written in the language of the Empire. Yui says, most of them are. There are some written in older dialects or the languages of other empires on the main continent. Are there any books written in unknown language or runes? Yui says, negative, not in the lower library. Ah, so they are in the higher libraries, the ones that just got sealed away? Yue says, affirmative. Oh well, I wouldn't have been allowed up there anyway. Hearing a rumble, I look behind me. It seems like it was Kachara's stomach. Only then do I realize I have been talking to Yue for a couple of hours. She just has so much information that I want and can make use of. It is hard for me to stop asking questions. Yue, can we see our rooms, and is there a kitchen I can use to make food? Yue says, I can guide you to your rooms and provide dinner. There is still food here. How? Also, is there meat? Yui says, affirmative. The tower produces a vast assortment of foods through magic. All right, I guess we can give it a try. Yui says, please follow the sprite to your room. Looking around, I can't understand what she means until I see a small summoning circle light up. It is there, and gone too fast for me to see any details. But once it is gone, there is a small ball of light floating there. It is a light green in color, and I am not sure how, but I can feel a strong life force coming from it. The little light dances around as if it is happy, and then I hear a tiny voice ask us to follow it. Following the sprite, we are led to the door of a room still on the first floor, and the tiny voice says, "This is our room," before disappearing. Opening the door, my mouth drops open in shock. This isn't a normal room. In fact, it is a suite of rooms, enough for a dozen people. And the room is so lavish it makes my eyes hurt. This absolutely looks like a room for a king or emperor. Everything is decorated with gold and gems. It seriously looks like you could buy a kingdom with the amount of money spent on this room. Yui, what is this? This is way too fancy for us, Yui says. As there are currently no other VIP guests, you have been assigned to the best guest room we have. Please make yourselves comfortable. Dinner will arrive in a few minutes. Walking into the first room, it looks like a throne room. There is even a small throne. There are another dozen rooms leading off from this one. There is even a dining room that could easily seat 20 people. I have never in my life seen anything this lavish. Even in my last life, nothing compares to this. As I am staring around in shock, the door behind me opens, and a bunch of serving trays start floating in. The smells coming from them as they pass me and enter the dining room immediately set me to drooling. Without even thinking about it, I start walking towards the dining room, following the delicious smell. On the dining room table, a feast is already laid out, and the chairs have been moved. One side of the table has been cleared of chairs, probably for Kachara. The other side has a normal chair and then something like a high chair for Asuna. The only other chair is at the head of the table. Since it is larger and fancier, I am guessing that chair is for me. But with the food waiting, I don't care too much. Not bothering with manners, I sit down and start eating, and instantly my taste buds are in heaven. As we are all eating, I notice even Bones is eating. When I look, I see he has a plate of bones in front of him. It seems this feast is even catering to everyone's individual needs. All the dishes near Asuna are nothing but meat. We have only been eating for a few minutes, when suddenly all the trays float away, and new ones float in to take their places. Even with our appetites, we hadn't eaten even half of the food before it was switched out for a new course. Although the waste of food kind of disturbs me, it doesn't stop me from digging into the new food. This time, instead of an assortment of meat, it is various types of fish. I try to sample every type of fish and all the side dishes, but I don't quite make it before it is taken away and replaced again. In the end, it turns out to be a full 7-course feast, something I never expected to experience in my life. By the time the desserts are floated away, I can't eat another bite. In fact, I am not sure if I can even move. I feel like I just ate 4 full Thanksgiving dinners. In fact, I feel like I am about to burst. Out of the others, Bones is the only one not in a similar condition. In fact, Asuna is already fast asleep. As for Kachara, she ate so much I can actually see her belly bulging. It almost looks like she is pregnant. She also looks like she is about to fall asleep. But I quickly tell her to wake up since I can't move her to a bed. As if waiting for that signal, several colorful sprites appear to lead each of us to our rooms. Instead of waking Asuna, the pillow she is sleeping on gently floats up and leaves the dining room. As Bones and Kachara are led away, I slowly stand up and follow the last sprite. Chapter 331. The sprite leads me to my bedroom, if you can even call it that, since the room I am looking at is as big as my house was in my last life. The only way I can think to describe the bed would be a double king size. The thing is massive. I notice Asuna is sleeping on a pillow on one side of the bed. She looks happy, so I will try not to wake her. Instead of disappearing like I expected, the sprite bounces around to get my attention and then leads me to another door. As soon as I open the door, I get a face full of pleasantly scented steam. The bathroom is huge and extremely lavish, but what draws my eyes is the bathtub full of hot water. Although, it would be more accurate to call it a hot tub considering I've never seen a bathtub that large. Either way, I quickly strip and climb in. Using the clean stone is all well and good, but nothing feels as good as a hot bath. As I sink into the water with a sigh, I notice my armor and coat floating away. The only things left on the floor are Blitz and my pouch, but I am not too worried. This place is set up to serve the guest, so my bet is everything is being taken away to be cleaned and repaired. It saves me doing it myself, and I am not about to complain, so I just lay back and let the hot water relax my muscles. Yui says, yes? Do you need something? Actually, I was checking if we could still communicate. Yui says, there is no place in the tower where I am unavailable. Have you been active since the tower was built? Yui says, affirmative. Then, tell me about the demon war. Yui says, are the demons of interest to you? Yes. The Great Barrier is down. We expect the demons to invade in the next few years, Yui says. That is unfortunate. With no mages, it will be hard to stop the demons. There are mages amongst the humans, although magic knowledge has fallen quite far. But why do you say it will be hard? The demon lords I have seen aren't that overwhelming, Yui says. You have already encountered the demon lords? Since Yui has already been very helpful, I don't mind telling her the story of my capture. It takes a while to tell, and by then the water has started to get cold, so I climb out of the tub. As soon as I do, a huge fluffy towel floats to my hands, and behind it I can see a robe floating my way. As I dry myself and put the robe on, I continue telling Yui the story. If she has enough information, she may even be able to help. If nothing else, she should have information on the demons that will prove extremely useful. By the time I am done telling the story, I can't stop from yawning every few words. Yui says, turning the demon lords against each other was an excellent move. Thank you. It was my hope to buy enough time to unify the human kingdoms and the beastmen against the demons. There is another issue as well. One of the human kingdoms is infested with shadow demons. Yui says, you sound tired? Why don't you get some sleep and we can continue our discussion in the morning? All right, I am not going to argue. Yui says, enjoy your rest. Dropping the robe onto the floor, I pull back the covers and climb into the huge bed. The bed sheets are made of something like velvet, but even softer, and the bed itself is as soft as a cloud. As soon as I lay down, I feel like I am absorbed into a comfy cocoon, and I fall asleep within seconds. I am woken up in the morning by Asuna, who is happily bouncing around on the bed. This includes on top of me, hence why I am now awake. But I just can't be mad at her because of how adorable she is. Instead, I start moving my hand around under the covers, just like I would for a cat. It doesn't take long for Asuna to notice and start trying to pounce on my hand. After playing with her for a while, I catch her and pull her close against my chest and start petting her. The next thing I know, one of the sprites is waking me up and telling me that breakfast is being served. It seems that Asuna and I both ended up falling asleep, so picking her up, I head for the dining room. As soon as I open the door to the throne room, I can smell breakfast. My steps quickly speed up as I rush towards the dining room. The smell is making me extremely hungry. When I enter the dining room, I see that Kachara and Bones are already here, but my attention is drawn to the feast laid out on the table. It looks like enough food to feed 50 people at least. I quickly move to my chair and sit down. I put Asuna on her chair, and then we all dig in. While the variety of food is impressive and everything is delicious, What surprises me is how similar some of the dishes are to those in my old life. Eating them makes me somewhat homesick for a minute, but even if I could, I don't really want to go back to that world. That is not unless I can keep my current power when I return. That would truly tempt me. Again, we all eat way too much until we can barely move. I am fairly sure this isn't healthy. Although it should be fine for Asuna since she is still growing. Kachara is done growing, I think. So Kachara and I are going to have to be careful that we don't start getting fat. I also need to do my best not to get used to this type of luxury. After all, I won't be staying here for too long. I don't want all this luxury to make me soft, especially when I will go back to living in a cave when I leave here. Although, I will have to ask Yue if I can have some of these recipes for the cook at the inn. Not only would that improve the meals for the girls and I, but it would help improve the inn's business. Anyway, that is just a random thought. I need to finish gathering information and then head to the temple. I was somewhat expecting Yue to have resumed our conversation by now. I wonder what she might be thinking. Chapter 332? Yui? Yui says yes, Ash. Are you ready to continue our conversation? Yui says affirmative. I have made my decision. Decision? What decision? Yui says. With my previous owners now gone, I have decided to attempt to do what I believe they would have done. And what would that be? Yui says, since both the mages and the Empire are already gone, I have decided to help their descendants. Are you just talking about the humans, or are you including the beastmen? Yui says, Both, I am well aware that the beastmen were created by the mages. The very first beastman was created in this tower after all. If anything, the mages would have cared more about the beastmen. Why do you say that? Yui says. From my observations, the majority of mages always cared more about their own projects than the common people. Since they created the beastmen, they would have cared more about them. There was even talk of bringing back the mage knights using beastmen. How would that be possible? The beastmen have no magic. Yui says, correct. A solution was found for this, but unfortunately, it was not able to be implemented while the war was still going on. Is the solution available, or is it now sealed away? Yui says, it is available. The original beastmen were only one type. As time has passed, they have split into many different types. Do you think the solution will still work? Yui says, it should. I would have to test the beastmen to be sure. Okay, then that will have to wait until I have enough influence with the beastmen. Once I do, are there any parameters to who I bring? Yui says, at least one of each type of beastman. Also, young adults will be the optimal age. Does gender matter? Yui says, another question. Is this something that only affects the individual, or will it pass on to future generations? Yuri says, if the treatment is successful, then it will permanently alter the beastmen and will pass along to future children. Excellent. Will it be standardized, or will different people have different compatibilities? Yui says, those initially treated will be fairly standard and fairly low on magical power. The future generations will have varying abilities based on bloodline compatibility. Good. Yet another way to help the beastmen, Yue says. Ash, I have a request. Sure. What is it? Yue says, I would like to hear your full story. Also, all the information you know about the current world outside. That is a lot of information, but I guess I can delay going to the temple a little longer. May I ask why, though? Yue says, since you are my only contact, I wish to know more about you. Also, I have no ability to gather information from the outside. Since it makes sense to me, I agree, and start telling her my story. I will tell her what I know of the world afterwards. Seeing Asuna taking a nap, I gently touch her and add a small amount of power to her core. Then, I feed the rest of my power to Kachara's core before telling her and Bones that they are free to go explore. After moving to another room where there are comfortable couches to sit on, I start telling Yui everything. Shortly, a tray with a drink on it floats in. I take it and start sipping on it every few minutes. I do tell Yuri about the world I came from, but only general information, nothing too specific. Your world sounds both amazing and terrifying at the same time. Then, I proceed to tell her of my summoning and everything that has happened since then. I also tell her about my system and everything I have ended up doing to myself. Even though some of it makes me sound like an idiot, I don't hold anything back, Yui says. If you still had mana, you would surely make an interesting supplicant, deciding not to hold anything back. I tell her about the city I found, and the barrier and its link to Kachara. I also tell her all the plans I currently have in motion and my plans for the future. Lunch comes and goes, and it is getting close to dinner time by the time I finally run out of things to tell her. Yui says, "You have given me a lot to process already, but do you still have the books you recovered from the city?" "Yes, I have them in my pouch. I have even mostly figured out the language." Yui says, "Would you be willing to let me scan all of the books?" Instead of saying anything, I simply take the books out of my pouch and hold them up one by one. After they have been scanned, I return them to my pouch. As I am about to say something, I am suddenly distracted. My nose has detected dinner. Yui says, "Dinner is served. You should go enjoy your meal while I process this information." No need to tell me twice. I quickly stand up and rush out of the room, following my nose to the food. When I arrive at the dining room, the others are not only already here, but have even started eating without me. I quickly move to my seat and start filling my plate with food. Thanks to a request I made to Yui, we are not going to be having any more 7-course feasts. Instead, we just have a huge feast and desserts after. Hopefully, this will help keep me from getting fat. Even so, I still end up eating way too much food. It is just too good, and I can't stop myself. Yui says, "Yes, Ash. Would it be possible to get the recipes you use for all this food?" Yui says, "Affirmative. Also, I can provide you with the spices needed." "Excellent. Thank you, Yui." Yui says, "No need for thanks. It is a small matter. My stomach would disagree with you if it could speak." Yui seems confused by my response, so since I can't really move anyway, I try to explain humor to her. She understands fairly quickly, and even makes an attempt at a joke. So far, I have been thinking of her as a type of AI, but maybe she is more than that. "Yui, is it my imagination, or have you changed since we arrived?" Yui says. "I have changed. You interact with me far more than the mages did. They only ever gave me orders. You are the first to have conversations with me." "Oh, I hope this isn't going to cause you any issues." Yui says, "Not at all. I was designed to be able to evolve and grow on my own. I was more worried that when we leave you might be lonely." Yui says, "Who said you would ever leave this tower?" "What? Chapter 333? Yui says, "Ha ha ha, how was that? Was this joke better?" "Gah, don't do that." Yui says, I thought it was a good joke." Not wanting her to think she did something wrong, I try to explain some of the horror movies based around AI. Once she understands, she laughs at me even more. Maybe I should stop interacting with her so much. At this rate, she is going to end up another woman that takes immense pleasure from tormenting me. Yui says, "Back to your original question. I am not sure how much help I can be right now, but when the demons invade, I can help a lot." "Oh, how so?" Yui says, "After they fled, the mages did a lot of research into the demons and ways to fight them. As a result, they made a number of weapons that specifically targeted demons. Those are all in the tower's armory. Unfortunately, I cannot open it until the demon invasion is confirmed." "Well, it will still help a lot, I am sure. How does the demon invasion get confirmed?" "Do I need to lure them into attacking the tower?" Yui says. "Currently, yes. However, since we have time to prepare, it should be possible to increase my detection range." "That sounds like a good idea. How do we do it?" Yui says, "Give me some time to research it. In the meantime, you should probably get some sleep." "All right, I'll talk to you in the morning," Yui says. "Good night, Ash." While it feels a little weird for her to wish me a good night, I guess it is just a sign of her developing personality. I wonder how shocked the ancient mages would be if they suddenly reappeared and saw the changes to her. When I head to bed, I find Asuna already asleep, in the dead center of the bed. Luckily, the bed is huge enough that I don't even take up half of it, so I can climb in without disturbing her. Since Kachara has already gone to bed, I again put a little power into Asuna's core, and then put the rest into my own. With that done, I put my head down. As soon as my head touches the pillow, I am asleep. When I wake up in the morning and remember how fast I fell asleep, I can't help but suspect an enchantment. Examining the bed with my mana sense, I find that not only is the bed enchanted, but so are the sheets and pillows. The bed is enchanted with some form of healing spells, while the sheets have comfort, and the pillows have quick and deep slumber. All in all, it is actually a better bed than the one I have back at the inn. But if I take back some sheets and pillows, they would be almost even. While I am at it, I should ask for some quilts to add to Kachara's and Asuna's nests. Normally, I wouldn't want to ask, but I am fairly sure Yue will consider this a small matter just like the recipes. From what I have seen so far, I wouldn't be surprised if the tower's resources were nearly limitless. I can't even imagine how many resources and how much magic went into building this tower. It also must have taken a tremendous amount to move it, but I can understand the mages not being willing to leave it behind. Yui? What qualifications would someone need to become the inheritor of the tower? Yui says. To become the master of the tower, one would need to become an archmage. Sorry. What I meant was, what type of potential does a mage need to be able to achieve that status? Yui says, are you thinking of trying to find a candidate for me? Yes, exactly. It just seems a shame to me for this tower to remain empty and unused. Yue says, while I don't hold out much hope from what you have told me, I can give you something. Wondering what she means, I am surprised when a pink sprite comes to me and offers me a rock. When I take the rock from the sprite, it suddenly glows with a bright golden color. The brightness is almost enough to blind me, and I even hear Yui make a sound of surprise. Yui, what is this? Yui says, it is a magical tool that allows one to roughly gauge his potential. However, since you have no mana, I have no idea why it is reacting to you. Maybe it is because before I became a demon, I had mana. Yui says, negative. It measures your current status. Well, to be honest, I have been working on a theory that my sacred power is actually an upgraded form of mana. Yui says, I have no information on that. According to my knowledge, none of the mages ever encountered or studied sacred power. Okay, well, what does this bright gold glow indicate? Yuri says, the talent rock displays potential by color and brightness. Starting with blue as the lowest and gold as the highest, the level of the glow then indicates power potential. So, from the reaction you have top-level potential and power, you would be a good candidate to become an archmage. If you were a mage. So, I either need to find a way to regain my mana, or find a mage who has a similar response from this thing. Yue says, affirmative? If I am right, and sacred power is an upgraded form. What else would I need to qualify as an archmage? Just curious. Yui says, to qualify as an archmage, one must have over 10,000 mana, have mastered all 4 basic elements and 1 advanced element, and must be able to cast a level 10 spell. So even if we counted sacred power as mana, I would still have a long way to go to have 10,000. As to the elements, all I really am able to use currently is wind and a little lightning. I also have no idea what the levels for spells are. I guess it would be easier to find someone with potential. Yue says, if you can find someone with potential, you can send them here and I can train them. Would they have to climb the mountain to become a supplicant? Yue says. Those with potential to become mages wouldn't have to. Only someone seeking to become an archmage and claim the tower will have to take the trial. Also, those who come to become mages can always attempt the trial after they have finished their training. All right. When I leave, I will endeavor to locate mages with potential. Speaking of, what are the other colors, and what is the minimum to become a real mage? Yui says, the colors in order are blue, green, purple, orange, silver, and gold. The minimum to succeed and become a mage would be purple with a bright glow. Even then, they will struggle to become a mage, and if they succeed, they will be on the weaker side. Okay, then I will look for orange and higher. What about to become a mage knight? Yue says. That is much easier. Anyone green and up will have enough magic potential. However, they need to be physically capable as well. Speaking of, would you like to try the mage knight test? Chapter 334? Can I even do that? Yui says, previously I didn't think you could. But if you are right about sacred power being similar to mana, then you might have a chance. How dangerous is the test? Yui says. Death is not possible during a test, but you can still be heavily injured. As long as I can't die then, I should be okay. I have gotten used to pain. and I heal fairly quickly. Before I try the test, though, I should probably read the books for night mages you mentioned earlier, right? Yue says, that would be wise. All right, then, I guess that is the plan for today. Yui says, I will have the books gathered and placed into a reading room for you while you have breakfast. Thanks. Can you also add any books with knowledge about demons in them? Yui says, affirmative. After thanking Yue again, I get out of bed and get dressed. There is a full wardrobe full of clothes made to fit me. I haven't put my armor back on since the first night. It is currently sitting on a frame all cleaned and polished and looking like new. The clothes the tower made for me are all of silk and are well designed. Not only do they look good, but they don't interfere with my movements. When I asked Yui about the clothes, she said they were made for me, and I was expected to take them with me when I leave. Now, if I end up getting dragged into another noble party, I won't have to wear my armor. The clothes are of such high quality that I have even thought about using all the mana floating around to try enchanting them. Normally, enchanting items is difficult and time-consuming, but with the mana here being so dense, it should be fairly easy. It is something I plan to try later. For now, I just finished getting dressed. Once I am dressed, I walk over and wake up Asuna. Then I pick her up and head for the dining room. Bones and Kachara are already in the dining room when I walk in, although the food hasn't arrived yet. I walk over and start petting Kachara as a form of greeting. As I do, I feed all my power to her core. Once that is done, I put Asuna in her seat, and then take my own, just in time as the food starts floating in. As we are eating, I glance at Bones. He doesn't need to eat, but he is here for every meal. It would seem that he simply enjoys doing something normal like this, even though he is a battle addict. Maybe I should keep him out all the time. It doesn't cost me anything, and it might help him develop. After all, I know he has the power of speech, even though so far he has only said 2 words. Maybe if he has more interactions, it will help him develop his vocabulary. It is something to think about at least. If he wants to be dismissed, I am sure he will let me know. While the food is delicious as always, I force myself not to eat as much as I normally do. I want to be able to move around and not feel like my stomach is about to explode. Once everyone is done, I pick up Asuna and follow Bones and Kachara out of the suite. Instead of heading straight for the library, I decide to follow them to see what they are up to. In the end, they end up leading me straight to the library. It seems they have been coming here a lot. Both of them immediately grab some books and head to one of the reading rooms. Asuna jumps down from my arms and follows Kachara. Yui, aren't all the books here written in the language of the Empire? Yui says affirmative. Then how are these guys reading? I haven't taught them the language yet, Yui says, since they seemed interested in reading some of the books I taught them the Imperial language. Wasn't that difficult since you don't have a body? Yui says. Not at all. I simply used a spell to teach them the language. There is a spell for that, Yui says. Of course. Mages are famous for not wanting to waste time on mundane things, so they create spells to take care of it. The spell can also be used to learn a language from someone. Oh, is that how you are able to speak the modern language? Yui says, affirmative. I learned it from you as you approached the tower. Huh, useful. By the way, which reading room am I using? Yuri says room 1. Looking around, I spot room 1 and head over. I can see 2 piles of books on the table inside. Aside from the table, there are 2 very comfortable-looking chairs, and the room is brightly lit. As I step inside, I feel my body pass through a barrier, and instantly the density of mana doubles. The barrier should have been the time dilation effect, so now every 2 hours I spend in here, only 1 passes outside. Thinking of that, if Asuna is spending a lot of time in here, will that speed up her growth? If so, she may grow faster than is safe for her body. Something just shouldn't be sped up. Yui, is the time dilation going to affect Asuna's growth? Yui says. True time dilation is the providence of the gods. Time spells are unstable and dangerous. What you are actually experiencing is simply a speed boost. It allows you to accomplish things at twice the speed, so your perception of time doubles. Okay, so there are no negative effects. Yui says you burn a lot more energy than normal, but other than that, no. If you get hungry, just let me know and food will be brought. Okay, will do. Another question, the mana density in here. How fast does it restore? What I mean is if I use it up, how long till it returns? Yui says. If you use all the mana, the density should return in about an hour of real time. Great! Is it okay if I also use this room to do some enchanting? Yui says. That would be fine. But are you capable of enchanting when you have no mana? Yes. When I lost my mana and spells, I didn't lose my skills for manipulating mana and enchanting objects. If you have the clothes from my wardrobe brought up here, I will show you. Oh, also my coat, please. Yui says, all right, just a moment. While waiting for the clothes to arrive, I take a look at the 2 stacks of books. Each stack is 10 books. One stack is about mage knights. The other is all about demons. The mage knight books are numbered, so I grab the first book and start reading. When the clothes arrive, I pile them in the second chair and take my coat to start with. Sitting down, I extend my senses and slowly start gathering all the mana in the room and channeling it into the coat. The coat isn't high quality, so I don't expect it to be able to handle much, but that also makes it the best for this experiment. Chapter 3, 35. When I have channeled about a quarter of the room's mana into the coat, I can feel that is reaching the limit. Stopping the channeling, I switch my focus to the mana inside the coat and start rearranging it. As I do, I quickly realize it is only enough for 2 enchantments. So I decide on repair and warmth. Hiding congratulations. Skill enchanting has progressed to level 7. Enchanting level 7? Int plus 14 whiz plus 7 che plus 7? You are good at enchanting items. Not only do both enchantments take hold, but it is fairly easy for me to set them up. The mana is not only dense, but it seems more tame than I am used to. Normally, the mana fights against being put in a specific shape, yet this time the mana did exactly what I wanted with a minimum of effort. It must be the influence of the tower. Yui, can you see what I am doing? Yui says. Of course I can. I mean inside the item. Yui says. Oh, no, not unless I actively scan it. Can you do that in here? Yui says. Affirmative. Then I want you to scan continuously for the next minute. Yui says, okay. Once the light beam appears, I slowly add several points of sacred power. This way, Yui should be able to analyze how the sacred power improves the enchantments. Hopefully, with her help, I will be able to gain some more knowledge of sacred power. Yui, were you able to record that? Yui says, affirmative. Your powers somehow enhance the mana that makes up the enchantments. Exactly. That is what has led me to believe that my sacred power is a higher form of mana. I am hoping you can analyze it and help me figure out more about it. Yui says, I can certainly attempt to. Shortly, a sprite comes into the reading room carrying an odd-looking bottle. The base of the bottle is wide, but the neck is long and narrow. It is also glowing purple. I can feel a significant amount of mana contained in the bottle. I didn't think something as fragile as glass could be enchanted. Yui says, please place a small amount of your power into the sealing bottle. Okay. It is easy enough for me to move my power out of my body now, so I create a ball about the size of a dime. As soon as I move the ball close to the mouth of the bottle, it is sucked inside. Unfortunately, the ball of power disappears. As soon as it does, the glow of the bottle doubles. Yui says, interesting. Your power was even able to enhance an enchantment that was thousands of years old. Your power should only be able to enhance an enchantment so much. Go ahead and try until it stays. Trying again is easy enough, but it isn't until the 5th time that the ball of energy stays inside the bottle. Scanning the bottle with my sense, I can tell there are 4 enchantments on the bottle, so each enchantment was able to absorb 1 ball of energy. That is good to know. Yui says, interesting. Not only are the enchantments on the bottle enhanced by about 50%, but they have been renewed. What do you mean by renewed? Yui says, magical enchantments are not permanent. Over time, they fade and grow weaker. Yet this bottle, which was enchanted thousands of years ago now, has enchantments that could have been cast today. That is a good thing, right? Yui says. I will have to examine it to be sure, but yes, it very well could be. In fact, it may be more important than even I am thinking. What do you mean? Yui says. Think about where you are. How many enchantments do you think are in this tower? I don't know. Thousands. Yui says. Tens of thousands. I hope you are not suggesting I go around and enhance them one by one? Yui says. No, of course not. If I verify that this effect is permanent and has no side effects, then I will ask for your help. Well, okay. Just keep in mind, I can't stay here forever, Yui says. I know. It won't take long once I have finished my analysis. With that, I turn my attention back to the pile of clothes. Selecting the first set, I lay it out together and start channeling mana. The clothes are able to absorb a lot more mana than the coat did. In fact, I can probably add a major enchantment. Just before emptying the room of mana, the clothes finally hit the point they can't absorb anymore. Checking the contained mana, I am pretty sure I can add a major enchantment and a couple of minor ones. The minor ones are easy, so I do them first. I add repair, clean, and comfort. Then I take the remaining mana and slowly form it into the complex design for a major enchantment. In the end, although it takes a half an hour, I manage to complete the enchantment for protection. Basically, now the clothes also act as armor. While it isn't the equal of actual armor, it will still provide some protection. Now, anyone who attacks me when I am out of my armor will be in for a rather nasty surprise. This is the enchantment I really wanted to put on my armor. Then almost nothing would be able to get through to hurt me. Unfortunately, I don't know of a way to remove the sacred power from my armor. I already tried. Maybe if I had Walter rework the armor, that might do it. But it could also destroy the armor completely. Replacing the armor wouldn't really be possible either. At least I hope I don't run into another Drake anytime soon. However, I could also switch to metal armor if I find ore of a high enough level. Of course, the problem there is my blacksmithing skill would need to be higher to craft something of similar quality. Well, for now I will just use the armor I have and worry about replacing it when an opportunity arises. Now that I need to wait for the room's mana to restore, I pick up the Night Mage book and start reading. The start of the book is describing the duties and things expected of a knight. Once I get through that section, it starts going into the things a knight needs to focus on while developing. Most of this is nothing surprising, although it does explain a few exercises I have never tried. This is interesting. It describes a method to gather mana to form a weapon and use it to attack. Chapter 336. That technique should be something I can do even without having mana anymore, especially here in the tower where the mana is so dense. I may as well give it a try. Since the mana in the reading room hasn't recovered yet, I step outside and draw Blitz. Taking the stance as shown in the book, I hold Blitz in front of me. Then I concentrate. It is similar to when I channel mana, but instead of pulling it into myself, I am attempting to pull it to gather around the sword. It takes me a few minutes before I get the right method down and manage to coat Blitz in a thin layer of mana. Hiding, congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Mana Blade. Mana Blade level, 1 casting time, 30 seconds duration, 5 minutes blade damage, int x 0.25 element. None, huh? So it doesn't cost any power, but it takes 30 seconds to cast. Interesting. The Mage Knight training has already paid off. Since it turned into a skill, I don't really need to practice it anymore, so I return to the room and continue reading. Apparently, the Mana Blade training normally takes a few months. My system is such a cheat. However, this allows me to continue reading instead of having to stop and practice endlessly. The next section of the book starts describing the combat style of the Mage Knights. While it isn't as powerful as Supreme Swordsmanship, it also doesn't limit the use of other weapons. In fact, a lot of the techniques in this style are usable with multiple different weapons. This is really tempting. I miss being able to use the right weapon for the situation. However, my swordsmanship has gotten really powerful. I really don't want to have to start over with a new style. Besides, I still haven't finished learning the Supreme style. It still has potential to become even stronger. Now that I have a range damage spell, my need to use other weapons isn't as great. What I can't do with a sword, I can do with magic, especially if I gain more spells as I rank up. Even if I don't, there might be other techniques I can learn from the Mage Knight training. For now, I think I will stick with my current style. Instead of starting over, adding new techniques should work just fine. Since this is only book 1 of 10, I think it is too early to make a decision, so I continue reading. When the mana in the room is recovered, I stop long enough to enchant another set of clothes. In total, I have 12 outfits to enchant. After enchanting the 3rd outfit, I ask Yui to send me some food. To my perception, it has been 6 hours already. As I eat, I continue reading. I am already on book 3. Mage Knights are definitely highly capable. They have a wide range of abilities, allowing them to handle many different scenarios, making them very versatile. While a lot of these abilities are not going to be of any use to me, it will be a different story for Beastmen. If I can get just a few dozen Mage Knights before the war begins, it will make a huge difference. The reason being that groups of Mage Knights can work together to produce massive spells. According to this, 12 Knights working together can invoke a spell at the Archmage level. In a war, I can't think of anything that would be more useful, especially area of effect spells. If 12 can cast a spell to kill hundreds, even if only once, it can easily affect the outcome of the battle. Even just reading the various tactics the Mage Knights employ has helped to increase my knowledge. Learning tactics will definitely help me when it comes to leading the armies against the demons. Although this is getting quite a bit ahead of myself, it still doesn't hurt to be prepared. When I move on to Book 4, it starts talking about the equipment, weapons, and other tools. To my surprise, it even has some of the forging techniques used to make said equipment. Since I am a blacksmith, I read this section in detail instead of skipping it, but I come across something I am not familiar with. Yui, what is a mana crystal? Yui says. When mana is condensed to a certain point, it turns into a solid state. This is a mana crystal. It says here that mana crystals can be absorbed to boost a spell. Is that accurate? Yui says affirmative. A mana crystal contains too much mana to be absorbed directly, so it is instead focused into a spell. It can also be used to fuel a ritual or a magical device. Interesting. You wouldn't happen to have any mana crystals? Yui says. A few? Why? Well, if possible, I would like to take a look at one and maybe do a few experiments. Yui says. Mana crystals are extremely hard to obtain. While I can let you examine one, please consult me before any experiments. Okay. A few minutes later, I can feel a mass of energy approaching. Then a sprite appears carrying a crystal. The crystal itself is clear like quartz, but that is hard to tell because of the intense blue glow coming from it. Even from 10 feet away, I can feel just how powerful the crystal is. No wonder Yui doesn't want me experimenting with it. Just at a guess, if the crystal were to explode, it could potentially destroy a city. Detonating one inside a tower filled with magic might just blow up the entire mountain. I was seriously underestimating how powerful a mana crystal is. All my ideas for experimenting vanish. The crystal is small enough to fit in the palm of my hand, yet I don't take it from the sprite. All I do is lean closer to examine it. With my dragon eyes, I can get information on it without touching it. After examining it for a minute, I can tell that this small crystal contains about 100,000 mana. Okay, you can take it back. Thank you, Yui says. You don't want to experiment with it? No, it is far too strong. Now that I can see what it is far beyond my abilities to control, Yui says. Ash, you surprised me. I was not expecting such wisdom from you. Thanks. After hearing Yui chuckle, I shake my head and return to my reading, to think they used mana crystals to power weapons. Now that I understand the capacity of a mana crystal, I can equate the power of such weapons to my old life. A weapon fueled by a mana crystal is equivalent to a small yield nuke, and yet they lost to the demons? Yui, with such powerful weapons, how did the Empire lose to the demons? Yui says. When the demon gate was open, the demons were able to overwhelm even the gods with numbers. How could humans compare? Please tell me the demon gate is closed now? Chapter 337. Yui says, affirmative. The Empire's most powerful hero managed to fight his way to it and detonated 10 mana crystals to destroy it. What a sacrifice. Didn't that change the course of the war? Yui says negative. Unfortunately, by that time millions of demons had already crossed over. Also, most of our gods had already died, so it was a case of just being too late. Yui says, not really. After all, some of the people were able to escape. If the gate had remained open, the entire world would have fallen. That is true. At least his sacrifice wasn't in vain. Can the demons open another gate? Yui says negative. Only a demon king or queen can create a gate like that. Although the demon lords can summon more demons directly. So that is why they are all fighting to become a king or queen. Yui says. Most likely. Although becoming a king or queen would only be the first step. Oh, What would the goal for them be? Yui says. As far as I am aware, they would want to conquer the world and use it to gain strength before returning to their realm to attempt to become a god. A demon god. I hope I never see that. Yui says, if you ever see one, this world is doomed. So I hope you don't. I know all that is left of your pantheon is the goddesses, but surely the other pantheons would be able to stop it. Yui says, not a chance. A demon king is on par with a god already. A demon god is far stronger. For normal gods, fighting a demon god would be the same as a human child trying to fight a dragon. How do you know how powerful a demon god would be? Has there ever even been one? Yu says, there was one ages and ages ago. You may not know this, but there was a civilization on the main continent that fell thousands of years before our empire was formed. Our knowledge comes from the ruins of this civilization. Without that, we would have never become as strong as we have in magic. So this ancient civilization was wiped out by the demon god? Yui says, actually. No. According to what we learned, the demon god did not appear in our world. The ancient civilization had advanced to the point of exploring other worlds. This is how they learned of the demon god. Ah, I see. All right. Can you tell me the story? Yui says, according to the records, we found the demon god faced the gods of over 50 worlds. So they managed to defeat him with numbers? Yui says, negative. The demon god won the fight. What? Then, what happened to the demon god? Yui says, after winning the battle, he was weakened. His generals chose that moment to betray and kill him. Ah, that makes sense. The demons always seek more power. Yui says, exactly. The generals split his power between them, but they in turn were betrayed by the other generals and those under them. This led to infighting and weakened the demons enough that the gods' followers were able to drive them back to their realm. I can't even imagine a war on that scale. Yui says neither can I, but the universe is far beyond my knowledge. I am only aware of other worlds. I know nothing of them. Was this story common knowledge? Yui says, negative. This information was restricted to the archmages. So then, why are you giving me this information? Yui says, I have decided to treat you as the commander of the Mage Knights. Since you will be leading the war against the demons, I think it is fitting. The commander of the Mage Knights ranks as equal to an archmage, so you qualify for this level of knowledge. Shouldn't you wait to see if I pass the test first? Yui says, do you plan to give up on fighting the demons if you fail the test? Of course not, Yui says. Then either way, you are the one who will lead the fight against the demons. As such, I will provide you as much support as I can. Oh, I guess that makes sense, Yui says. Any other questions? Actually, did your people discover the means to travel to other worlds? Yui says negative. Due to the level of monsters in the ancient ruins, we were only ever able to visit the very edges. The monsters were that strong? Yui says, affirmative. The popular theory was that the monsters caused the fall of the civilization. The weakest monsters recorded were on par with dragons in power. I can see why they weren't able to go deeper then. How many ancient ruins are there? Yui says, throughout the continent, only 3 ancient ruins have been discovered. Is one of them within the boundaries of your empire? Yui says negative. Why? Oh, just a thought. If one was then, it might be possible to lure a monster out and trick it into fighting the demons. Yui says, while that would certainly destroy the demons, how would you put the monster back afterwards? Honestly, I hadn't thought that far ahead. Yui says, I see. After that, Yui stops talking to me, so I return to reading about the Mage Knights. Once the mana in the reading room recovers, I enchant the next outfit. I continue this routine for the rest of the day, only stopping and leaving the reading room when I am called to dinner. By then, I feel like 2 days have passed, so I am starving and practically run back to the suite. When I walk into the dining room, Asuna runs over and rubs against my legs, so I pick her up and start petting her, which makes Kachara throw her a jealous look. So I stop and give Kachara some attention as well. I have to remind myself that even though she is fully grown, she is still very young. After spending some time giving them attention, I take the long way around to my chair to give Bones a pat on his head. To my surprise, he not only likes the attention, but acts as if he wants more, so I spend a minute patting his head. It feels really weird to be petting a skeleton, but who am I to deny him some attention? After putting Asuna on her high chair, I take my seat and we all dig in like the greedy pigs we are. Considering my hunger and the delicious food, there is no way I can stop myself from eating to the point of bursting. Chapter 338. Once I can't eat another bite, I spend a little more time with Kachara before I pick up Asuna and head to bed. As I carry her, I realize Asuna has gotten quite a bit bigger. The unlimited food seems to agree with her. Just before I leave the dining room, I feed most of my power to Kachara's core. As I do, I realize she is getting close to ranking up. Her progress has improved. At this rate, even if I don't feed her more power, she should reach rank 4. I think from now on I should leave her alone and focus on my own development. After all, she has sacred power too and can feed her own core. She doesn't really need my help anymore. Asuna, on the other hand, still does. It will take a lot of work to get her to the point she can be Kachara's equal. By the time I reach my room, she is already fast asleep in my arms, so I gently lay her on the bed. Then I take a look at her core. Not only is it full size now, but she is already rank 2. Since her mother's core was rank 7, this isn't too surprising. But it does show how much my help has affected her. Now that her core is fully developed, I don't have to worry about hurting her, so I feed the rest of my power into her core. From now on, I will share my power with her so that she progresses constantly. Thinking of that, I decide to check my own progress. Core upgrade progress, 17%. That is even better than I expected. If I had focused on it more, I might have ranked up by now. From now on, I will split my power between myself and Asuna. With these pleasant thoughts of ranking up, I fall asleep and have pleasant dreams. Until my last dream of being suffocated by a furry pillow, which is explained when I wake up to find Asuna laying across my face. How she moved from her side of the bed to laying across my face. While asleep, I will never know. Since she woke me up, I think it is only fair to return the favor. So I start tickling her. When she wakes up, she immediately attacks my hand and we start wrestling. We end up playing until Yui notifies us that breakfast is ready. I quickly get dressed and pisk Asuna up. We join the others for breakfast, and then we all head up to the library together. Before letting her follow Kachara, I feed most of my power into Asuna's core. Then, I head into the reading room to continue reading. I enchanted all the outfits yesterday. Now that I am fully focused on reading, I am able to make much better progress. At my current rate, I should be able to finish reading all of the Night Mage books by dinner time. When I start reading the 6th book, it switches from instructions to history, starting with the creation of the Mage Knights. They were created after a number of mages that were sent out to deal with a monster died. When the Mage Tower investigated, they found that this specific monster was completely immune to magic. While one monster wouldn't be a big deal, when they found out that it wasn't unique, the Archmages started looking for options. While this wasn't the first time they encountered monsters with magic resistance, it was the first one to be completely immune. The Archmage Council, after much debate, decided to create their own Knight Order. At that time, there were thousands of supplicants who had failed the test to become a mage, so they looked amongst them for those with good physical qualities. These failed supplicants became the first Mage Knights, combining physical skills with limited magical power. Of course, at first, they weren't much more than normal knights. Their magic was very limited. After all, the mages of the tower had never bothered to research spells for use with such limited power. These original Mage Knights were the ones who started researching more ways for them to use their limited power. At the same time, they collected the existing knowledge of all the Knight Orders that existed in the Empire. By combining this knowledge, they came up with much better training methods to pass down to their successors. My interest peaks as they start talking about the creation of the magical tests. This was done by the 3rd generation of knights. The tests are not only meant to weed out those that are too weak, but to strengthen those that are worthy. Turns out they made 3 tests. One for beginners, one for captains, and the last for the commander of the knights. They did this to ensure that whoever was to lead a generation of knights was strong enough. From this, I am guessing that Yui only plans to have me take the test for beginners. However, this comment about the knights coming out of the test stronger is very interesting. If it turns out to be true, I might just be interested in taking at least the captain test as well. The commander test is probably something I should try later. After all, I am not really a knight. Then again, if the tests don't require too much magical ability, I am probably strong enough. After all, the knights were all humans. Even though my strength is still limited a little by my rank, I am far stronger than a human. Wait, that might not be entirely true. I almost forgot that back then. Humans still had the ability to gain levels. So these knights were probably much stronger than a normal human. Still, I should be stronger than they were. Yui, there are 3 knight tests, right? Yui says. Affirmative. Can you tell me the average level the knights were when taking the tests? Yui says, level 1 for the beginner's test, level 10 for captains, and level 20 to 25 for commanders. Even going by D&D standards, it would be almost impossible for a human to reach 100 strength by level 25. Maybe I can do the commander test. Letting that thought float around the back of my mind, I continue reading. Maybe somewhere they make mention of the difficulties inside the tests so I can better judge my chances. Even though I managed to finish the rest of the books, there is no further mention of the tests. As I put down the last book and get up to head for dinner, I can't stop thinking about the tests. My curiosity about the comment that the test strengthens people just won't go away. I still need to go to the temple, but I have decided that I can at least do the beginner test first. Yue, tomorrow after breakfast, I want to take the Mage Knight test. Yue says, affirmative. Chapter 339. With that settled, I head down to dinner with the others. Now, I can't wait for the morning. I make sure to give all 3 of them some attention during dinner. I feel bad having been so busy the past few days. Bones pretends not to care, although I can tell he enjoys it. While Kachara and Asuna always love the attention. After eating, I spend a bit more time with Kachara before picking up Asuna and heading to bed. Again, Asuna falls asleep before I even reach the bed. But this time, after putting her down, I surround her with pillows. Hopefully, that will keep me from getting smothered. I make sure to tuck them around her so she is comfortable. Then after feeding all my power into my core, I try to go to sleep, although it takes a while since I am excited. I may not know what is in the test, but I still kind of feel like a kid on Christmas Eve. After about an hour of tossing and turning, I finally manage to fall asleep, only to wake up in the morning with a mouthful of fur. The nest of pillows I made is still there. She must have just rolled right over it. She has also grown again. She is now about the size of a medium dog. Soon I won't be able to pick her up anymore. She manages to sleep through me getting up and getting dressed, and still doesn't wake up when Yue calls us to breakfast. So I reach out and very carefully start tickling her toes, making her twitch repeatedly. Finally, she wakes up and gives me a dirty look, but I just ignore it as I pat her head and then pick her up. Carrying her in one arm is a little difficult now, so after a bit I put her down and let her run ahead to the dining room. When I arrive, she is already in her spot, although the servants have changed her chair since she no longer fits in a high chair. When the food arrives, I start eating, but I eat slowly unlike normal. I want to be full, but not overly so. I don't want anything to interfere during the test. When the others are done eating, I give Kachara and Asuna a bit more attention before sending them off to the library. Since I can't die in the test, then there is no need to worry them about it. I will see them when I come out. Although I don't really know how long I might be in the test, so if I am gone a few days, I will just make it up to them later. Yui, I am ready to take the test. Yui says, all right, follow the sprite, please. The sprite that arrives to guide me is a bit unusual. Not only is it bigger than most, but it is the first white sprite I have seen. I follow the sprite up the stairs until we reach the 5th floor. Then it leads me down a long hallway. Walking down the hallway, I start to get suspicious. This is far too long of a distance to be going straight. Wait, yeah, is the tower bigger on the inside? Yue says, affirmative. As I am following the sprite, I can't help but burst out laughing. Yue seems confused by my laughter, so as I walk along, I find myself explaining Doctor Who to Yue so that she can understand why I find it so funny. Eventually, the sprite leads me into a large room with 9 giant freestanding circles. They look a lot like gates from Stargate. 3 of the gates are white, and the other 6 are blue. Each gate gives off a feeling of pressure. The amount of mana in this room is what is truly staggering. Even the reading room doesn't compare. With the amount of mana in here, I could easily enchant over 100 items. Yue says, please proceed to the first white gate on the left. This is the beginner night test. What are the blue gates? Yue says, those are the mage tests. Oh, makes sense. As I step before the gate that Yue indicated, the ring starts spinning, again making me think of Stargate. As the gate spins up, a massive amount of mana gets sucked into it and the pressure increases. Now, I understand why there needs to be such a massive amount of mana in this room. It is barely enough for the gate to function. Yui says, be aware, nothing you are carrying will be in the test with you. Everything in the test is up to your ability and skill. Okay, sounds good. Yui says, good luck. In the center of the gate, a small blue dot appears, and then quickly it swells until it completely fills the gate. After that, it stabilizes until it looks just like a plane of blue glass. At that point, Yuri tells me I can enter. So I take a step forward. As my body passes through, it just feels like a puff of ice-cold air. I find myself in a small room with only one exit. And as Yui warned me, I am wearing nothing but a loincloth. At least I have that much covered. But to my surprise, even Blitz, which is bound to my soul, is not with me. Apparently the gate system is even able to overwhelm a soul bond. I find that surprising yet interesting. Since there is nothing in the room with me, I walk out the exit and find myself in a long corridor. It isn't brightly lit, but there is still plenty of light for my eyes, and ahead of me, I can see something. As I advance, I can see details and can identify it as an orc, one wielding a large axe. I am not too worried. Even barehanded, an orc shouldn't be a problem. Then again, I don't really have to be barehanded. I have multiple options I can use. If I was in the mage test, I could probably just kill it with a few wind blades, but it probably has high magic resist. Mind Blade. Diding. Congratulations. Skill Mind Blade has progressed to level 4. Mind Blade level. 4 int plus 8 willpower plus 4 DMG equals int x 1.5, a blade created with mental strength. With a copy of Blitz, now in my hands, I advance towards the orc without any worries. Although I am surprised that Mind Blade suddenly leveled up since I haven't used it much since the last time it leveled up. As soon as I get within 20 feet, the orc lets out a roar and charges straight at me. Chapter 340. While its speed is higher than I expected, it still isn't anywhere close to mine. As it reaches me, it swings its axe up over its head and tries for a massive chop. As it does, I easily step to the side and crouch as I move forward, moving myself behind the orc and hitting it in the side with Blitz. While I was expecting to cut the orc in half, I forgot that I am not wielding Blitz, so I only managed to do a couple of hundred damage, and while this hurts the orc, it isn't the instant kill I was expecting. Even now that my Mind Blade's damage is 1.5 times my intelligence, it is still nowhere near my strength. I managed to hit the orc 2 more times in the time it takes it to turn around to face me. As the orc raises its axe for another swing, I manage to strike yet again before dodging to the side to avoid the axe. Even after getting hit 4 times, the orc doesn't seem very hurt. Maybe it has damage reduction or something? Either way, I am just not doing enough damage. So instead of just striking wildly, I decide to switch to using my supreme swordsmanship techniques. I wait for the orc to swing again. Then I dodge, get into the right stance, and use Pierce. My Mind Blade pierces the orc's side and goes right through, and for the first time, the orc reacts with a roar. It isn't dead yet, but that obviously hurt it quite a bit more. Before it can recover, I step forward and use Slash. As blood starts leaking from the X carved into its chest, the orc suddenly roars again. Its eyes go pure red, and its muscles seem to swell. It seems to be going berserk. The orc's next swing is faster and much more powerful. I am barely able to get out of the way. When the axe hits the floor, it smashes the stone and gets stuck for a second. Not wanting to waste this chance, I switch my footing and use Chop as I aim at the orc's neck. Says, opponent defeated. Skill fusion triggered. Skill fusion. Skill fusion. Supreme swordsmanship. Level 3 plus sword intermediate level 11. New skill. Swordmaster level 1. Hey, what was that? Answer me. Despite my yelling, the voice doesn't respond. And when I check my skills, Supreme Swordsmanship is gone. First, Mind Blade levels up so easily. Now I triggered a skill fusion. Is this what the book meant about becoming stronger? If the test is set up to not only help skills level but to combine skills, then this place is awesome. Let's see what Swordmaster is. Swordmaster level 1, STR plus 10, damage plus 100% speed plus 10%. Wow, that is impressive, and it works on any sword. Wait, does that mean the limitation is gone? Curious, I dismiss my mind blade and pick up the orc's axe. For the orc it was a two-handed weapon, but for me it is one-handed. As I pick it up and give it a few swings, I realize I am not getting any penalty for wielding a non-sword weapon. In fact, if I use it in combat, I am betting I can even get the weapon skill for axes back. Keeping the axe with me for now, I continue down the corridor until I come to another small square room. There is another hallway opposite where I enter, so I am guessing. This is a type of break room. Once I enter the next hallway, I will probably find another opponent to fight. Before doing that, though, I stop to think about the skill fusion. I have a lot of skills, and I don't often utilize them properly. Mainly because half the time I forget I have most of them. So merging skills to get better skills might be perfect for me. The problem is, I don't know how to trigger the fusion, or if it will only trigger after I defeat the opponent. Also, will it work on all my skills, or just the ones I use while fighting the opponent? I really wish this stupid test gave some kind of explanation or tutorial. Instead of sitting here just making wild guesses, I may as well just go fight the next opponent and see what happens. With my mind made up, I move into the next hallway and head down it to find my next opponent. I don't know enough about the test to make a real plan. I don't even know how many fights I have to go through. The test was made back when humans had the ability to gain levels, which means they had skills. So this makes sense. Having the trial help streamline and strengthen skills would definitely benefit the Mage Knights. The voice I heard was probably the voice for the test system. It just announces things, it isn't interactive. While these are just my current guesses, at least they are educated guesses. After walking for a bit, I spot my next opponent, or I should say opponents since I see 3 figures. As I approach, I can tell they are still orcs. But they are armed differently. The first is just a two-handed axe like the last one I fought. The second has an axe and a shield, while the last has a bow and arrows. So now I get to face a tank, a DPS, and a ranged DPS all at the same time. At least there isn't a healer. If the 2 melee orcs can hold me back then, the ranged orc will be the biggest problem. Then again, I might just be able to ignore him. After all, arrows shouldn't hurt much, especially if I use my new armor. Wind armor. Tiding. Congratulations. Skill wind armor has progressed to level 2. Wind armor level. 2 SP cost. 100 duration. 1 minute projectile defense. 55% magic defense. 15%, so the test does help skills level faster. This place is great. With the armor protecting me, I charge at the orcs. As I do, I activate Mind Blade to create a sword in my other hand. Then I activate Lightning Aura to give both weapons a boost. When I hit the 20-foot mark, the orcs react to me. The tank braces for my charge while the archer falls back. It seems they actually know basic tactics, so even if they are weak, they can still cause problems. Ignoring the archer for now, I continue charging at the 2 melee orcs. As I do, I aim for the tank. At the last possible second, I suddenly redirect myself towards the DPS orc, catching both of them off guard. This sudden move allows me to also dodge the first arrow from the archer. As I hit the axe-wielding orc, I bring both my Mind Blade and the axe down in a double strike. While I do massive damage to the orc, I am surprised and disappointed because no new skill notification comes up. Chapter 3, 41. I was totally expecting to get the basic axe skill as soon as I used it in combat. In fact, it is weird that it didn't happen. This place is built to improve skills, isn't it? My attack knocks the DPS orc back and allows me to move past the tank by a step. Instead of continuing after the DPS orc, I turn my body and bring both weapons down at the tank orc's back. Both weapons hit before the orc has a chance to turn around and bring his shield to bear. My goal is to kill him quickly. The other 2 will be easy once they don't have him to hide behind. Even without his shield getting in the way, he is tougher and harder to damage than the first orc I killed. Even after hitting him with both weapons, a second time he is still alive. As I am getting ready to attack again, I feel an arrow hit my shoulder, but it is deflected by the wind armor and doesn't do any damage. The DPS orc is also coming towards me, ready to attack, but I ignore him in favor of finishing off the tank. The tank has finally turned around and is able to block my axe with his shield, but the Mind Blade still hits him in the chest. The Mind Blade isn't quite enough to kill him, but the lightning aura is enough to finish him off. As I am killing the tank, the DPS orc hits my back with his axe. It does a little over 400 damage to me. At the same time, an arrow finally makes it through the wind armor, but it does less than 100 damage. Even combined, the two attacks don't amount to more than a few scratches since I have such high health now. As I straighten up and turn to face the DPS orc, I can see the sudden fear in his eyes. He doesn't even try to defend himself as I bring both weapons around and cut him down. The archer keeps attacking, but I ignore him as I dismiss Mindblade and pick up the orc's axe. Now with an axe in each hand, I decide to do an experiment. I already have the lightning aura surrounding the axes, but I want to see if I can stack more. So I activate Mindblade and have it surround the axes, and then I also activate my new Mana Blade skill. To my surprise, it actually works, and all 3 damage enhancements stack on the axes. When I walk over to the terrified archer, it only takes a single swing with one axe to kill him. While each ability on its own isn't all that impressive, when I use all 3, the damage shoots through the roof. Just being able to experiment like this has already made entering the test worthwhile. Says, opponent defeated. Skill fusion triggered. Skill fusion. Lightning aura level 2 plus wind armor level 1. New skill, storm armor level 1. Skill fusion, mana blade level 1 plus mind blade level 4. New skill, mage knight blade level 1. What? It triggered twice. The new skills sound cool. Storm armor level, 1 SP cost, 150 duration, 2 minutes projectile defense, 55% magic defense, 15% damage to attacker equals int x2. Huh. It is like both skills combined, but stronger than either. Awesome. What about Mage Knight Blade? Mage Knight Blade level, 1 SP cost. 50 DMG equals STR x 1.5. A blade created with mental strength and mana. Can create bladed weapons or coat existing weapons. That is even better. It even changed from intelligence to strength. This is going to be super useful. After reading the new skill, I immediately drop the axes on the ground and summon 2 swords with the new skill. Not only do they look awesome, but they feel like extensions of my arm. As I swing them around a bit, they quickly feel perfectly natural to me. I can use them without even thinking about it. Dismissing and reactivating the skill a few times, I realize I can shape them into any bladed weapon I can imagine. The only thing that doesn't work is blunt weapons, but even a spear or a halberd works. Since I no longer have a weapon restriction, I can even use all the weapons I can create. Not only that, but each weapon's damage is almost as much as I do when using Blitz. With this and the armor, I don't really have to worry about being caught without my equipment. The rest of the test should be fairly easy, so I start moving forward again and soon reach the next break room. Taining congratulations. Skill Magic Body has progressed to level 3. Magic Body level, 3 All-Street ATS plus 15 horsepower plus 15 horsepower. Ha! Another skill I completely forgot about. This place is too awesome. It must have leveled up because I was wounded and just let it heal on its own. Speaking of, I should have used my new healing spell to try and level it up. If there is another fight ahead of me, I think I will intentionally let myself get hurt so I can use my healing spell. Since I don't need to rest, I walk straight across the break room and head into the next hallway. After walking for a while, I see another room up ahead, which is different from the previous hallways. Since there isn't a fight waiting in the hallway, I approach the room. When I do, I spot my next fight. In the room ahead of me are 20 orcs. Among them, I spot several caster types. This is going to be more difficult since with more space they will be able to surround me. What is worse is the casters. Some of them are probably healers, which could cause me problems. Being outnumbered isn't anything new, but I can see at least 3 tank types in the crowd. If the tank types can keep me busy while the healers keep them alive, then the various DPS orcs can wear me down. So to prevent that, I need to take out the healers first, which means my best bet is to charge through the rest quickly. Chapter 342. They are all standing immobile, just like the previous ones, so I know they will wake up once I move within 20 feet. That means they should take a second or two to start moving, and even longer to get in formation. The previous 2 fights I waited before fighting them, but now I can use those seconds to get to the casters. I move until I am just outside the 20-foot mark and activate Mage Knight Blade and Storm Armor. I choose to create 2 long swords to give me the range and reach I need, and then I pick a caster as my target. All at once, I burst into the room moving as fast as I can as I charge at my target. The orcs all come to life after my second step, and they all lock onto me instantly. But before they can react, I am already past the first row of them and only a few steps from my target. As I complete my next step, he is in range, so I bring both swords across his body from either side. As soon as those cuts complete, I use my momentum to spin around like a ballerina while extending my swords. This allows me to hit 3 other casters before they can move out of my range. While a single hit isn't enough to kill them, now all I need is another hit to finish them. By now, the rest of the orcs are reacting. The ranged ones are backing away, while the melee ones are charging towards me. However, I ignore the melee types and chase after the casters. As long as I can kill them, this fight should be easy. One of the casters dies before the melee get close to me, but the other 2 are heading in opposite directions. So, as I dodge around the melee orc to chase one caster, I throw a pair of wind blades after the other one, while I manage to reach my current target. Unfortunately, one of the melee orcs gets in the way of my wind blades. By the time I have finished the caster I was chasing, the other one is behind a wall of melee types. All the orcs quickly group up and get in formation, tanks in front and facing me. There are 17 orcs left, and only 1 caster among them, so I should be able to finish this fairly quickly. As I charged in, I noticed there was no other exit from this room, which should mean this is the end of the test. Before they can get completely ready, I charge the line of tanks. I lead with a kick at a tank shield. My kick is strong enough to knock the tank backwards into the DPS orcs, thus opening a gap in the tank's line. As I step into the gap, I slash my swords at the tank on either side, but I don't stop moving forward. Once I break past the line, I start spinning. First one way, then the other as I move forward. Finally, I am able to use Sword Dancer again after so long. I can't use it with Blitz. Sword Dancer only works when I am wielding 2 swords, but it allows me to become a whirlwind of steel. The downside is that I am unable to use my evasive steps, so I am getting hit fairly often by the orcs. However, that was always the plan. After all, I want to level up my healing spell. The hits I am taking are only doing a few hundred damage at most. By the time my HP drops by a quarter, 5 more orcs die. Several others are close to death. This is a reckless way of fighting, but I am having a ton of fun. If it wasn't impossible to die in the test, I may not have chosen such a reckless method. A single step and spin ends another 3 orcs. Now only 9 are left. With over 3,000 hit points left, I doubt the remaining 9 orcs can kill me. Just to be safe, I activate Sacred Touch and instantly I heal for over 800 HP. With that, I basically just cancelled out all the damage I have taken, and that is with the skill only being level 1. After realizing just how little risk there is, I go completely offensive and don't even try to dodge their attacks. By the time I am facing the last orc, I've taken another 500 points of damage. Just before killing the last orc, I activate Sacred Touch again and restore myself to full hit points. Says, opponent defeated. Skill optimization triggered? Skill optimization, not fusion. Skill optimization. Magic body converted to 15 points of regen. Ding 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 ding, congratulations. Skill dual wield has progressed to level 5. Dual wield level 5 Agi plus 5. You can fight very well with a weapon in each hand. Congratulations! Skill Sword Dancer has progressed to level 4. Sword Dancer level 4 movement speed plus 15% damage plus 15% when wielding 2 swords. You dance the dance of death when wielding 2 swords? Congratulations! Skill Weapon Master has progressed to level 4. Weapon Master level 4 speed and damage with all weapons plus 20%. You are capable with all weapon types. Congratulations! Skill Mage Knight Blade has progressed to level 3. Mage Knight Blade level, 3 speed cost, 45 duration, 5 minutes DMG equals STRX2, a blade created with mental strength and mana. Can create bladed weapons or code existing weapons. Congratulations. Skill Sacred Touch has progressed to level 3. Sacred Touch level, 3 SP cost, 90 healing touch. Heals WizX 2.5. What? Not only did 5 skills level up, but they all went up by 2 levels? Says test completed. Congratulations on passing. You are now a Mage Knight. Before I can recover from my shock about my skills, everything fades to black and I suddenly find myself back in the Room of Gates. Ding, congratulations. You have earned the title Mage Knight. Mage Knight upgradable plus 10% to strength when wielding a melee weapon. What? The test even grants a title. This is beyond awesome, Yui says. Welcome back, Ash. Congratulations on passing the test. Thanks, Yui. Tell me, even though I passed, is it possible to retake the test? Chapter 343, Yui says. While it is possible, you have to wait 1 month before you can re-enter. Why? The benefits I received are amazing. I want to do it again. But a month is too long. Guess I will take the captain's test, Yui says. Before you just jump in, you should know the 2 tests are nothing alike. How is the captain's test different? Is there another test similar to the first test? Yui says. The captain's test is a lot more complicated. It isn't just a simple combat test. The captain's test is a simulation based on the real world. It tests all your abilities in different situations. The only similar test is the first mage test, but the monsters are immune to physical damage. I quickly activate the Mage Knight blade and wave it around. Would this count as magical damage or physical? Yui says. Scanning. Those blades inflict magical damage, but the monsters would not receive the extra damage from your strength, since that is physical damage. Hearing that, I turn and walk over to the first of the mage rings and wait as it starts spinning and absorbing mana. Yui doesn't say anything. I guess she knows that since I can't die, there isn't much risk. Either that, or she has just given up after realizing how stubborn I am. As soon as the gate stabilizes and opens, I confidently walk through and am transported to another hallway. Immediately I start walking. Since I know what is going on, there is no reason to waste time. I continue walking for a few minutes until I finally spot my opponent, which is much bigger than expected. After a few more steps, I can see it clearly, so I stop. It isn't an orc. It is a big humanoid made of rock. A rock elemental. No wonder it is immune to physical damage. This is going to be challenging. First, I summon my Night Blades. Then I activate Storm Armor. And then as I start charging at it, I start firing Wind Blades. The first pair of Wind Blades hit the elemental before I reach the 20-foot line. It wakes up with a roar and starts moving towards me. It doesn't even try dodging the Wind Blades. I manage to fire off 10 sets of Wind Blades before the elemental is close enough to take a swing at me. The Wind Blades, however, have only left scratches on the thing, and my Mage Knight Blades have the same effect. Luckily, its attacks, while powerful, are slow and easy to dodge, so it has no hope of hitting me. As I dance around the elemental hitting and constantly, the scratches slowly start adding up. It quickly becomes a one-sided beating. All it takes is time to slowly wear down the elemental. Between throwing Wind Blades and reactivating my armor and swords, I use up almost all of my sacred power before the elemental finally dies. If the fight had lasted any longer, I would have been in trouble. Without sacred power, I have no way to hurt the thing. Says, opponent defeated? Skill upgrade triggered? Skill upgrade? Skill upgrade? That sounds promising. Skill upgrade. Windblade level 4. Upgrading to Wind/level 4. Wind/level 4. SP cost. 40 blades, 3 range. 30 feet damage per blade. Int X3. Both the damage and number of blades went up? Perfect. Says, skill fusion triggered? What? Skill fusion as well? This is even better than the Mage Knight test. Skill fusion. Dodge level 3 plus evasive steps level 3? New skill. Basic evasion level 1. Basic evasion level. 1 AGI plus 10 reduces opponent's hit chance by 20%. What? That is amazing. Such an op skill. It was totally worth coming in here. Hot and congratulations. Skill Storm Armor has progressed to level 2. Storm Armor level. 2 SP cost. 140 duration. 2.5 minutes projectile defense. 60% magic defense. 20% damage to attacker equals int X2. Well, Even if I gain nothing else in here, it has already proven to be worth entering. Since all mages were required to take these tests, I can just imagine how powerful they were. It makes me wonder just how powerful the archmages that went through all 6 gates were. If I can get a few more spells and increase my sacred power, then maybe I can pass the rest of the tests. It may take a while, but if I can complete all 6, then I could inherit the tower. The question is going to be if I can become strong enough to do so before the demons invade. While I am thinking about ways to become stronger, I continue down the hall to the break room. Since my sacred power is almost gone, I actually need to stop and rest, unlike in the Mage Knight test. So, as I sit and meditate to recover my sacred power, I continue thinking of plans that will help me grow in power. Since I can't die inside a test, I should definitely try the Mage Knight Captain test. Even if I can't complete it, I will at least know what the test is so I can work towards completing it. I forgot to ask Yui how time passes in the tests. I've already delayed heading for the temple for several days now. As I try to come up with plans and methods to grow stronger, I keep a close eye on my sacred power. As soon as it is full, I end my meditation, stand up, and head for the next hallway. Even if I can't complete this test, I still want to try out Wind / and see how much stronger it is. Not to mention, even if I lose, I might still be able to level up some more skills. After a few minutes of walking, I get to the point that I can see my next opponents. This time, it is a pair of rock elementals, which is going to be tricky. If I am not careful, I will fail. Chapter 344. Last time I ran out of sacred power fighting, just one elemental. If I don't watch myself and run out again, I am screwed. Let's see. They are slow. And last time I didn't take a single hit. If I don't use storm armor, I can save a lot of power. It will take a lot longer, but if I mainly use the Night Mage Blade, I shouldn't run out of power before both die. Although, I want to use Wind / at least once so I know how well it works. With my mind made up, I move forward until I am 30 feet away from the elementals. Since this is the max range of Wind / I may as well use it a few times before the elementals can reach me. Wind / Instantly, 3 blades of wind strike the first rock elemental, leaving behind 3 shallow grooves across its body. Not only does it do more damage now, but the blades strike instantly. They don't have to fly across the distance. This means they are practically impossible to dodge. This spell is way better than Windblade was. What is more, because it takes effect instantly with no flight time, I can hit specific targets easily. Before the rock elemental can close the distance, I hit the exact same spot on it, is torso 3 more times. The grooves deepen with each hit, and the elemental actually slows down a little bit. I quickly summon my Night Blades and go to work on the other elemental. With the other one slowed, even a little, it will be even easier to dodge it as attacks, so for now, I ignore it. As I attack the second elemental, I try to hit the same spots repeatedly, since now I know it can be injured this way. Once both elementals are slowed, I have a much easier time with them. By repeatedly hitting the same spots, I am also able to do more damage, which allows me to wear them down faster. It still takes me 2 hours to kill them, but in the end, I still have a quarter of my sacred power left. Says opponents defeated? Skill boost triggered? Skill boost? Sounds awesome. Ding 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 ding, congratulations. Skill Swordmaster has progressed to level 2. Swordmaster level 2 STR plus 20 damage, plus 110% speed, plus 11%. Congratulations. Skill Sword Dancer has progressed to level 5. Sword Dancer, level 5 movement speed plus 20% damage plus 20% when wielding 2 swords. You dance the dance of death when wielding 2 swords. Congratulations. Skill Basic Evasion has progressed to level 2. Basic Evasion level, 2 AGI plus 20, reduces opponent's hit chance by 25%. Congratulations. Skill Mage Knight Blade has progressed to level 4. Mage Knight Blade level, 4 SP cost, 40 duration, 6 minutes DMG equals DR, x 2.5. A blade created with mental strength and mana. Can create bladed weapons or coat existing weapons. Congratulations. Skill Wind / has progressed to level 5. Wind / level 5. SP cost, 35 blades. 3 range, 35 feet damage per blade, int x3. Wow. So skill boost must be a boost to the experience skills received from the fight. At least that is the only explanation I can think of. Moving quickly, I head to the next break room to meditate and recover my sacred power. If this is similar to the Mage Knight test, I should have one more fight to go. Although, if it is 20 rock elementals, I am doomed to fail the test. My sacred power won't last long enough. Well, all I can do is give it my best shot. At this point, even if I fail, I have gained a lot, just from the attempt. As soon as my sacred power is full, I jump up and head for what should be the last hallway. That is confirmed when I spot a room instead of an opponent ahead of me. When I reach the room, I stop to take a look. I then count the rock elementals waiting for me. 10. I figure I can handle 5 at most. Yet I stand there staring at 10 rock elementals. Even if I can avoid all of their attacks, I just can't damage them enough before my sacred power runs out. This fight looks to be designed to make mages use area of effect spells. Unfortunately, I don't have one of those. Wind Slash is great, but it is still a single target spell. I can't think of a way to kill the elementals fast enough. With my current sacred power, I can activate Mage Knight Blade a total of 43 times. At 6 minutes per activation, that is 258 minutes or just over 4 hours. In the last fight, it took me about an hour to kill each elemental, not fast enough. Even with the skills going up in level, I doubt I can push it to 2 elementals. Per HR, even if I could, that would still leave me with 2 more elementals and no sacred power. Out of ideas, I sit down in the hallway and rack my brain trying to come up with something. Eventually, I sit and go through my entire skill list looking for anything that can help. The first thing I find is Sacred Assault, but unfortunately, it costs even more than Mage Knight Blade. If these things weren't immune to physical damage, Sacred Assault might work, but it doesn't boost magic damage. A mage taking this test could probably pass it just by using Fireball over and over. Thinking of that makes me think of Ruby. She could probably pass this test easily. I wonder if the twins have summoned her by now. How long has it been since I left the city? Trying to count the days, I realize I've lost track of time and have no actual idea how long I've been gone. At this point, my best guess is it has been at least a month, so Ruby should be back. I won't know for sure until I return to the city, but I still have a lot of things to finish before then. With that in mind, I go back to scrolling through my skill list. And that is when I realize I do have an AoE skill after all. Chapter 345, Lion's Roar. A skill I don't use very often because its main effect is fear, but it does do a small amount of damage. Moreover, as a beast skill, it doesn't use any sacred power, meaning I can use it freely. The skill description doesn't show a cooldown for the skill, but when I back away from the room and try it, I find there is one. It can only be used once every 30 seconds, but that isn't too bad. I can still use it freely. Its damage is tiny, but over the course of a few hours using it twice a minute, it will definitely add up. With this, I think I have a chance of killing all 10 elementals. Besides, it isn't a big deal if I fail. So I approach the room again and get ready. Looking around the room is a decent size, so I should be able to kite them easily. I will use Nightblade to focus on one elemental while backing in a circle around the room. This way, only one elemental at a time will be able to attack me, yet all 10 will be within the damage range of Lion's Roar. With my mind made up, I move into the room. Instead of waiting at 20 feet, I charge straight in. The elementals are spread out a little, so I wait until the furthest one is within 30 feet. At that point, all of them are within range, so I let loose with my first roar to test its effectiveness. As soon as I roar, I see immune messages above every elemental followed by 40 damage. Them being immune to fear doesn't surprise me in the least, but the double damage doesn't make sense until I realize a roar would count as sonic damage. Being made of rock, it is understandable for them to take double damage from sonic attacks. Now my confidence in winning is quite a bit higher, but I still start moving backwards slowly to keep from being surrounded. If they managed to surround me, even I would have trouble dodging all of their attacks. As long as I can avoid that, this battle should be simple, if long and boring. Luckily, the elementals aren't very intelligent. They try to come at me in a straight line. If any of them thought to go around the others, then I would be in trouble. As it is, all I have to do is keep backing up at a steady pace, and they just follow me like a bunch of ducklings. As I back away, I constantly attack the first elemental with my night blades, always hitting its chest. At the same time, every 30 seconds I use Lion's Roar to do damage to all of the elementals. Using this method, I defeat the first elemental after 30 minutes and start working on the second one. About an hour into the battle, something strange happens. I start to see HP bars above the elementals' heads. Seeing the immune message for fear and the damage dealt was already strange, but I thought it was part of the test system. Now that I am starting to see HP bars as if I was playing a game, it increases the weird factor by quite a bit. Although, it is really useful in this case. All the elementals have lost around an eighth of their HP so far just from the repeated roars. Now I know I am going to win this. Even if I run out of sacred power, I can just roar them to death. After all, they can't catch me unless I do something stupid, which I plan to avoid doing. Finally, the third elemental goes down. The second took me 26 minutes. The third took 24. Thanks to the roar slowly wearing them down, I can kill each one a little quicker. With 7 left to go, I might actually finish this before I run out of sacred power. Although, I will admit that after roaring so much, my throat is seriously starting to hurt. I am positive. This is the first time I have used this skill more than once or twice. It should definitely level up. If I trigger that skill boost again, Lion's Roar might even gain a couple of levels. If I had my choice, I would remove the fear effect and increase the damage. After all, most of the time I don't want my enemies running away. That means I have to chase them. That is the main reason I haven't used the skill more, but I doubt there is an option to let me edit a skill that would be way up. I will just have to wait and see what happens after I finish defeating all these elementals. While it is fun to think about the possibilities, I have no way of actually affecting the outcome. The fourth elemental dies after only 20 minutes. Only 6 more to go. Due to the pain in my throat, I start using Lion's Roar only once per minute. Even if the remaining 6 elementals take 20 minutes each, I will still be fine. In fact, at this point, I could stop using Lion's Roar altogether if I really wanted to. The main reason I don't is because this is boring, and I don't want to drag it out any more than I have to. The 5th elemental dies after 19 minutes, marking the halfway point. In total, I have been kiting them for around 2 hours, and I have enough sacred power for a little over 2 more hours. While I am getting tired, I am fairly sure I have enough stamina left to finish the fight. The remaining 5 elementals are already down by a quarter of their HP just from the constant roars. Although, after this fight, I have decided I am not going to challenge any of the other mage tests, unless I somehow acquired more spells. After all, the only reason I am able to pull this off is because the elementals are so slow. If I was fighting a faster monster, there is no way I could pull this kind of stunt off. By kiting the elementals like this, I am basically cheating the system, and I know it. However, that is not going to stop me from finishing this fight and taking full advantage of this test's rewards. After all, since I don't have a class and can't gain levels, my rank and my skills are the only way I can get stronger. The 6th and 7th elementals both die in around 18 minutes each. With only 3 left to go, I get a little impatient and start using Wind Slash to kill them faster. I only stop when I only have enough sacred power left to activate Nightblade one more time. The sudden burst damage allowed me to kill 2 more elementals in 20 minutes. Chapter 3, 46. Now I only have 1 elemental at half health. With my last Nightblade, I have 6 minutes to kill it. However, now I don't have to kite it anymore. So, once I summon my Nightblades, I stop running. Instead, I just dance around the elemental, easily avoiding its attacks as I attack it relentlessly. Says, opponents defeated, skill evolution and skill boost triggered. Oh, 2 effects. I can't wait to see what skill evolution does. Skill evolution, Lion's Roar becomes Lion's Rage. Lion's Rage level, 2 damage, 25 range, 30 feet taunts enemies within a 70-foot radius. It changed from a fear to a taunt? Fantastic. Ding ding ding, congratulations. Skill Lion's Rage has progressed to level 5. Lion's Rage level 5 damage, 50 range, 100 feet taunts, enemies within a 100-foot radius. Congratulations. Skill Mage Nightblade has progressed to level 5. Mage Nightblade level, 5 SP cost, 40 duration, 8 minutes DMG equals STRX3, a blade created with mental strength and mana. Congratulations. Skill Basic Evasion has progressed to level 3. Basic Evasion level, 3 AGI plus 30 reduces opponent's hit chance by 30%. Man, I really love these tests. says test completed. Congratulations on passing. You are now a mage, says special reward. For passing the test without taking any damage, your title of mage is upgraded to Magus, says title fusion triggered. Title fusion, Mage Knight, plus Magus new title, Magus Knight. Magus Knight upgradable, plus 10% to strength when wielding a melee weapon, plus 15% to intelligence when casting a combat spell. A bonus for completing the tests for both sides, I guess? When the notifications finally end, I find myself back in the gate room, and my nose instantly tells me there is food nearby. At the smell of food, my stomach decides to tell me how hungry I am. Yue says, "Welcome back, Ash!" To be honest, I was not expecting you to pass, but I am glad I was wrong. There is food here. I am sure you are hungry by now. Seeing the table laid out with food, I rush over and start eating before I say thanks to Yue. Between mouthfuls, I tell her about the test, how I passed it, and the rewards I got along the way. How long have I been gone? Yue says. Since you first entered the Night Mage test, a total of 5 hours have passed. It is just past lunchtime on the same day. Only 5 hours. I thought you said time dilation wasn't possible for the mages. Yue says, it wasn't the god of magic helped create these tests. They are far beyond anything the mortal mages could make, especially the higher tests. Like the captain's test, Yue says affirmative. That is why I want you to take a break before trying it. There is a book I think you should read first. Okay, I will trust you. I will head to the library after I finish eating. Yue says, I will have a sprite move the book to reading room 1 for you. Thank you. Once I have devoured every scrap of food, I head back down to the library. As promised, when I enter my reading room, there is a new book waiting for me. I am surprised to find how small the book is. It looks more like a diary than a normal book. Once I open the cover and start reading, I quickly understand. It is the journal of a Mage Knight. What is more, it is the Mage Knight's journal of when he took the Mage Knight Captain test. It turns out that the test is a lot more complicated than I was imagining. It actually takes you into a miniature world. In this world, you take on the position of a captain in a kingdom's army. According to the journal, you have 3 weeks to prepare once you enter before a monster army attacks. He also warns that trying to warn the people of the world of what is coming will make them think you are a lunatic. The test is based on how well you lead the troops under you, as well as your interactions with the people. Of course, your combat against the monsters matters as well, but not as much. The Mage Knight who wrote this journal managed to pass the test, but only with a C rating. According to this, the test rates you on all aspects to determine your score. The scores go from F to a A, and each has a different reward. Anything below C has a reward, but counts as a failure. Not only does the reward include skill benefits like the other tests, but it can also include items. The writer of the journal apparently received a new sword for his C grade, and from the description, it was a very nice sword. After reading this, I am even more convinced that I want to try the test, especially now that I have advanced knowledge. Knowing what is going to happen in the test beforehand is definitely cheating, but I am not going to object. Yue, thank you for this, but I still want to take the test. Yue says, I figured. Do you want to take it right now? No, I will have dinner with the others. Let's plan on me taking the test after breakfast. Yue says, okay, I will have the test ready. Speaking of dinner, it is ready. As soon as Yue is done speaking, I jump up and join the others in heading down to dinner. Even though it has only been a few hours since I ate last, I am already starving again. At least that won't be an issue inside the captain's test since there will be food inside. Yue, will the people inside the test have an issue with me not being human? Yue says, I actually do not know. No non-human has ever taken the test before. That could be a problem. Chapter 347. Yue says, unfortunately, I have no access to the inside of the tests. I will not be able to help you, nor can I tell you how things might change. So, I will just have to figure it out as I go. Yue says, affirmative. Well, no reason to worry about something I can't change, so I sit and eat dinner with the others. After dinner, to my surprise, Kachara follows me when I carry Asuna to my room. When I open the door, Kachara walks in and looks around. She seems curious. She also shows no sign of leaving, but that is fine. The huge bed should be big enough for her, too. Once Asuna and I get comfy on the bed, Ketchera gently nudges us towards the middle of the bed. When we have moved enough to satisfy her, she climbs onto the bed and curls around the both of us. Since she is so close, I am able to sense something different about her. When I check, I quickly find out she is just about to rank up. That explains her behavior. She is nervous and wants us close to reassure her. I pat her side and use a little of my power to help make sure the rank up goes smoothly. Then I spend the rest of my power on my own core before cuddling Asuna close and going to sleep. My morning wake up is me rudely hitting the floor. Looking up, I see that Kachara pushed me off the bed. Both of them are trying to look contrite, but I can easily tell they are laughing at me. Flipping myself up to my feet, I immediately tackle the both of them and start tickling them. For almost an hour we wrestle, mainly me and Kachara, with Asuna making sneak attacks. All in all, we have a ton of fun, and it only ends when Yui informs us that breakfast is ready. Kachara instantly runs off. Heading for the dining room, I quickly get dressed and follow. As I carry Asuna with me, I feed my power into her core. I have to use both arms to carry her now. After a delicious breakfast, I send the others off to the library, then I head up to the gate room. When I arrive in the gate room, I find the gate for the captain's test is already active and waiting. Yue probably started the activation sequence as soon as I left the dining hall. Since it is a higher ranked test, it probably needs more mana and time to open than the other tests. Yui, everything ready? Yui says. Affirmative. Good luck, Ash. Thank you. If I am gone more than a day, let the others know where I am so they don't worry. Yue says. I will. All right, see you soon. With that, I walk straight into the waiting gate and let it suck me in. This trip is more intense than the others. When I can see again, I find myself in a small but well-furnished stone room. Walking over to the lone window, I can see a castle yard, and beyond that, a decent-sized town. Looking around the room, I find a diary on the table next to the bed. When I read it, I get my backstory. As far as the people here are concerned, I am some type of monster that was found as a baby. An old retired soldier found me and raised me. Many people fear me because I am not human. Also, even though I am a captain, I have been placed in charge of the lowest ranked soldiers in the army. In total, I have 50 soldiers under my command, and they are basically the misfits and leftovers the other captains didn't want. This is going to make the test even more challenging than what the Mage Knight described in his journal. Again, like the other tests, none of my own equipment came with me, including Blitz. However, thanks to the other tests, I am already used to this and have figured out how to fight without my gear just fine. The main problem I am going to have is the other tests aspects, especially the leadership part. I basically have 3 weeks to turn a bunch of misfits into a crack combat team that can hold its own against the monsters. As if that wasn't difficult enough. According to the diary, I am poor, and the troops only get leftovers and broken equipment, at least as far as the people here know I was just recently promoted, so I won't have any issues about my character suddenly changing. The more I read, the more I start to think of the people of this world as NPCs in a game. In fact, this entire test may as well be a huge VR game as far as I can tell. It was just done with magic rather than technology. Taking another look outside, I determine that it is shortly after dawn. Guess I should get started. Luckily, the end of the diary has several detailed maps, so I won't have to worry about getting lost. After memorizing the maps, I leave my room and head to the barracks assigned to my troops. When I enter the barracks, I see my troops lazing about. Most of them are still asleep. On your feet. My sudden yell has them panicking instantly. As they react to my presence, I can see fear in their eyes. It isn't the fear of a commanding officer. It is the fear of someone who suddenly comes face to face with a beast. Looks like me just not being human is enough to make this test a lot harder than it is supposed to be. Everyone, get into your armor and line up outside. You have 5 minutes. As I walk back outside, I hear them moving and a low conversation starts. Since my hearing is much better than a human's, I am able to hear every word. A lot of it is griping and complaining, but some of it is the spread of rumors about me. Apparently, according to the rumors, I will kill and eat anyone who displeases me. Normally this would bother me, but right now it will actually be useful. It will keep them from disobeying. Turning them into decent troops is going to be hard enough without having them working against me. Chapter 348. Since I already have my armor and weapons on, I spend the 5 minutes looking around at the castle. It is a very small castle, more of a large fort in my opinion, but it is well maintained. There are only 500 troops stationed here, under the command of 10 captains. Each captain has a 50-man troop, and the troops are rated based on strength and numbered accordingly. Of course I am the 10th captain, and my troop is the 10th troop. Personally, I am probably stronger than the other 9 captains combined, but rankings are based on troop strength. In order for me to have an effect on the war that is coming, I will first need to raise my troops' rank. If I can do that, then the other captains will at least listen to me when the battle starts. As I watch the first of the troops rush out of the barracks and line up, I quickly realize it is going to take a lot of work. They are obviously not in top shape, and what is worse, I can tell from how they move that they aren't well trained. Their combat potential is extremely low. I could kill all 50 of them in a minute or two. Once the last one has joined the line, I order them to follow me and set off at a slow jog. I lead them out of the castle grounds and through the town. By then, they are already panting heavily. Once we are outside of town, I stop and let them catch their breath for 2 minutes. Then I lead them in a slow circle around the town. Well, slow for me anyway. About halfway around the town, I notice several of my men are starting to fall behind. So, I ordered the soldier in first place to continue around the town while I stopped to let everyone pass me by. Instead of saying anything to the ones at the back, I just wait for them to pass me as well. Once the last soldier has moved past me, I start moving. As I move up behind the slowpokes, I let out a terrifying growl. Amazingly, the exhausted soldiers in front of me suddenly find their second wind and take off running. They are acting like some ferocious beast is chasing them or something. With just a little gentle prodding, all of the soldiers manage to complete the run. I then lead them at a walk through the town and back to the castle. For some reason, a lot of the town's people are giving the soldiers looks of pity. All right, you can rest for the rest of the day. I'll see you again tomorrow morning. The soldiers, who have all collapsed to sit or lay on the ground, suddenly look like someone told them they were about to die. I admit I am having fun already. At least this test isn't going to be boring. After leaving the troops, I walk around the castle to take a look at the other troops. Most of them are currently training, which lets me get a good idea of their strength. While all 9 troops are currently stronger than mine, I am surprised to find they are all only basic troops. Each troop has 10 archers, while the rest are all trained as swordsmen. No mages or mounted troops. Even the swordsmen are only split between sword and shield and 2-handed sword users. What surprises me the most is I don't see a single spear or polearm anywhere. Not only do those weapons provide greater reach, but they are much easier to master than the sword. Since I have some time, I head to the castle's library. I want to see if I can learn more about this kingdom. After spending a few hours in the library, I give up. There seems to be no useful information. Since I haven't eaten yet, I head for the main hall, which has tables laid out for the troops to eat at. After getting a tray of food, I look around. Quite a few soldiers are eating lunch already. When I spot the captain of the 3rd troop, I decide to see if I can learn anything from him. When I walk over, the captain looks up at me, and I am glad to see no fear in his eyes. "May I join you?" Shard says. "Sure, I am Captain Shard, 3rd troop." "Ash, 10th troop," Shard says. "Oh, I am aware of who you are. Everyone in the castle knows who you are. After all, you are the only beast in the army." "I guess that is true. Mind if I ask you a few questions while we eat?" Shard says. "Sure, why not?" "Okay. First off, is there any rule about our troops using weapons other than swords and bows?" Shard says. "Other weapons?" "No, there is no rule against it. But you will have a hard time finding other weapons for your troops. Also, anything like that you will have to pay for out of your own pocket?" "Fair enough. When is the next competition to determine the troop rankings?" Shard says 2 weeks from tomorrow. "Excellent. Is there any combat between captains to determine strength?" Shard says. "Not really. You can challenge other captains if you want to show off your strength, but it doesn't matter to the rankings." Disappointing. "What about using mounts?" Shard says. "While it is technically allowed, it will never happen. Only nobles can afford to keep horses." "Oh, it is that expensive," Shard says. "Yes. There are no horse breeders in our kingdom. All horses must be imported." "Too bad. All right. Any good ways for a captain to make some money on the side?" Shard says. "Not unless you can convince a noble to back your troop." "Yeah, Not likely. Shard says, true? Well, if you need some personal funds, there might be another way. Oh, what would that be? Shard says. If you don't mind risking your life, you can always join the Adventurers Guild. Is there one in town? Shard says, yes, it is on the east side of town. Thank you for the information. Shard says, no problem. We are on the same side after all. I wish everyone else thought that way. Shard says, you just became a captain. Give everyone time to get used to you. Thanks. After quickly finishing my food and thanking Shard again, I leave the castle and head to the east side of town. Even though I memorized the town map, it didn't really show the differences in buildings. It is only as I wander the east side of town, I realize all the buildings here are better built and bigger than the rest of town. Chapter 3, 49. When I see some larger houses with fences around them, I realize this must be where the nobles live. It is also where the various guilds have their buildings, which are 2 or 3 stories. Luckily, there are only a few such buildings, so the Adventurers Guild is easy to find. In total, there are 3 3-story buildings: the Blacksmiths Guild, the Merchant Guild, and the Adventurers Guild. The 2-story buildings belong to the other guilds of the town, but I don't pay them much attention. Instead, once I identify the Adventurers Guild, I head straight for it, although the Blacksmiths Guild does somewhat interest me. When I walk into the Adventurers Guild, all the noise instantly stops, and I find hundreds of eyes focused on me. Looking around, I feel more like I walked into a tavern in the Wild West, rather than a guild. In fact, the main room is set up like a tavern, and all the adventurers are the ones staring at me. If I wasn't wearing a captain's armor and rank insignia, I am fairly sure I would have already been attacked. There is a lot of hostility in the gazes directed at me, but that makes sense since adventurers hunt monsters. As I look around, I meet all of the most hostile gazes, and I do so without flinching. The hostile adventurers seem surprised that I am not showing any fear of them. After another minute of staring at me, they turn away and resume their conversations. Now that I am not the center of attention, I look around again. Seeing a reception desk, I walk over. Lily says, "Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. My name is Lily. How can I help you, Captain?" "I would like to register to become an adventurer," Lily says. Really? Excuse me, but I am not sure if a non-human can join the guild. Please wait here. I will ask my superior. Lily quickly runs off. As she does, I can hear a lot of comments from the adventurers who overheard our conversation. The fact that I want to join the guild quickly spreads through the room along with comments about my guts. There are also a lot of unflattering comments, but I choose to ignore those. After about 10 minutes, Lily returns. Lily says, "So sorry for the wait. The decision has been made that if the army can accept you, then so can we? Good. Then I would like to register right now if that is possible." Lily says, "Of course. Just fill out this form, please." Luckily, the form is simple to fill out using the information I learned from the diary. Lily says, "Okay, with that done, we just need to test your ability. Please place your hand on this crystal ball." Placing my hand on the crystal she places on the counter, I can't help but wonder how it is going to react. Considering it is a magic item, I am careful not to let my sacred power leak out. Who knows what that would do? As soon as I touch it, a bright light bursts out of the crystal, blinding me for a second. Lily says, "Oh, wow, that is the strongest reaction I have ever seen. Normally, a new adventurer starts at grade F, but with that reaction, you will start as a grade C adventurer." Okay, great. Anything else I need to do? Lily says, "The only thing left to do is pay for your registration and membership. The total will be 1 gold. Since 1 gold is the total money I started with in this world, I am guessing that this was planned. I take out my money and place it on the counter before Lily. It is painful, but necessary. After taking my money, Lily hands me a badge with the adventurer logo on it and a big silver C. Lily says, "Let me officially welcome you to the Adventurers Guild." Thank you. Which way is the quest board? Lily says, "The hall to your right is the quest hall. It contains both the quest boards and the redemption counter." All right. Thank you, Lily. My pleasure, Captain. Turning to my right, I head for the doorway Lily pointed out to me. Walking in, I find even more adventurers. Again, when I walk in, all eyes turn to me. To avoid trouble, I pin the badge to my chest as everyone watches. After that, everyone pretty much ignores me, so I turn to look at the quest boards. One entire wall of the hall is lined with 7 large boards, all of which have papers pinned up all over them. Each board also has a letter above it. The one closest to me is F, and the rest proceed in order with the last one being S. Not wanting to waste any time, I head for the C board to take a look at the available quests. The quests can be separated into 3 types: kill, collect, and escort, although I instantly ignore the escort quests. Playing various games in my last life left me with a severe hatred of escort quests. Instead of reading the details of over 50 quests, I simply glance over all of them until I find the one that pays the most. Quest: Slay the Ogre. Reward 50 gold. I quickly grab the page and head over to the counter and hand the sheet to a very cute female half-elf. When I tell her I would like to accept the quest, she simply checks my badge and then hands me a new paper after taking the quest sheet. The new paper she hands me contains more details and a rough map showing where the ogre was spotted. After confirming my acceptance of the quest, I take a look at the map. Then I head out of town and towards the northwest. As I am walking, I glance at the details of the quest, and it turns out there is a bonus if I reclaim an item. Basically, if I bring back the ogre's head, I get 50 gold. If I also bring back a specific sword as well, I get 75 gold. That is a good start, but I figure I will need several hundred gold at least to properly outfit my troops. So as not to waste time, as soon as I am out of sight of the city, I take off running. It only takes me about 30 minutes to reach the area shown on the map. Now I just have to find the ogre. Chapter 350. Considering the ogre got a bounty on it for attacking travelers on the road, it will probably be easier to lure it out. So I slow to a walk and start whistling as I head down the middle of the road. After about 5 minutes, I spot a large boulder flying at me, so I step out of the way. The ogre, which stands about 20 feet tall, roars in anger when it misses me, which makes me laugh. Now that I know where the ogre is, no need to waste time. I activate Nightblade and charge at the ogre. It seems surprised by this. I guess it is used to people running away. As I get closer, the ogre picks up its club, basically a tree trunk, and takes a swing at me. The ogre is massive and insanely strong, but it is slow. So slow, it looks like it is moving in slow motion to me. At this point, I kind of feel like I am about to bully the ogre since it is so slow compared to me. Since it is being so helpful in providing a ramp, I jump onto the club and run up it. From there, I run across its hand and up its arm. It hasn't even realized I have moved by the time I run up to its upper arm. This gets me high enough to jump to its shoulder. Then a few steps puts me next to its neck. Once there, I start spinning. As I spin, my 2 night blades easily start cutting through the ogre's neck and fountains of blood spray out. Due to how massive the ogre is, it takes me about 15 strikes to sever its head. With my spin, it only takes about 2 seconds to complete these strikes. The ogre dies without making a sound. The ogre's fall makes some noise, though. With a massive boom, a huge cloud of dust is kicked up. Leaving the ogre where it is for now, I start following its tracks, looking for its lair. After all, I need to at least check for the sword. The massive footprints are not hard to follow, and in a few minutes, I arrive at a huge cave entrance. As I approach the entrance of the cave, I am suddenly assaulted. The smell of filth and putrefaction coming from the cave is intense. It is even worse for me since I have a sensitive sense of smell. It feels like the ogre just punched me in the nose. I am forced to spend a few minutes in agony before my sense of smell deadens enough for me to step into the cave. As soon as I step inside, I can see the source of the smell. There is a huge pile of corpses. The pile consists of the bodies of cattle and humans and other unidentifiable things. What is worse is all of them have been partially eaten. Even I have trouble keeping from puking my guts up. Automatically, I give up on searching through that pile. If I can't find the sword outside the pile, then I will just give up on the bonus. Ignoring the pile, I start moving around the cave, searching through all the equipment scattered around. Luckily, I am able to find the sword I am looking for, along with a dozen others. While I could probably find even more valuables in the pile, I refuse to touch it. My mental endurance has a limit, and touching that foulness would surpass that limit. So instead, I continue poking around the rest of the cave to make sure I haven't missed anything. kicking an old beat-up backpack out of the way, I find yet another well-crafted sword. After picking it up, as I am stepping away, I realize there is a faint mana trace clinging to my foot. My attention immediately turns to the backpack I kicked. When I pick it up, I feel a fairly strong amount of mana flowing through it. When I open the backpack and start pulling things out, all I find are common use items like rope and bandages. So I turn my attention to the backpack itself. Using my mana sense, I probe the backpack. To my surprise, not only is it enchanted, but it is a bag of holding. A total jackpot since I don't have my pouch in the test. The backpack will be especially useful in taking the ogre's head back with me to prove I killed it. It also means I won't have to leave behind any of the loot I have found so far. I quickly put all the swords and other things of value into the backpack and sling it on my back before leaving the cave. As I hoped, the backpack is able to contain the ogre's head, meaning my trip back will be much easier. As I am about to head back to town, a thought occurs to me, but I am not sure if it will work. Since the only way to find out is to try, I turn back to the ogre's corpse and start cutting open its chest. The ogre doesn't have a core, which is disappointing, but not surprising. It does, however, have a heart, which I remove and take a bite out of. Fortunately, the taste isn't too bad, and I am able to slowly eat the thing. After 24 bites, I am rewarded, Devour activated. Plus 10 strength. Well, the reward wasn't all that impressive. Still, at least I know it works in here. Immediately, I toss the rest of the heart away and start back towards town. I remember there being a stream not too far from here. As soon as I get there, I stop to clean up. After all, going back to town covered in blood won't do anything but make the fear of me even worse. When I return to the Adventurers Guild, I immediately head to the quest hall's redemption counter. The adventurers in the hall are all giving me pitying looks. They think I am giving up on the quest. I can't really blame them for jumping to that conclusion. After all, I only accepted the quest 3 hours ago. The looks on their faces when I pull the ogre's head out of the backpack are absolutely priceless. Most of them have their mouths wide open, and their eyes look like they are about to pop out of their skulls. Even the girl behind the counter looks shocked and amazed as she stares at the ogre's head. Chapter 351. Maple Leaf says, "That is amazing. That quest was about to be upgraded to grade B. I can't believe you completed it, and so fast. I also recovered this sword." Maple Leaf says, "All right, I will confirm both the quest and the bonus are completed. Your reward is 75 gold. Here you go." "Thank you." As soon as she hands me the gold, I pocket it and head over to the grade C quest board. After killing the ogre, I realize something. Since the kingdom is going to be attacked by monsters, I might be able to weaken the attack by killing them beforehand. So, as I am looking at the quests, aside from the reward, I also pay attention to the enemies. If I can clear dangerous monsters out of the area around the kingdom, the monster army that attacks should be a lot weaker. At least that is my hope. The money I earn will also come in handy. When I spot a goblin extermination quest, my eyes light up and the adventurers near me take a step back. As I snatch the notice off the wall and head over to the counter, all the adventurers are giving me weird looks. They probably don't understand why someone who is capable of killing an ogre would bother with goblins. What they aren't considering is how a simple goblin quest could make it all the way up to the grade C board. While I have an intense hatred of goblins, that is not why I am taking this quest. It is the fact that the quest states that over 1,000 goblins have been confirmed. Not only is the reward for the quest 100 gold, but there is also a bonus bounty of 1 silver per G-oblin. While it may only be an extra 10 gold for killing the 1,000 goblins, I have a feeling there are more. I also can't help but think that there is more to these goblins. After all, goblins don't normally form hordes. In D&D, monster hordes would use goblins as scouts and cannon fodder. That is why I am interested. I think this horde of goblins is the advanced force for the monster army that is going to attack the kingdom. So not only will killing them weaken the monster army, but it will also prevent them from weakening the kingdom. With all this running through my mind, I reach the redemption counter and place the quest page on the counter. I wish to accept this quest. Maple Leaf says, "Are you sure? This may be a grade C quest, but it is also a group quest. It is not meant for a single person to attempt. In fact, this quest should probably be handed over to the army." Well, I am part of the army, and yes, I still want to accept this quest. Maple Leaf says, "Very well. If you are sure, here, This map shows all reported sightings of the goblins. Also, this crystal will record every goblin's death. This is to prove completion, and also for the bounty. Can this crystal record more than 1,000? Maple Leaf says, yes, it has no limit. Good, thank you. Taking the map and crystal, I leave the guild and again head out of town. Looking at the map along with the times of the sightings, it is obvious the goblins are moving. The first sightings were in the northeast of the kingdom, and every sighting since has been further southwest. If they continue on their current path, they will soon reach one of the villages that provides food to the town. If the goblins destroy that village, it will make the town's supply situation worse during the monster invasion. As soon as I am out of the town, I choose the road leading to the village and take off running. The village comes in sight after about a half-hour run. The sun is just barely starting to set. Since goblins are mostly active at night, I will have an easier time hunting them at night. Instead of heading into the village, I stop and sit beneath a tree to rest while I wait for night to fall. The goblins' main force should still be a day or two from reaching the village based on the last sighting. However, there should be scouting parties ahead of the main force. They may even already be near the village. So once night has fully fallen, I get up and start circling the village, and it doesn't take long before I smell goblins. Following my nose soon leads me to a group of 8 goblins, a small scout party. From their actions, it is easy to tell that they just woke up and they aren't worried at all. They don't even have a sentry posted, so they don't even know I am there until I actually attack. Of course, by then, it is far too late for them. I move through them like a wind of death. All 8 are dead in a matter of seconds. I didn't even need to use my Nightblade. I don't even bother checking their corpses. I just move off into the night looking for more goblins. Circling the village, I find a dozen such scouting parties, not one of which offers any resistance to me. If it wasn't goblins, I would feel like a bully. But since it is goblins, I feel great. By the time I am done circling the village, the crystal Maple Leaf gave me shows I am just under 200 kills. Now that I am fairly sure the village is safe for the moment, I turn and head northeast. After killing a few more scouting parties, I finally come across a larger group. They are actually marching down the road towards the village. How brave of them. Of course, since there are over 500 goblins, that explains their bravery. Luckily for me, they are just marching grouped up and not in any kind of formation. That means I can keep any of them from escaping. So I drop down from a tree and land in the middle of them. Then I use Lion's Rage. Chapter 352. A lot of weaker goblins die just from the skill. All the others instantly go insane and charge at me. Using my night blades, I start dancing through them. Every goblin I pass dies. Thanks to the taunt of Lion's Rage, none of them try to run away. 5 minutes later, none are left alive. I am lucky I took the quest when I did. If I had waited one more day, the village would have been wiped out by this group. Not to mention, this is just an advance raiding party. There are definitely more than just 1,000 goblins, which should mean there are other parties in the area to collect food for the main force. For the rest of the night, I roam the area hunting down more scouting and foraging parties. By the time the sun starts to rise, the crystal shows I am at almost 2,000 kills already. After stopping at a stream to clean up, I run back to town. I have troops to train after all. When I arrive at my troops' barracks, I find them all fully geared and standing in 2 lines. Seeing them already prepared, I smile and move to stand in front of them. For the next 10 minutes, I show them how to stretch properly so that they don't injure themselves. Then I lead them on another run around the town. This time, I don't have to scare anyone into keeping up. While they are all exhausted by the time we return to the barracks, they are better off than they were yesterday. After they catch their breaths, I lead the way to the main hall so we can all get some food. The other troop members that are already there eating when we enter all turn to stare at me. For the most part, I ignore them, but I overhear enough comments to know they are all talking about me killing an ogre. I am fairly surprised that word has spread so fast. There must be members of the troops that are also in the Adventurers Guild. As I eat, I listen to my troops chatter. It seems they are very motivated to rank higher. They don't like being considered the weakest troop. And even though they hate my training already, they also want to get stronger. Considering I haven't really started training them yet, I can't help but chuckle at their comments. Once everyone is done eating, I let them have an extra half hour before leading them back to the barracks. Then, I spend the next 2 hours teaching them strength-building exercises. By the time I am done, they are exhausted again. So I tell them to rest for the rest of the day, and that I will see them tomorrow morning. After leaving the castle, I head back to the guild district and find the Leatherworkers Guild. It takes a while before I manage to talk to someone who can actually do what I ask. However, when I leave the guild, although my 75 gold is gone, I have ordered 50 sets of custom-made armor lining. My next stop is the Blacksmith's Guild, where it only takes a few minutes to get to talk to a master blacksmith. After describing what I want, including some sketches I did, I use the other swords and valuables I got from the ogre as a deposit. I will still owe the guild another 150 gold by the time my order is complete, but that will take a week at least. Once I am done with the goblins, I should be able to pay that off fairly easily. I may even have money left over. It will all depend on how many goblins I manage to find. After all, every 1,000 goblins is an extra 10 gold. If I turned in the quest right now, I would get almost 120 gold. And I haven't even found the main force yet. Since I have a few more hours before the sun goes down, I head for the village. After I circle around the village, I find a nice spot and take a nap under a tree. I wake up right as the sun is going down, so I get up and start searching for more goblins. By now, the main force has realized something is wrong. So instead of scouting parties, I find much stronger search parties. Each one has between 1 to 200 goblins in it, but they don't stand a chance. Thanks to Lion's Rage, not a single goblin escapes my blades. In fact, they all run to me to die. The upgrade from Fear to a Taunt is the most useful thing that has happened to any of my skills. Normally, the goblins would run before half of them were dead. Now I don't have to chase any of them. Within the first hour of night, I managed to find and eliminate a dozen search parties. This puts me over 3,000 kills so far. It also puts me in a very good mood. If I can find and kill another 2,000 goblins, I will make enough to pay the Blacksmith's Guild what I owe them. Taking a look at the map, I can pretty much figure out where the main force should be. But, as I do, I notice something else. In the hills to the north of me, there is a mark for a mining outpost. If the goblins noticed it, they probably sent a force to wipe it out. As soon as I realize that, I jump to my feet and start running towards the outpost. Hopefully, I can get there before the goblins and ambush them. If not, then I will have to avenge the miners. When I reach a hill overlooking the camp, I can see that it is still intact, but I also see movement around it. Sure enough, goblins are currently surrounding the camp. With no time to spare, I run down the hill. The goblins see me coming, and a group moves to intercept me, but they only send 20. They don't even slow me down. Chapter 353. The goblins surrounding the camp thought 20 of their number would kill me, so they turn their attention back to the camp, meaning I take them by surprise when I suddenly show up amongst them and start killing. Seeing me killing their comrades, they start gathering around me trying to overwhelm me. As soon as I see the first one turn to run, I use Lion's Rage. All the ones in range go insane. Unfortunately, there were still a lot of goblins outside the range, and they all start running away. All the noise has alerted the Meaner's outpost. Some of the goblins that ran that way get killed by the guards. In all, a little under 300 get away, while I kill a little over 200. When the guards come with torches and see me surrounded by so many corpses, they look terrified. Only after I show my captain's badge and my adventurer's badge do they settle down and thank me, only giving the guards the briefest of waves I take off after the fleeing goblins. Killing the fleeing goblins is easy, at least the ones I managed to find. By my count, I am still missing 100 goblins. Goblins are small and light. They don't leave much in the way of tracks. Not that I am a professional tracker or anything. While hunting the missing goblins, I almost walk into the main force. If they weren't making so much noise, I would have. After climbing a tree, I am finally able to see the main force, and it is basically an army. A rough count shows over 5,000 goblins, as well as around 1,000 orcs. Currently, they have stopped their march. The goblins that escaped me are currently reporting to an orc. He must be the leader of this force, but getting to him certainly won't be easy. 6,000 opponents is a little much for me to deal with on my own, at least all at once. However, as I watch, the orc issues, new orders, and 2,000 goblins split off from the main force. They start heading towards the mining outpost. 2,000 is still a lot, but I think I can manage it. So I drop down from the tree and quickly move ahead of the goblins. After moving a decent distance from the main force, I climb another tree and wait for the goblins to arrive. Luckily, they followed the route I thought they would, and they soon arrive at the tree I am hidden in. As they march past, I wait until the middle of the column arrives, and then I drop down amongst them. Dozens die before the rest of the force even realizes it is under attack. Then they start swarming towards me. There are far too many attacking me for me to be able to dodge all of them, so I quickly activate storm armor. This way, those that do manage to hit me die from electrocution, but I am still getting hit. While hundreds of goblins are dying, my HP is also falling rapidly. Not to mention my captain's armor is getting trashed. If I didn't have Sacred Touch, I would probably die against this many goblins. But unless I run out of sacred power, I am fine. I can't imagine how this fight must look from the outside, with me cutting down dozens of goblins every second. As soon as I see the first goblin turn to run, I quickly activate Lion's Rage. I don't want any to escape. Unfortunately, there are quite a few goblins still outside the range of the taunt's range. In all, about 500 goblins run. What is worse is they are all running towards the main force, and I still have a lot of goblins to kill, so I can't chase them. Hiding, congratulations! Skill Swordmaster has progressed to level 3. Swordmaster level 3. Star plus 30 damage, plus 115% speed, plus 12%. Unable to do anything but watch as the goblins escape. I take out my frustration on those that Lion's Rage taunted. By the time there are no more goblins for me to kill, I am left panting for breath. I have never used Sword Dance for such a long time before. It is really exhausting. Still, having managed to kill over 1,500 goblins all by myself is quite the achievement. Looking down at myself, I really miss my cleaning crystal. The goblin's green blood smells horrible. After catching my breath, I start walking in the direction of the main force. I need to see what they are planning next. When I catch up to them, I find that they are marching again, and there are more than there should be. After counting again, my only guess is that the commander recalled all the scout and search parties. With 1,000 orcs and almost 5,000 goblins grouped together, there isn't much I can do against them. What is worse is they are marching towards the village. If I don't do something, they will reach it by dawn. Even if I returned to town and got the army to mobilize, I doubt they could get to the village in time. Not to mention any casualties the army suffers now will make a huge difference when the real invasion comes. Well, I guess I have to figure out something on my own. I either need to kill them or stop them. Killing the commander would be the easiest way. Without a leader, they should fall into chaos. The problem is how to get to him. My longest range attack is wind slash at 35 feet. There are a lot of goblins and orcs I would have to get through to get within 35 feet of him. If I can't kill him, then my next best option is to get the army to chase me, hit and run. Unable to think of a better option, I decide to give it a try. So I take off running towards the army's rear. The screams of the goblins I cut down echo through the night and cause the army to stop. After killing over 24 goblins, I turn and run into the forest before I get surrounded. As I run, I look back and find a couple of hundred goblins are chasing me. I was expecting more. With so few chasing me, I immediately slow down. I don't want them to give up after all. As soon as the goblins are several hundred feet from the main force, I suddenly do a 180 and charge into them. I quickly cut my way into the middle of them and use Lion's Rage. Then I kill them all. Chapter 354. As soon as the last one dies, I run back to check on the army. They have started marching again. It is obvious the goblins are nervous, but they are still moving towards the village. Running, I quickly circle the army and attack them again from a different direction. Each time I attack, at least 200 goblins chase after me, and the army stops for at least a few minutes. My guess is the commander is having trouble keeping the goblins in line. At least I hope so. At this rate, I am not wearing down their numbers very fast. Since the orcs are set on trying to ignore me on my next attack, I don't turn and run. Instead, I cut my way through the goblins until I get within 35 feet of the orcs. Then, I use Wind Slash twice to kill 2 of the orcs before turning and cutting my way back out of the army. This time, as I dash into the woods, I see 500 goblins chasing me, and I can hear a lot of roaring coming from the army. While the orcs might not care how many goblins I kill, it is a different matter if I start killing them. When I am done killing the 500 goblins, I take a 5-minute break to catch my breath before heading back to the army. To my delight, the army hasn't moved. In fact, it looks like the orcs are arguing amongst themselves. The goblins are all watching the orcs argue. They have their backs turned to the forest where I am hidden. I just can't pass up such an opportunity, so I rush out and start slaughtering the goblins. As I do, I notice there seem to be two distinct groups of orcs. One group is backing the commander, so as I cut down goblins, I edge towards this group, then I use Lion's Rage and turn and run into the forest. Not only do around 100 goblins chase me, but also about 50 orcs as well. Due to my positioning when I used Lion's Rage, all of the orcs that are chasing me are from the group that supports the commander. It is my hope that by weakening his support, I can instigate chaos amongst the orcs. This should slow them down and also make it easier for me to kill them all, or at least most of them. Once I lead the group chasing me far enough away, I turn around and begin the massacre. The orcs are harder to kill than goblins, and they are able to do more damage to me, but it isn't enough to save them. If I went up against the full 1,000 orcs, I would probably die, but in small groups, they are just training dummies to me. When I return to check on the army, I find that things have changed a lot. The army split. 500 orcs and 2,000 goblins are marching back the way they came. A little under 500 orcs and 1,000 goblins are following the commander towards the village. The ones retreating must have disagreed with the commander. This result is even better than I was hoping. Now that the army is split, I will have a much easier time killing all of them. So I quickly run ahead of the commander's group and get ready to ambush them. The goblins don't worry me, so I will focus on the orcs first. After climbing a tree, I wait patiently. I continue waiting as the goblins pass under my hiding spot. I don't make my move until the orcs are below me. I kill 2 orcs as I drop down from above, then immediately spin and kill another 4. Before the orcs even know what is going on, over a dozen have fallen, and I start cutting my way free of them. It would still be a little much to take on all of them at once, so I slaughter my way through the goblins and vanish into the forest. A roar from the commander stops those that were chasing me, so I quickly circle around the force and attack from the other side. For the next hour, I continuously launch hit and runs from various directions. Not only do I keep them from advancing, but I slowly wear down their numbers. Now there are only about 300 orcs left and about the same amount of goblins. They are currently huddled together in the middle of a field of corpses. There is no way for me to approach without being seen, which has limited my ability to kill them and escape. However, now that their numbers are lower, I don't have to be as careful. After activating Storm Armor and Mage Nightblade, I charge the goblins. Instead of attacking and running, this time I cut my way to the orcs and then use Lion's Rage. With all of them in range, they all go insane and do everything they can to kill me. During this fight, I get hit and take quite a bit of damage, but nothing. I can't heal up easily enough. One of the first orcs I kill is the commander. Without him, they have no hope of regaining their senses. After that, it is simply a matter of wearing them down until there isn't a single one left alive. Once the last one dies, I sit on the commander's corpse and rest for a good 10 minutes or so. Then I stand up and set off in the opposite direction from the village. After all, there are still more goblins. I certainly don't want them to rejoin the main force that sent them and report about me. It takes me almost an hour to catch up to them. They are moving as fast as they can. I still have 2 hours until dawn, so I quickly launch an attack against the rear of their force. As soon as I appear, shock and fear spreads through all of the goblins and orcs. It is fairly satisfying, but it also presents a problem since they are more likely to turn and run. I don't have time to chase them all down if they scatter, but I also can't kill all of them in one go. Since the orcs are less likely to scatter, I focus on killing as many goblins as I can before I have to retreat. Chapter 355. Of course, I don't retreat far. I simply move around to attack from a different direction. Although these constant hit-and-run battles are making me use a lot more sacred power. I am not sure if I am going to be able to finish off all the goblins before I run out. The armor and weapons that I was given as a captain are already broken beyond repair. Once I run out of sacred power and can't use Nightblade anymore, I will have to give up on killing the rest. Well, I suppose if there are only a few left, I can always kill them with my bare hands. So I take more risks than I should, just to kill as many as I can before I run out of sacred power. I am also running out of time. Once dawn comes, I need to head back to the castle to train my troops. So since it doesn't cost sacred power, I use Lion's Rage more. Using it twice kills most of the goblins in range. It also means that I won't have to chase as many down, saving me time and energy. As I ruthlessly slaughter the goblins, there is a huge grin on my face. This is fun. I couldn't have managed to do this before arriving at the Great Tower. The benefits from the tests are incredible. Not only are my skills more powerful now, but they are also more versatile. I can adapt to most combat situations now fairly easily, and the damage I can do has gone up as well. If I can continue to grow at this rate, then even if I can't match them in rank, I should still be able to stand against a demon lord. My constant movement from using Blade Dancer is making it really hard for them to surround me. As long as I continue to have room to move, the goblins don't stand a chance against me. Even the orcs have trouble keeping up with my movements. Half the time they die without realizing I went past them. There are still too many of them for me to kill all in one go. I have to run away from time to time. Sword dance takes up way more stamina than normal fighting. I have to catch my breath from time to time. That, and it is easier to heal myself when I am not in the middle of a bunch of enemies. If I didn't have a healing spell, there is no way I could survive going against this many enemies. Using meditation, I would waste hours healing myself. Plenty of time for them to run away. As it stands, there are about 1,000 goblins left, and I still have another hour until dawn. The problem I am facing is I only have a few hundred sacred power left. I can't afford to retreat anymore. So, after refreshing my armor and swords, I have enough left to heal myself one more time, and then I am out of power. As I charge into the goblins, I use Lion's Rage repeatedly, preventing the goblins from running and killing them every 2 times I use it. With no more time or energy, this is going to be the last fight. If my health drops too low, I will run. I do my best to move around between using Lion's Rage. I want to taunt all of the goblins. That way none of them will run away. I hope to finish this right here and now by killing all of them. At this point, it isn't about the quest or even protecting the village. I want to see just how far I can go. At this point, I am not even thinking about the fact that I am inside a test. I want to test my own limits. Since this is a test where I can't die, it is the perfect place to find out just how far I can currently go. While individually, goblins and orcs may not be a worthy opponent. In enough numbers, they can be very dangerous. However, for training purposes, they are perfect. Knowing how to fight against overwhelming numbers is very important. The worst that can happen here is I fail the test and have to wait a while before I can retake it. None of these thoughts slow down my swords. Every second, more and more goblins die under them. Between my attacks and Lion's Rage, the goblins are dying so fast that even I can't keep track of the numbers, so it comes as a complete surprise when I suddenly run out of goblins to kill. Looking around, all I see are corpses. Nothing is moving except the leaves in the wind. Even all of the orcs are dead, but I don't remember killing them. I was just focusing on goblins. As I catch my breath, I see the sky starting to lighten. I made it with time to spare. Once I catch my breath, I start back towards town, only stopping at a stream to try and clean off. When I see the state of my armor and clothes, I realize that no matter what I do, I'm going to look horrible. So I give up and just head back to town. When I walk through town, everyone stops to stare at me. When I arrive before my barracks, my troops look at me like they have seen a ghost. I explain to them that I was completing a quest and then lead them on our normal run. Once I am done training them and have had some food, I head over to the Adventurers Guild. Maple Leaf says, "Welcome back. Is there anything I can help you with?" "I am here to turn in the quest." After saying so, I place the crystal on the counter in front of Maple Leaf. Curious, she picks it up to examine it, and then she shouts so loud everyone can hear her. Maple Leaf yells, "It is over 9,000? As every adventurer in the hall turns to look at me, I give Maple Leaf an exasperated look. Maple Leaf says, "I am so sorry for causing such a commotion. Please wait here for a minute." She quickly leaves, and I am stuck standing there being stared at by everyone. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have come when there would be less adventurers around. Then again, this will cause rumors to spread and increase my reputation in both the guild and the town. Maple Leaf says, "Sorry for the wait. After confirming the crystal with my manager, we have decided to give you an extra bonus. With the bonus, your total for completing the quest is now 250 gold." Chapter 356. Well, that will help. Now I can pay what I owe the Blacksmith's Guild, and I will still have 100 gold to replace my equipment. Leaving the Adventurers Guild, I head over to the Blacksmith's Guild to pay what I owe and replace my gear. Since I am not human, I am not able to just buy new armor. Instead, I have to have it custom made. Since I have to wait for armor anyway, I decide to order some custom swords as well. The total price ends up being 150 gold, so I end up owing the guild 50 gold. But the custom work will take a few days. Since I haven't gotten much rest the past few days, I head back to the castle to recover. The next day after I am done training my troops, I return to the Adventurers Guild to look for a new quest. As I enter the guild, before I can head to the quest hall, Lily calls me over to the reception desk. Lily says, "Adventurer Ash, the manager would like to speak with you." Okay, sure, lead the way. Following Lily, I end up going upstairs into a new area of the guild. It looks like this is an area for employees only. Lily leads me to a waiting room and asks me to wait here before she returns downstairs. A few minutes later, a beautiful blue-haired woman walks in. Her hair is up in a ponytail, showing off her slightly pointed ears. Zimmy says, "Hello, I am Zimmy, the manager of this branch." "Hello, Zimmy, my name is Ash. Not to be rude, but are you a half-elf?" Zimmy says, "Yes, I am. Is that a problem?" "No, not at all. I only asked because I was curious." Zimmy says, "Then we are on equal footing, as I have never met a humanoid beast before." "Fair enough. So, may I ask why I am here?" Zimmy says, "Normally, an adventurer has to complete a certain number of quests to be promoted to the next grade. However, in your case, considering you dealt with 2 quests that should have been a higher grade, I have decided to promote you anyway." "So you are promoting me to a grade B adventurer," Zimmy says, "correct? Since you will be the first grade B adventurer this town has ever had, I wanted to tell you personally." "Oh, so the town hasn't had anything above grade C before this?" Zimmy says, "Number. So don't be surprised if you face jealousy and persecution because of your promotion." "No worries, I am used to it already." Zimmy says, "I thought you might be. It probably isn't as bad for me as it is for you, but I do understand some of what you face. Hopefully the fact that you are a captain in the army will help. I doubt it, but don't worry. I can handle myself." Zimmy says, "All right, here is your new badge. Feel free to come talk to me if you need anything at all." "Thank you." As I head back downstairs, I attach my new badge to my chest. Once again, I am the focus of all eyes when I return to the main floor. I see shock and incredulity on most of the faces when they spot my new rank badge. However, I ignore them and head for the quest hall. I want to take a look at the Grade B quest board. Again, as I enter the quest hall, I become the center of attention, but I ignore them as I head over and start reading the Grade B quests. Instead of choosing based on the payout, I am instead looking at the enemies listed. I want to kill off any monsters that are likely to join the invading monster army. After reading all 8 quests that are on the Grade B board, I decide to take the one dealing with Ettins. According to my knowledge from D&D, Ettins are 2-headed giants and are likely to work with the army. They are often used in monster armies as mobile siege weapons. They can easily destroy a castle's walls. According to the quest, they inhabit the hills in the east of the kingdom, and they frequently attack caravans on the trade road. Thanks to that, the quest reward is 500 gold, more than enough to pay for everything I want to buy. Taking down the quest notice, I take it over to the redemption counter and hand it to Maple Leaf. "I wish to accept this quest." Maple Leaf says, "Are you sure? Trying to take on Ettins alone is not recommended." "I am sure." Maple Leaf says, "Shouldn't you at least wait until you have replaced your equipment?" "Don't worry about it. I will be fine." Maple Leaf says, "As you wish." After she hands me a crystal to record kills, I thank her and leave. The quest is to kill 15 Ettins. Furthermore, there is a bonus of 25 gold for any Ettins killed above the 15 for the quest. Taking the east gate out of town, I follow the trade road towards the hills where the Ettins live. The first Ettin is really easy to find. It is standing atop a hill watching the trade road. It stands a little over 10 feet tall and has 2 heads. The body is covered by thick fur, so it looks more like a 2-headed ape. Also, like an ape, its arms are longer than its legs. It will have a long reach and can probably move quickly using its arms and legs. As I study it, I realize that fighting it with 2 swords is probably a bad idea. Its reach will make swords useless, so instead, when I activate Mage Knight Blade, I create a great sword with a 6-foot blade. If this doesn't work well, I will try a different type of weapon, but I'd prefer to stick to swords since that is my specialty. Approaching the Ettin is fairly easy. Its two heads are only concerned with watching the road. As I get closer, I can hear the two heads arguing with each other in low, gravelly voices. Before I attack, I check the area to make sure there are no other Ettins close by. In my search, I find a camp with 5 Ettins sitting around a bonfire eating unidentifiable meat. The camp is a decent distance from the lookout, but if I am right about their speed, it wouldn't take them long to reach him. So if I am not able to kill the Ettin quickly, I might end up facing 6 of them at once. Chapter 357. However, there is really no other way for me to proceed, so I return to where the lookout is and work my way around behind him. It is fairly easy, since it is still just staring at the road and arguing with itself. Taking a firm grip on my greatsword, I charge at the Ettin and jump up to swing the greatsword down at the spot between the heads. While I hit my target, I am surprised when the greatsword only cuts into the Ettin by a few inches. As black blood starts seeping out of the wound, the Ettin's 2 heads start roaring in pain and anger. After freeing the greatsword, I drop down to the ground behind the Ettin. Before it can move, I spin and bring the greatsword around to hit its knee. Even with the spin and my full weight behind it, the greatsword doesn't cut deep enough. Although, the impact does take the leg out from under the Ettin, causing it to fall over. The fact is its fur and hide are too thick. I can't get through it to do real damage. From the roaring in the distance, I don't have much time before his friends get here. Deciding to take a gamble, I let the greatsword fade away and recast Mage Knight Blade. This time I create a pair of rapiers instead. I will have to get closer, but penetration is my friend right now. As the Ettin struggles to its feet, I start dancing around it, stabbing at its softest points. My main targets are the inner thighs, the armpits, the elbows, the necks, and the eyes. All places where a stabbing attack has the best chance of going deep and where it can do the most internal damage. Trying to be fast and extremely accurate at the same time takes all my concentration. I can't even worry about the other Ettins. All my focus is on the enemy in front of me. Soon, the Ettin's fur is covered in its own black blood. I have stabbed it with my rapiers hundreds of times already. Wunding congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Target Weakness. Target Weakness level. 1 SP cost, 5 duration, 10 seconds intelligence, plus 5 melee damage, plus 10%, as much as I want to check out the skill notification that popped up. I can't take my attention off the Ettin. It is almost dead, and I have no idea how close the other Ettins are. I can't break my focus right now. A few seconds pass, and I stab the Ettin a dozen more times. It finally starts to collapse. As the Ettin finally dies, I quickly look around. The 5 Ettins from the camp are charging at me. They are moving on all fours, and as I thought they are really fast, they remind me of a scene from Congo. After how much trouble just killing one was, I have no intention of facing 5 at once, so I turn away from them and take off running. While they may be fast, I am much faster. By the time they reach the hilltop where the lookout's corpse is, I am already gone. Meanwhile, I have already reached the next hill over and circled around it. I don't stop until I find a spot I can watch them from. If they stick together, I will just move elsewhere to hunt. But if they split up, I may find an opportunity. They do end up splitting up, but not in the way I was hoping. 2 stay on the hilltop, while the other 3 take the corpse and walk away. From the direction they are going, it looks like they are returning to their camp. As I watch them leave with the corpse, I can't help but wonder if they are going to eat it. However, I am not curious enough to follow them and see. I might see something that I really don't want to see. The thing that really surprises me is they are not hunting for me. I was expecting them to at least try and find me. This does give me a chance to sit and catch my breath, and finally take a look at the skill that popped up during the fight. Huh, this skill is awesome. The only bad part is it only lasts 10 seconds. I am going to have to spam it during a fight. At least it is cheap. After a few minutes, I leave my hiding spot and sneak past the 2 lookouts. While I could probably take the 2 of them, I couldn't finish them before the other 3 showed up. So I ignore them and make my way deeper into the hills. There should be more Ettins elsewhere. In fact, it turns out that this entire range of hills is crawling with Ettins. There are a couple of hundred living here. Just the Ettins that are here could flatten the castle. It makes me wonder what the kingdom's scouts are doing. The army should have been used to wipe out the Ettins long before they grew to this point. If this many Ettins were to join the monster invasion, then there would be no chance whatsoever of stopping them. Even with this being inside a test, it seems just a little too unrealistic for this many Ettins to be living inside the kingdom's borders. Another thing that concerns me, with this many Ettins gathered in a relatively small area, what are they eating? There is no way a normal ecosystem can support this many Ettins. The amount of food they each need is ridiculous. As I roam all through the hills, while I see plenty of solitary Ettins, I don't see a single other creature. No animals or beasts. No sign of the Ettins raising livestock. I can't find any food source at all. Hundreds of Ettins should need several tons of food each day, yet there is nothing here. Even if they are eating their dead, that still wouldn't be enough to support this much population. If they were eating humans, the entire population of the kingdom would only feed them for a few days. Throughout the hills, there are a ton of caves. The Ettins are using a lot of them as homes. It is only once night falls that I finally get a clue to the mystery of the food source. About 90% of the Ettins head into a single cave once it is dark, way too many for it to just be a cave. My best guess is that it connects to an underground world. That is the only thing that makes sense. A large enough underground world would provide enough food for this many Ettins. While I would love to go investigate, while most of the Ettins are down there, is the perfect time to kill the ones who stayed above ground. Chapter 358. With less of them wandering around, it is a lot easier to find one alone and isolated. As soon as I do, I recreate the rapiers, activate target weakness, and attack. As soon as I activate the skill, red spots appear on the Ettin. They are bright and easy to spot. Some of the spots even indicate the direction the strike should follow to do the most damage. It is truly a remarkable skill, and it is going to make killing the Ettins much easier. After killing my second Ettin, I would guess that the skill allowed me to kill it with about 50 strikes less. While that might not seem like much of a difference, it saves me a couple of minutes, meaning I can move on to finding the next Ettin that much sooner. Over time, it will add up to a significant amount of time. Considering there are hundreds of Ettins, anything that improves my efficiency is a fairly big deal. Sure, I could just kill the 15 required by the quest, but then that would leave all the rest to join the monster army. Even with a higher rate of killing speed, if I want to kill all of the Ettins, it is going to take a couple of days at least. Especially since I have to return to town each day to train my troops for a couple of hours. As I am thinking about time and how to make the most of it, I find another solo Ettin. Immediately, I attack it, using rapiers and the new skill to wear it down over several minutes. Ettins are incredibly strong, almost as strong as an ogre. But much like the ogre, they are also very slow. Once I get to attacking and dancing around the Ettin, it really has no hope of hitting me. During the entire fight, it doesn't even manage to face me. It is so slow to turn that I have plenty of time to move. That is, as long as I keep my focus and don't slip up, the Ettin has no chance at all of hitting me. Under the constant barrage of attacks, eventually the third Ettin dies, just like the second did. After a minute to catch my breath, I move on looking for another Ettin to kill. When I find it, I repeat the process and start attacking it like a maniac. But there is a problem. It turns out I didn't check the area around it thoroughly enough. There is another Ettin close by. It responds to the roars of the one I am attacking and charges into the fight. Now I find myself in the situation I was trying so hard to avoid, fighting two Ettins at once. All my plans go out the window when fighting two Ettins. I can't just stay behind one the whole time attacking it. Every time I try, the other attacks me and forces me to dodge, giving the other a chance to turn around and attack. I end up spending more time dodging than I do attacking, meaning this fight will take forever. The fight continues like this for 20 minutes, with me only occasionally being able to get an attack in. Then my luck kicks in. When I dodge the attack of one Ettin, it hits the other Ettin instead. It immediately stops attacking as its two heads start arguing about which was at fault for hitting the other Ettin. Quickly taking advantage, I focus on attacking the other Ettin as much as I can while the other Ettin is arguing with itself. I manage to bring the one Ettin down to about half health before the other Ettin wakes up and resumes attacking me. Now with one Ettin heavily wounded and bleeding profusely, I have an easier time facing two at once. Focusing all my attacks on the heavily wounded one, I plan to kill it first and then fight the other one on one. Unfortunately, my plan is ruined as the worst thing possible happens. I run out of sacred power. It is my own fault. I wasn't keeping track like I should have been when my rapiers fade and I try to recast them. Insufficient sacred power. SP20 divided by 1725. It has been so long since this happened in a fight that I am not prepared at all. Suddenly, all I have are my hands and claws. Not a good situation for me at all. The one Etten might eventually bleed out and die, but the other is almost completely unharmed. This is all because I became overconfident and got cocky. Now my choices are to fight without weapons, or run away and find a place to hide and rest. For the moment, I just focus on dodging their attacks while I consider my options and odds. I would like to at least finish off the wounded one before I run away. Otherwise, I have wasted a lot of time. While I have enough power left to use target weakness, 4 more times I decide to save it for now. After all, I can just target all the spots where the Etten is already bleeding. I can't remember the last time I actually used my claws in a fight, but I really don't want to run away. So I focus on dodging their attacks until I find an opportunity to counterattack against the weakened one. Even with the rapiers, getting through the Etten's thick hide was a challenge, so I am not expecting much from my claws. However, to my surprise, my claws go through the Etten's hide as if it was made of paper. Thinking it was because I hit an existing wound, I turn to the undamaged Etten and attack it with my claws. Again, my claws tear through it easily. I simply can't believe it. It doesn't make sense to me. How are my claws going through the Etten's hide easier than rapiers created by my Mage Knight blade ability? I know for a fact that the last time I used my claws in a fight, they were nowhere near this powerful. So how exactly did my claws become my most powerful weapon without me realizing it? Turning back to the injured Etten, I decide to think about it later, as I instead focus on killing my enemy first. At this point, I don't even really need to focus on trying to target its weak points. Anywhere my claws hit gets torn open easily, I can make my own weak points to exploit. It is especially effective when I target joints, wrists, and elbows slow and weaken its attacks. Knees and ankles slow its movement. After seeing how effective this new combat method is, I am tempted to stop using weapons altogether. After all, none of my other weapons can do this much damage or pierce defenses this well. Just imagine if I paired this with a martial art, I could become an unstoppable monk. Chapter 359. After the test is over, I think I will ask Yue if the library contains any books on martial arts. Even if I don't start using my claws as my primary weapon, it won't hurt to learn a martial art. There might even be one developed by the Mage Knights to work better with magic. However, first I should focus on this fight, and then the test, I can worry about everything else after the test is over. So I redouble my efforts, and soon the wounded Etten is on the verge of death. At this point, it is heavily wounded and can barely attack, so it is no real threat to me. Leaving it to bleed out, I start focusing my counterattacks on the other Etten. Soon the wounded Etten dies, and I am back to fighting one-on-one. Much easier. Within a few minutes, the Etten looks like a cat scratching post, and is bleeding profusely. When this one dies, that will make 5 kills, not a bad start. But still a long way to go. 5 out of 15 is pretty good. But 5 out of 200 is not very good. Now that I know my claws work better than Nightblade, my kill speed should increase quite a bit. Once the 5th one dies, instead of looking for a place to rest, I go looking for another Etten. After all, if I just use my claws, then I don't really need to recover my sacred power to fight. I will only have to stop and rest when I am physically exhausted, or a group of Ettens chases me away. Over the next hour, I find and kill 3 more Ettens, none of which give me any problems. Then, the Ettens that went into the cave return to the surface, and I have to hide from them. They are moving around in groups that I can't handle, and it is getting close to dawn. So, I carefully make my way back to the trade road, but as I am about to head to town, I notice the lookout is back to a single Etten. Not one to pass up an opportunity, I sneak up behind the lookout and launch myself at it using target weakness. I make sure my first attack is a devastating one. Jumping up from behind the Etten, I use both hands and hit it in both throats. Not only do the wounds cause massive bleeding, but they prevent the Etten from yelling for help. Now that I don't have to worry about the Ettens in the camp coming up behind me, I start an all-out attack. With just a few steps here and there, I manage to stay behind the Ettin, no matter how it tries to twist and turn. My claws easily cut through the Ettin's hide, leaving deep wounds with every strike. The Ettin dies within 45 seconds. My fastest kill yet, and I take off up the road. By the time the Ettins realize their lookout is dead, I am already most of the way back to town. The only problem is that there are no streams for me to clean up in before town. The few people out and about this early all stop to stare at me in shock. After all, I am covered in Ettin blood. It looks like someone tried to paint me black. Layers of dried blood cover me. When I reach the castle, my troop and everyone else in the area all stare at me as well. Ignoring them, I walk over to the castle's well and start pulling up buckets of water and trying to clean the blood off. Shard says, "You certainly look like you have been through a lot." "Oh, hello, Captain Shard," Shard says. "Are you injured? Should I send for a healer?" "No, thank you. I am fine. None of this is my blood." Shard says. "Then whose blood is it? I've been killing Ettins." Shard says, "Ettins? Plural? Alone?" "Yes, it is a quest from the Adventurers Guild." Shard says, "Just how many did you kill?" "Only 9 so far," Shard says. "Only? You are even stronger than the rumors say. Was there something you wanted, Captain Shard?" Shard says, "I heard about your new training program and was wondering if my squad could join yours." "Sure, if they can keep up." With that, the number of soldiers going through hell doubled, making my morning even more entertaining. It isn't like I am going to refuse. The stronger they are, the more useful they will be when the attack comes. Shard's troops struggle to keep up with the pace, but not a single one of them complains. When the run is over, Shard's troop also joins in the exercise routine, again without complaint. The discipline shown by Shard's troop is pretty impressive. It is no surprise. They are the 3rd strongest troop. When it is over and we all head to get breakfast, Shard joins me at a table away from the troops. Shard says, "Your training is effective. Your troop has shown a lot of progress in just a few days. If it is okay with you, I would like my troop to join every morning." "Sure. I don't mind. Can I ask why, though?" Shard says, "Because I want my troop to take the number 1 spot." "What if my troop takes number 1? Shard says. "Then I will settle for number 2. "Fair enough." After breakfast, I head up to my room to get a couple of hours of sleep. When I wake up, I leave the town and head back to the Ettins area to continue my hunt. Last night, I got a total of 9 kills. I need to do a lot better if I want to kill all of them before the invasion. When I reach the Ettins area, the first thing I see is 3 Ettins sitting on lookout. It seems they didn't like me killing the lookout, so I sneak past and move into the hills to look for solo Ettins. The sun is still up, so all the Ettins are above ground, making it much harder to find one alone. It makes me wonder why the Ettins only go into the cave at night. Underground night or day shouldn't matter. Since I am unable to find any Ettins wandering around alone, I decide to give in to my curiosity. So I sneak past the guards and enter the cave. Time to see what is going on. Chapter 360. The cave is connected to an entire cave system, but it isn't hard to tell where the Ettins are going. A blind man could follow their tracks, and I follow them deeper and deeper. Ignoring all the side tunnels, I am able to progress quickly. I can tell this cave goes really deep. It is starting to look like I was right. This is going to lead me to an underground world. Now I just have to figure out why the Ettins are going down here, and why only at night. Other than the guards outside the cave, I haven't seen a single Ettin since I entered the cave. The path I am following is constantly heading down. Best guess I have already descended a couple of 1,000 feet. Eventually, I see the cave open up ahead of me, but something I see stops me in my tracks. Just before the cave opens up, there is a branch off to the side, and it is completely filled with bones. Ettin bones, to be precise, and from what I can tell, there are thousands of them. The entire floor of the branch cave is covered by Ettin bones. It is a mass grave. The more I stare at it, the more confused I become. It doesn't make sense for this to be here. Why are there so many dead Ettins? Just how long has this been going on? Now, even more curious, I turn away from the mass grave and continue to where the cave opens up. The cavern is massive on a scale I have never seen before. It looks endless. From where I stand, I can't see the far wall or the side walls. You could drop several cities in here with room to spare. The ceiling is high enough to fit a skyscraper, and yet I can only see a few columns supporting it. Structurally speaking, this place shouldn't exist. The ceiling should have long ago caved in. As I am trying to make sense of it, I have to forcibly stop myself and remember that I am inside a test. It is similar to a game world. Once I calm down, I stop trying to analyze the cavern and instead start observing things. The cavern is covered by what looks to be a rainforest, but it is currently too dark to see much. I can see crystals on the ceiling, but they are currently dark. It is the first time I have seen an underground world that is dark. There are plants everywhere, so it can't be dark down here all the time. Is that why the Ettins only come in at night? If the underground world is dark during the day and bright during the night, then that might explain it. On the other hand, what about it being dark down here? Keeps the Ettins out. From fighting them last night in the dark, I know that they can see just fine and fight without any issues. So it isn't the darkness that keeps them out. They must be afraid of something. Maybe a predator that is only active during the night in here. That seems the most likely option. Well, the only way to find out is to go down into the rainforest and see what tries to kill me. When I entered the cave, there was only about 4 hours until nightfall, so I have around 3 hours to explore before the Ettins come down. With my mind made up, I enter the cavern and follow the ramp down to ground level. As soon as I reach ground level, my visibility drops to practically nothing. The trees and plants are overwhelming, not only in number, but also in colors. Ranging from purple to neon green, it is basically one big acid trip. It makes my eyes hurt. Not wanting to be ambushed, I stop at the very edge of the rainforest and try to let my eyes adjust. Luckily, there isn't much air movement, so the plants are still for the most part. The colors are already overwhelming. If they were moving, it would be impossible to deal with. This is during the night. I am already dreading seeing this place during the day. When the colors finally stop giving me a headache, I start slowly moving deeper into the rainforest. I quickly learn not to move my head too fast. The colors blurring when I do makes me dizzy. The massive amount of life energy flowing through here is enough to make me feel invincible. It almost feels like the forest is one big living thing and its breath is feeding energy into me. In all my travels since I was summoned to this world, I have never felt anything quite like this. Wait, no, this is the test world, not the world I am from. Anything is possible here, just like in a game. Adapting to the environment seems to be the biggest challenge of this place. Once again, I am forced to stop and calm my thinking until I get used to the feelings. As I do, I start to realize part of the problem. The oxygen content in here is much higher. I am basically stoned right now. It takes a few minutes of work, but I am able to get used to the strong life force all around me. The oxygen high I can't really do anything about. I just have to be careful not to let my senses become dulled by it. It is a good thing I came down before the Ettins. I couldn't fight properly without this time to adapt. Once I have myself under control, I start moving again. There are still mysteries to unravel. For one thing, I need to figure out why the Ettins come down here. I haven't seen any animals yet. I also need to figure out why so many Ettins have died down here, and what killed them. Almost every tree and bush has some type of fruit or berry on it, but Ettins only eat meat as far as I know. While I am tempted to try some of the fruits, I only collect some for now. Getting poisoned while I am down here does not at all seem like a good idea. Finally, I hear something moving around, so I follow the sound to see what it is. Parting the leaves of a bush, I take a peek into a clearing and spot several huge animals. They look like elephants, but twice the size, and every single one of them has sharp-looking tusks. Some only have 2 tusks, while most have 4. The one I take to be the leader has 6 tusks. They are currently eating the plant life, but I notice they are extremely wary as they do so, constantly on the lookout for predators. That tells me this is a very hostile environment. After all, if things as big as these are paranoid, it means there are multiple predators that hunt them. Suddenly, they react to something and form a circle with tusks facing out. Not only did I not move, but I also didn't hear or sense anything that would have spooked them. Chapter 361. Watching the elephant things. They are watching in all directions. That means they don't know where an attack might come from. Whatever spooked them must have some way of hiding its presence. So how did they detect it? No matter what I use, sight, hearing, or smell, I can't find anything that has changed. Twinding, congratulations. Skill Danger Sense has progressed to level 4. Danger Sense level 4 Whiz plus 4, a feeling that warns you of great danger, without thinking about it or hesitating. As soon as I feel the skill's warning, I throw myself into a backwards roll. Where I was standing there is now a strange shadow. It is holding a primitive spear that is stuck in the ground. If I hadn't moved, that spear would have hit me in the head. This thing dropped down from above me. It is hard to see. It seems to fade in and out of sight, but as it reclaims the spear and steps towards me, I can see it better. It stands upright like a human, but its appearance is more like an ape. But instead of fur, it is covered by black scales. As I am studying it, the thing stabs at me with the spear. Leaning to the side, I avoid the spear and swipe at it with my claws. My claws pass through the thing's chest without making contact. It feels like I just swung my hand through the air. I attack it several move times, but no matter what I try my claws, can't touch this thing. So, I back off and use Mage Knight Blade to make a pair of swords, and at the same time, I activate Target Weakness. As the red markers appear, I am surprised to find all the weak spots are the same as they would be on a human. I was expecting there to be none at all, or some weird weakness due to it being impossible to hit. Trusting in the skill, I use one sword to parry the spear, and at the same time, I strike for its heart with the other sword. The sword created by Mage Knight Blade actually hits and cuts the thing, causing it to scream in pain. Its scream is very high-pitched and hurts my ears, giving me an instant headache. Despite that, I still recognize the warning from my danger sense and jump backwards during the scream. 4 more shadow apes land where I was standing a second ago. They must have been watching from above. If magic weapons are the only thing that can hurt these things, then that explains why the Ettins stay outside during the night. Before the shadow apes can react to missing me, I dash forward and swing at the 2 closest to me. Both my strikes are on target, but then I have to deal with hearing 2 screams at once. I quickly notice that once they are injured, it is a lot easier to see them. The shadows seem to stop hiding them. So, to prevent them from sneaking up behind me, I quickly target the 2 that haven't been injured yet. During the fight, I find out that the shadow apes can now be hit normally. The magic weapon must disrupt the shadows that protect them. At least that is my guess. Either way, without the shadows to protect them, it becomes much easier to fight them. Thankfully, they only scream the first time they are injured. After that, they don't make another sound, even as they die. Other than their first sneak attack, the shadow apes are fairly easy for me to kill. Their skill with the crude spears isn't even worth paying attention to. Even if they manage to hit me, it doesn't do much. Once the 5th one dies, I quickly search the treetops all around me, but I don't see any more shadow apes. When I walk back to my original position and take a look into the clearing, I find that the elephant things are gone. So I kneel down and cut open the chest of the first shadow ape that I killed. Inside its chest, I find a heart and what I think is a core, except it is pure black and only the size of a marble. No matter how I study it, I don't get any option to absorb it, so I eat the heart first. Devour activated. Agility plus 40, Shadow Resist plus 15. Then, since the little orb isn't identifiable, I decide to risk it and toss it in my mouth. Core upgrade progress, 23%. What? It directly helped my upgrade process. Excited, I quickly cut open the chests of the other 4 shadow apes and remove the marbles. Then I pop them into my mouth one by one. Core upgrade progress, 28% core upgrade progress, 33% core upgrade progress, 38% core upgrade progress, 48% core upgrade progress, 43%, 5%. Per M. Arbol. I need to hunt another 12 to rank up. Getting to my feet, I start moving again, continuing my exploration. But now I pay more attention to the treetops. Unfortunately, while I see many new animals, I don't find any more shadow apes before the crystals in the ceiling start lighting up. As the darkness retreats, a lot more animals come out of hiding and start moving around. The Ettins should be coming down about now, but I am much more interested in exploring right now. As I wander around, I see quite a few predators. Some of them look really fierce. However, any predator that spots me immediately runs away. I guess they have learned to fear humanoids because of the Ettins hunting them constantly. Despite wandering for over an hour, I haven't been able to spot any sign of the shadow apes. Based on the activity of the animals, now that it is day, I assume the shadow apes hide from the light. The question is where. As I am searching, a lone Etten crosses my path. But as I am killing it, I hear another Etten screaming off in the distance. When the Etten I am fighting dies, I take off running in the direction the screams are coming from. The screams stop before I can get there, but I continue running towards where the screams came from. Chapter 362. When I find the Etten, it is already dead, and its corpse is being pushed by 6 shadow apes. They are pushing the corpse into a cave under the roots of a giant tree. Thanks to the tree, this area is much darker than the surroundings. That must be how the apes are still active, even though the cavern is in daytime. Activating Mage Nightblade to create my swords, I charge at the shadow apes. They spot me quickly, grab their crude spears, and charge to meet me. I guess they have gotten used to nothing being able to hurt them. Too bad for them. Soon enough, their high-pitched screams are echoing through the forest and giving me another headache. If I am going to keep fighting these things, I really need to figure out something to use as earplugs. Then again, if it means I can finally rank up, I can endure the pain. Out of the 6 shadow apes, I kill 4, and the other 2 flee into the cave under the tree. I quickly retrieve the cores of the 4, and then set off in pursuit of the other 2. As I enter the cave, I notice it is not natural. It has been dug out by hand, probably made by the shadow apes. The other thing I notice is the Etten's corpse is gone. That probably means that more shadow apes dragged it away while I was fighting. Since I have no idea how many shadow apes might be down here, I slow down and proceed cautiously. After all, they are difficult to fight. If I get surrounded, I will be in a tough situation. The tunnel continues for several thousand feet before opening up into a large round chamber. There are dozens of shadow apes inside. Most of them are busy taking apart 5 Etten corpses. It seems like an entire tribe of shadow apes lives down here. I need to be careful. Normally, dealing with superior numbers isn't a big deal. But with the shadow ape's protection from non-magical damage, it isn't so simple. Charging into the room would be suicide, especially since I have no idea how many more apes might be close by. There are a total of 10 tunnels leading into this chamber, yet I don't see any sleeping areas, so this probably isn't the main nest for the shadow apes, just a work area. Since I can't just charge in, I need to draw some out. So I target one that is within 35 feet of me and attack it with wind slash. When it screams, every ape turns in its direction. After making sure I am seen, I back into the tunnel. As I hoped, a group of shadow apes come after me. There are 10 of them. I wait until they have moved into the tunnel and away from the chamber before I use Lion's Rage. Unfortunately, I am disappointed because it has no effect. Apparently, it doesn't count as magic damage. That leaves me no choice but to use Mage Nightblade or Wind slash to break their protection. As I fight the shadow apes, I continue backing away from the chamber to draw my opponents away from backup. Their screams sound out one by one as I hit them with my swords, until all 10 have screamed. As soon as the last one screams, I stop backing away and use Lion's Rage again. This time it works properly and taunts all 10 shadow apes. Now they can't run away. Now I can go on the offensive. I focus on killing them one by one. Of course, I can't avoid all of their attacks, but since they are basically using sharpened sticks, it doesn't do much damage to me. This seriously feels like bullying, but I want to rank up so I ignore the feeling. What surprises me is even as I am killing them, no reinforcements come. If they are a tribe, then they should value their members, or maybe they are just too used to being invulnerable. There is probably nothing in this underground world that can hurt them, so they are overconfident. Once the last one dies, I start collecting cores. Now I have enough to rank up plus 2 extra. So I turn and leave the Shadow Ape's cave. I need to find a safe place to rank up. The safest place to rank up is probably my room in the castle, so I start heading for the exit. Of course, nothing is ever easy. I run into Ettens constantly as I am trying to leave. Each time I run into one, I stop to fight it. After all, they are why I came here in the first place. I end up having to kill 9 Ettens just to reach the exit of the underground world. Luckily, they don't bother setting guards at the exit or the passage to the surface, only outside the cave. After killing the 2 guards, I kill another 4 Ettins as I make my way out of the hills and onto the trade road. Once free of the Ettins, I run all the way back to town, only stopping to wash off before heading to my room. It is still the middle of the night, so other than the sentries there, isn't anyone up to see me and wonder what I am doing. Once safely in my room with the door locked, I sit on the floor and pull out the Shadow Ape's cores. After setting 2 aside, I start eating the remaining 12. I quickly gobble them all down. Core upgrade progress. 100% core upgrade completed. Congratulations! You are now rank 5. HP plus 100, SP plus 100. All stats plus 15. Core upgrade progress 1%. Yay! Finally, back to rank 5. Stats. HP 4,794 divided by 4,794 SP. 1,825 divided by 1,825 strength. 550, 600. Agility. 418 endurance. 419 intelligence. 259 wisdom. 440 charisma. 198 willpower. 81 luck. 55 toughness. 65 regen. 55 unspent points. 50. My strength is still capped. Now, I need to get to rank 6, I guess. Since I have them, I go ahead and eat the other 2 Shadow Ape cores. Core upgrade progress, 7%. Now that I have ranked up, they only give 3% each. So, if I get another 31 Shadow Ape cores, I can reach rank 6. That might be doable. The Ettins tend to spread out in the underground world, making hunting them easier. So I can hunt Ettins during the day and Shadow Apes during the night. Chapter 363. That way I can both work on my personal strength and the test at the same time. The only drawback is the fact that I need to return to the castle every day at dawn to train my troops. Otherwise, I could stay out there and just hunt for a few days straight. Since it is still a few hours until dawn, I decide to get some rest. I've been pushing fairly hard since I entered the test. Then when dawn comes, I get up and head out to take my troops for their run. Shard and his troop are waiting with mine, so I take everyone and set off running. Shard, for the next few days, can you lead the exercise for both troops? Shard says. Sure, I can do that. Mind if I ask why? I am working on a quest for the Adventurers Guild and need some time to complete it, Shard says. Okay, no problem. With that problem solved, I can now go hunt for the next few days without any interruption. Once the day's training is done, I get some food and pick up some supplies before I head out. After making my way down the trade road, I attack and kill the Ettin lookout. His yelling brings 4 more running, but I easily avoid them and make my way into the hills. My goal is to return to the underground. But since it is daytime, there are a lot of Ettins above ground. Avoiding the groups, I do manage to find 3 more Ettins to kill as I make my way towards the cave. When I finally get within sight of the cave entrance, I am forced to stop. There are more than 2 guards. In fact, there are 6 Ettins guarding the cave entrance, more than I can handle. Giving up on getting in that way, I start hunting through the nearby hills looking for another way in. The cave system seemed fairly extensive, so the odds of there being another entrance are fairly high. Now it is just a matter of finding one without running into a group of Ettins. Of course, anytime I find an Ettin alone, I do my best to kill it quickly before help can arrive. 4 more Ettins die as I search a dozen caves, but none of them connect to the cave network. I am starting to think I will have to wait until nightfall to try and get in the main entrance. However, the next cave I walk into changes my mind. This isn't because of the sleeping Ettin in the cave. It is because as soon as I step into the cave, I can feel airflow coming from the back of the cave. After making the Ettins slumber eternal, I move to the back of the cave and find a small crack. A few well-placed blows from my fist widen the crack, enough for me to squeeze through. This drops me into a decent-sized cavern with over a dozen exits, but I have no idea which one to take. In the end, I just pick one at random and start exploring. Soon, I am completely lost. It is a complete maze down here, with tunnels crossing and doubling back. After 3 hours of wandering, I finally find my way into the underground world. However, it is through a completely different entrance than the Ettins use. As soon as I enter the underground world, I realize night has already fallen outside because the crystals are fully lit up. Since my plan is to avoid going into the Shadow Ape's caves where I can be overwhelmed, I start hunting Ettins. I quickly find out that even down here they have changed their behavior. Instead of running around solo, they are in pairs. It makes it harder to kill them, but not impossible. It just takes more time. While I am taking a break to catch my breath after killing my third pair, I spot an unusual Ettin. This Ettin stands 2 feet taller than the regular Ettins. He also has a single horn growing out of each forehead. Since he has 2 Ettins following him, acting as bodyguards, I am convinced this is the Ettin's chief. The other odd thing is instead of a club, he actually has a sword. To a human, it would be two-handed, but he is using it in one hand. 3 Ettins at once would be hard enough, but I get the feeling the chief will be a tougher opponent. However, I have no intention of missing this opportunity. He needs to die. Without their leader, the Ettins should be much easier to deal with. Chaos provides opportunities. So, I drop down from the branch I was resting on and start stalking after the 3 Ettins. My plan is to deal with the 2 guards first, and then the chief by himself. I follow the 3 Ettins until they come across an area where they are forced into moving single file. Waiting until the chief and the first guard pass around a tree, I rush out to attack the second guard. He is currently isolated, and it will take at least a few seconds for the other 2 to turn around and come back to aid him. My first attack catches him completely by surprise, and I manage to slash his hamstring. This forces him down to one knee and gives me a chance to inflict some serious damage. As he is roaring in surprise and pain, I hit him with my claws again and again. Every hit is aimed at a weak spot. I am hoping to at least cripple him before the other 2 arrive. However, to my surprise, it isn't the first guard that comes back to help first. It is the chief. He comes around the tree moving much faster than I expected, and as I see him, he is already swinging his sword. As he swings the sword, it is wrapped in flames, so I definitely don't want to get hit by it. As I duck under the sword, I hit the chief's wrist and redirect his swing, so he hits the wounded Ettin. As the chief's sword is cutting through the wounded Ettin's chest, I move in closer to the chief and swing at the inside of his knee. Hiding congratulations. You have acquired the combat skill Hand-to-Hand Basics. Hand-to-Hand Basics level. 1 STR plus 2 AGI plus 2 hand-to-hand damage plus 10%. Well, it is about time. With a loud crack, the chief's knee folds the wrong way and he falls to the ground. As he is struggling to get back up, I kick the wrist of the arm holding the sword as hard as I can. His sword goes flying, and he yells in rage as he tries to slam into me with his body. Chapter 364. After dancing back to avoid the chief's body slam, I see the first guard charging at me. Moving back a bit more, I let the first guard close the distance with me. This brings him further away from the other 2. As long as I can keep them spread out, I should be fine. As I am dancing around the first guard, I keep an eye on the other 2 Ettins. The second guard is still down, likely for good, but the chief is up and limping towards his sword. Easily dodging around the first guard, I charge at the chief. I don't want him getting to his sword before the chief can turn to face me. I reach him and rake my claws across the back of his already injured knee. He once again falls to the ground, just a few feet shy of reaching his sword. I hit him twice more as I move past him, and then I pick up his sword and take a swing at him with it. As the sword moves, it is again wrapped in flames, and when it hits the chief, it does a lot of damage. Just from the feel of the hit, I can tell that the sword punched through his hide like it was made of paper. The sword's ability to pierce defenses is at least as good as my claws, if not better. Seeing the first guard charging at me again, I move to meet him. As I duck under his attack, I spin. The momentum of the spin greatly increases the power of the sword strike. As a result, I manage to completely sever the Ettin's leg just below the knee. The only drawback of the sword is that the fire damage reduces bleeding. It doesn't completely cauterize the wound, but it is still enough to prevent the Ettin from bleeding out quickly. However, I still find myself liking the sword quite a bit. It is too bad I can only use it during the test. Now that all 3 Ettins are crippled, the fight turns even more one-sided. Using the sword, I kill them one by one, and the others aren't able to help. Once the 2 guards are dead, I turn my attention to the chief who is on his feet, but unable to walk. Because of the wounds to his leg, as soon as he tries to dodge my attack, he ends up falling. Once he is down, I make quick work of him, and just like that, the fight is over. Now that he is dead, I finally have a chance to have a good look at his sword. His magic item, Sunfire Sword Durability. 108 divided by 750 STR plus 50 damage versus undead plus 50% damage plus 50 fire damage plus 30 plus 10 in sunlight. Wow, it is even more awesome than I thought. Thanks to the new sword, my hunting speed against the Ettins shoots up. Now, even if there are 3 or 4 Ettins together, I can hunt them without any problems. By the time the Ettins retreat to the surface, for the day I have killed a little over 50 of them. When I check the crystal to see how many Ettins I have killed in total, the number is 107. Based on what I have seen, it should be roughly half of the Ettins, maybe a little less. At this rate, I should be able to completely wipe out the Ettins in the next few days. However, as the underground world goes dark, I forget about the Ettins and start hunting for Shadow Apes. The fact that the sword deals magical damage should mean it can break the Shadow Ape's protection all on its own, meaning I will be able to hunt them without using so much sacred power. So the hardest part of hunting Shadow Apes becomes finding them, but I soon figure that out as well. After all, they are hunters who think they have no equal. If I make noise, they try to hunt me. The sword works perfectly against them, just as I was hoping. The first group of 5 that ambushes me dies within minutes, and they barely do any damage to me. Not even enough to counter my regen, so they are no threat at all unless they have much higher numbers. So I take to wandering around the rainforest, whistling, luring in more Shadow Apes. Without their shadow protection, the apes themselves are fairly weak and easy to kill. 3 groups of 5 die in the first 2 hours of night, giving me 15 cores. Almost half what I need to rank up to rank 6. At this rate, I may try for rank 7. Even though I am being noisy, trying to draw out Shadow Apes, I still do my best to keep my eyes out for danger. After all, I know there are predators out here, some on par with the T-Rex. There are probably even more that I haven't seen yet. After all, there must be a reason the Shadow Apes live underground. That, and when they are hunting, they stay in the treetops until they drop down on their prey. If they were the undisputed top predator, then they wouldn't have to be that cautious. Besides, everything is going my way right now, so it is obvious something has to happen. However, it doesn't happen during this night, and by the time the crystals light up, I have collected 44 cores. That is 13 more than I need to get to rank 6, meaning this all has already been worth it. Even if I fail the test now, getting to rank 6 so easily is absolutely amazing. That is, as long as I keep the rank up that I get in here. That seriously has me worried. After all, I have no idea what the rules of the test are. All I know is the other tests only improved my skills. I am fairly sure material things like the sword will vanish when the test ends, but I have no idea what will happen to the changes made to myself. If I thought I could take things out of the test, then I would be collecting more Shadow Ape cores to feed to Kachara and Asuna. Although, that does make me wonder if they are able to take the tests as well. Kachara at least should be able to pass the first 2 tests fairly easily, and it would definitely make her stronger. When I finally get out of here, I will have to ask Yui if they are able to try the tests as well. If so, they can do that while I see about dealing with the temple. While I am thinking, I climb a tree and find a nice branch to rest on for a couple of hours. That will give me a break and allow the Ettins time to come down and spread out. If my luck holds out, I should only need 1 more full day to finish things here. With that pleasant thought, I close my eyes to nap for the 2 hours. Chapter 365. After my nap, I drop down from the tree and head off to hunt more Ettins. However, despite searching for the next 2 hours, I can't find a single Ettin. It seems like they haven't come down to the underground world at all, despite it being daytime. Maybe they are afraid to come down since so many died under my sword. Or it might be because I killed the chief. They might be trying to figure out who should be the new chief. Either way, the answer for me is simple. If they aren't coming down, then I just have to go up. So I head to the exit the Ettins use and start making my way back up to the surface. There are no Ettins on the path, and when I reach the surface, I find no guards at the cave entrance. I also don't find any Ettins when I search the surrounding area. It is almost like they disappeared. Eventually, the light of a fire leads me to the Ettins, all of them. There are 2 huge bonfires on either side of an altar, and all the Ettins are gathered around it. The Ettins are standing in groups. Maybe this is about selecting a new chief. Either way, there are far too many Ettins for me to take on, even with the new sword. So, I settle in to watch and wait for the gathering to end. Once they split up, I can resume my hunting. From what I can see, there is some sort of ceremony going on. There is a strange Ettin in front of the altar. As the ceremony continues, I can feel power gathering to the altar, so the weird-looking Ettin is probably a shaman or priest. At first, I am not too bothered, but as the power continues to accumulate, I start getting a feeling of hostility. Looking around, I make sure I haven't been spotted yet. It still feels like someone is gazing at me with hostility. Just to be safe, I move from my hiding spot and find another further away. Even then, I can still feel the gaze on me, and it is getting worse as more power gathers. I am starting to think maybe this ceremony or ritual isn't about a new chief, but the killer of the old chief. Right as I am starting to think leaving might be a good idea, something happens at the altar. All the gathered power suddenly condenses in one spot, and what looks like a gate opens. It is the size and shape of a gate, but it is pitch black. And when I look at it, I get a bad feeling. Then something massive pulls itself out of the gate. When it stands up, it is at least 15 feet tall. With dark red skin, horns on its head, and large bat-like wings, it has to be a demon. It has a spear in one hand and a whip in the other, and it is looking right at me. As soon as it looks at me, I leave my hiding spot and take off running towards the cave leading to the underground. I know that if it can fly, it will catch me, but I want some distance from the Ettins. If I have to fight this demon, then I don't want the Ettins helping it. It only takes about 2 minutes for the demon to catch up to me. It lands in front of me, forcing me to stop. Then a huge circle of flames rises up around us. The flames are at least 10 feet high. Guess it doesn't want me running away. But this also means nothing else can join our fight. The heat from the flames quickly forces me towards the middle of the circle where the demon is waiting. Drawing my sword, I activate Mage Nightblade, Target Weakness, and Storm Armor. As soon as I am about 15 feet from the demon, it snaps its wrist and sends the whip shooting at me. Before I can even see its path, the whip has already hit my shoulder, leaving a burnt and bleeding gash. I have never seen an attack move so fast, but luckily it didn't seem to do much damage. My best bet against that kind of speed is to move closer to the demon where it can't use the whip. However, as soon as I move forward, it jabs at me with the spear, forcing me to dodge. Instantly after my dodge, I get hit by the whip again, followed by another jab from the spear. Looks like it doesn't plan to let me get close and just wear me down with the whip. So when I move forward again, and the spear jabs at me, instead of dodging, I parry the spear to the side with the sword. As if it had been waiting for that, the demon snaps its wrist and launches the whip. Instead of hitting me, the whip hits and wraps around the sword, and the demon starts pulling. As I am struggling to not lose the sword, the spear hits me in the side and I smell my own fur burning. At the moment of contact, the end of the spear burst into flames, and now my fur around the wound is one fire. Even though the demon is only using one hand to pull on the whip, it is taking all my strength to keep it from pulling the sword out of my hands. Seeing the spear coming at me again, I suddenly stop resisting and let the demon pull the sword and me closer. This allows me to avoid the spear and move much closer to the demon. The problem is my sword is still tangled by the whip. Now that I am closer, I realize my head only barely reaches the demon's waist. No wonder it is stronger than me. Suddenly, letting go of the sword, I take advantage of the demon losing its balance for a second to duck and dash between its legs. As I pass under it, I claw at both the demon's legs, cutting deeply into its thighs and drawing blood. The blood hisses and catches on fire after hitting the ground, but I don't have time to worry about that. Now that I am behind the demon before it can turn around, I jump up and attack its back where the wings are connected. The demon roars in pain and swats me with one of its wings, sending me flying. After landing and rolling a few times, I find myself dangerously close to the wall of fire. I quickly roll away as I notice my fur starting to smoke. But as I stand back up, I get hit in the back by the whip. Turning to face the demon, I look around, but I can't see my sword anywhere within the circle of flame. I take 2 more hits from the whip as I am trying to spot my sword. Looks like I really messed up this time. Chapter 366. Without my sword, I am now going to have to fight against the whip and spear while unarmed. This puts me at even more of a disadvantage than I was before. The whip keeps hitting me as I move around looking for a gap that I can use to close the distance. At this point, I already have over a dozen wounds. Luckily, the damage isn't too bad, and I can trust my region to handle it. Then I realize I am an idiot and start using Wind Slash against the demon. Every time the whip hits me, I respond with wind slash, and the demon's chest is soon covered in large cuts. The blood pooling around its feet makes it look like it is standing in a pool of fire. Unfortunately, while wind slash is doing a decent amount of damage, I am sure the demon's health will outlast my sacred power. So when the whip hits me again, as I respond with wind slash, I aim for the wrist of the arm holding the spear. This knocks the spear off course and creates a gap. Using that gap, I rush forward and get close to the demon. Using target weakness, I attack with my claws to do as much damage as possible. Both the whip and the spear are useless when I am this close. So instead, the demon tries to kick me. As I dodge the kick, I focus my attacks on the demon's other leg, trying to bring the demon down. However, while my attacks do manage to make the demon lose his balance, he just flaps his wings to recover. As he is focused on recovering his balance, I am able to hit him another dozen times. Despite bleeding from hundreds of scratches and cuts, the demon seems just fine. My hope of him bleeding out would appear to be completely in vain. What is worse is I have taken quite a bit of damage to my feet from stepping in his burning blood. Now every step is painful, and it has slowed me down quite a bit, but I am still faster than the demon. As I dance around dodging the demon's kicks and hitting him with my claws, I am trying to think of how to win this fight. Trying to win through endurance probably won't work. The demon seems much tougher than I am. However, without a weapon, it is extremely hard to inflict a major wound. The fact that I can't hit his upper body easily is a major factor. If I could knock him down, I could do more damage. Yet every time I try to take out a leg and make him fall, he is able to recover thanks to his wings. So I decide to try and take out his wings again. Moving behind him is easy enough. This time, when I jump up on his back, I don't attack with my claws. Instead, I grab his wings. Wrapping my arms around his wings, I plant my feet and then use all my strength to straighten my body. The cracking and tearing sounds are completely drowned out as the demon screeches in agony. While the sound hurts my ears, it also puts a big smile on my face. With a last ripping sound, I go flying back, but I take the demon's wings with me. The demon staggers for the first time, and thanks to the blood, he now looks like he is wearing a cape of fire. Of course, it wasn't without a cost. I am also covered in blood and have burns all over my body. The wings seem useful, so as I stand up, I stuff them in my backpack. Before the demon can recover and start attacking again, I charge at him. His back is to me, so when I reach him, I throw my entire body at the back of his legs. The ground shakes as the demon crashes down, and I jump back to my feet and start attacking like mad. The demon finally drops his weapons in order to swat me away so that it can climb back to its feet. As he is getting up, I rush back in. But instead of attacking the demon, I run and pick up his spear. The spear is taller than I am, so I have to use both hands to control it, but it makes up for the demon's greater reach. Using the spear, I attack the demon and do my best to keep it from reaching the whip. I am careful to only use short jabs and not overextend so the demon can't grab the spear. While this allows me to keep the demon away from his whip, it also means I am only inflicting small wounds. After a minute of this, the demon finally loses his temper and charges at me. Stabbing the spear into its stomach, I brace the butt against the ground and let the demon impale itself. Then, before he can retreat, I run up the spear and slash my claws across its throat. Hoding, congratulations! Skill Hand-to-Hand Basics has progressed to level 2. Hand-to-Hand Basics level, 2 Styr plus 4 AGI plus 4, hand-to-hand damage plus 15%. The demon is staggering as he pulls himself off the spear and backs away. As he does, I quickly recover the spear and chase after him, stabbing him repeatedly. He is so covered in his own blood, he looks more like a fire elemental than a demon. Despite the hundreds of small wounds and a couple of major ones, the demon still doesn't go down. The amount of damage I have done to him is enough to kill at least 10 Ettins. None of the wounds have closed, meaning he isn't regenerating. He is just that tough. Even now, he is able to recover his balance and stand up straight. What is it going to take to kill him? If it wasn't for my advantage in speed, I would already be dead a couple of times over. I am pretty sure he isn't a demon lord, meaning I have seriously underestimated the demons. The demon, having recovered again, tries to force its way past me and get to the whip. Again, I block its advance and hit it with the spear several times. but it ignores the wounds and keeps pushing me back. Eventually, it reaches the whip, but as it bends over to grab it, I throw myself forward and stab the spear into its neck. Chapter 367. The demon ignores the spear stabbing into its neck and successfully recovers its whip. Instead of backing away, I hold tight to the spear and am raised into the air as the demon straightens up. Swinging my body, I try to use my weight to drive the spear in deeper. When that doesn't work, I swing at the demon and then kick off from him using both feet. As I do, I twist the spear and rip it free, trying to do as much damage as possible. As I am flying away from the demon, the whip shoots out and wraps around the spear several times. The demon gives a mighty tug, but I refuse to let go of the spear and end up flying back towards the demon. As the demon catches the spear, my body hits its arm, so I wrap my legs around his arm. Then, using the spear, I pull the demon's wrist backwards until it gives a satisfying crack. The demon roars and lets go of the spear, but the whip is still wrapped around it. Suddenly, having an idea, I pull on the spear to stretch out the whip, then throw a coil of the whip over the demon's head. Then, still holding the spear, I let go of the demon's arm and drop to the ground. Now the demon has to decide whether to let go of the whip or let me choke it. Unfortunately, the demon chooses a third option. It wraps the whip around its damaged arm and counters my pulling. Then it is able to easily remove the coil from around its neck. So much for that idea. As the demon is occupied with removing the whip from around its neck, I take the chance to free the spear. Once the spear is free, I instantly go on the offensive, staying close to the demon so it can't use the whip. I jab repeatedly with the spear, aiming for weak points. But no matter how many times I hit it, the demon doesn't seem to care. The demon starts launching kicks and punches since he can't use the whip. As I am dodging them, I am racking my brain to try and think of a way to win this fight. The demon's body is covered in wounds, but its speed and strength haven't fallen at all. Based on that, I am starting to think that I can only kill it if I deliver a fatal blow. The problem is how to do that when the demon is bigger and stronger than me. Then, I start thinking about how big the demon is and how to use that size against it. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, so I change my attacks. I start focusing only on the demon's knees and ankles. Then, once his balance is weakened, I dash behind him and stab the butt of the spear deep into the ground. Only about half the spear is left above ground. Then I dash back to the demon before he can turn around. I hit the back of his knees with my shoulders and struggle with all my might to lift the demon. Even using all my strength, I am barely able to lift the demon a few inches. But that is enough. Then I simply let myself fall backwards and the demon falls onto the spear with a massive thud. Unfortunately, my aim was a little off. Instead of going through its chest, the spear went through the demon's left shoulder. Even with his left arm barely attached, the demon starts struggling to get back up. As I sit, panting, I can barely believe my eyes. This demon is way too tough. Why won't you just die already? Not wanting to let the demon pull itself off the spear, I force myself back to my feet and run over to the demon. I jump up and land on his chest with both feet forcing him back down. Then I flatten my hand and drive my claws straight into his throat. Hinding, congratulations. Skill Hand-to-Hand Basics has progressed to level 3. Hand-to-Hand Basics level, 3-star plus 6, Agi plus 6 hand to hand damage plus 20%. Good timing. The demon reaches up with his right hand and grabs my head and starts to squeeze. Instead of trying to break free, I stab my hand into his throat again and again. At this point, I am all out of energy. It is down to do or die. Either I will kill him or I will die. Of course, I won't actually die. I will just fail the test. But that doesn't matter as I just keep stabbing my hand into his throat. It is only when my hand hits the ground beneath him that I come back to myself and realize that the demon is already dead. Even in death, his right hand is still gripping my head and it takes me a minute to force it off. Ding ding, congratulations. You have acquired a new title. Title Demon Slayer, upgradable, plus 10% to damage versus demons. Well, that one will certainly come in handy. After catching my breath for a minute, I use my claws to cut open the demon's chest. Ignoring the burning blood, I pull out his heart and start eating it. The blood burns my mouth, but other than that, the taste isn't too bad. Devour activated. Endurance plus 100, toughness plus 50, fortitude plus 100. Hiding, congratulations. New stat unlocked. Stat Fortitude. Allows damage less than the stat's value to be ignored. So that is why he wasn't affected no matter how many times I hit him. Just as I am coming to this realization and enjoying my new title, and stat the circle of fire around me starts to die down. As it does, I can see all of the remaining Ettins are gathered around the circle. They stare at me in shock since I am currently crouched on top of the demon and eating its heart. Chapter 368. Even if I was in top shape, this would be too many to fight. Just as I am starting to try and think of how to escape, the Ettins overcome their shock. However, instead of attacking and killing me, they all start screaming and run off in terror. It is only then that I think about how I must look to them right now. After all, they probably saw the demon as their god. Seeing me sitting on their god's chest, eating his heart, and covered in blood and burns, I must look terrifying. In fact, I am rather glad I can't see myself right now, and neither can anyone else. That, and with the Ettins scattering it, will be much easier to hunt them down. Hunting them will have to wait for a bit. I am still exhausted from fighting the demon. Before I try to rest, I fish out the demon's core and take his head, which is only attached by scraps of flesh. Then, I move away from his corpse and start looking for somewhere safe to rest. A small cave, too small for an Ettin to enter, ends up being the best I can find. Once inside, I sleep until dawn and wake up fully refreshed and healed. Returning to where the demon's corpse is, I start searching the area looking for my sword. The reason I want the sword back is because it makes hunting the shadow apes much easier. However, the sword is nowhere to be found, meaning an Ettin probably ran off with it. Tossing the demon's corpse aside, I recover the spear from the ground. It may not be as good as the sword, but it will work for now. With the spear in hand, I set out to hunt down the Ettins who are scattered all over the hills area. Half the day, and over 50 Ettins later, I finally find the one who ran off with my sword. Once he dies, painfully, and I have my sword back, I turn from hunting and head for the underground. By the time I arrive at the underground world, there are only about 3 hours of night left for me to hunt. So I start without wasting any more time, roaming around making lots of noise to attract hunting parties. Over the next 2 hours, I kill another 35 shadow apes and take their cores, giving me a total of 79. With an hour left to go, I am aiming to reach 100 cores. But then something happens. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounds and echoes throughout the entire underground world. I quickly look around and pick out the tallest tree near me before starting to climb it. From the top of the tree, I have a fairly good view, but I can't see what roared. After fighting with the demon, I am not really in the mood for another major fight so soon. Just as I am deciding to head back to the surface, I see several trees off in the distance fall. Since the area of fallen trees is between me and the exit, I decide to sit tight and watch to see what is going on. As I watch, the ground beneath the fallen trees rises up as if a new hill was being created. Then, the dirt falls away and reveals the creature that is the source of the roar. The thing is massive. Its body is at least a couple of 100 feet long and covered in scales like a snake. It has 6 legs, each as thick as a tree trunk, and it has 2 arms that end in blades like a praying mantis. Its head is probably the most horrifying thing about it. The massive jaws are full of teeth. However, the worst part is the tentacles. They are located on either side of the jaw. As I watch, the thing lowers its head into the forest, and when it rises back up, I can see a dozen shadow apes. They are being held by the tentacles, and as I watch, they are thrown into the mouth and eaten. Now I know what the top predator is, and I have absolutely no intention of fighting it. It probably wouldn't even notice me if I attacked it, but I won't be finding out. All that is on my mind right now is how to get past the thing to the exit. Normally, I would just try to sneak past it, but based on how easily it caught the shadow apes, it must have really good senses. Meaning I don't want to go anywhere near the thing, so I decide to stay put and wait. Once it finishes its meal, it starts moving. As soon as I see which way it is moving, I have to move. If it stays on its current course, it will pass far too close to where I am, and then I will end up as its dinner. Instead of climbing down the tree, I just jump, and as soon as I hit the ground, I start running. Suddenly, I am reminded of all the times I laughed at people trying to run away from Godzilla. As I run away from the thing's course, I just have to hope that it doesn't pick up my scent and decide to follow. From what I saw of the thing, it moves much faster than I do, so all I can do is hope it doesn't notice me. After all, I am the size of an ant to the thing, and I have about as much chance of surviving as an ant beneath a shoe. Before I have been running for long, I can start to feel the ground beneath my feet quivering. Impact tremors, only much stronger than a T-Rex would make. Unfortunately, because of the trees I can't see the thing, so I won't know if it changes directions. What worries me is as the seconds pass, the impact tremors keep getting stronger. Soon it is enough to make it a challenge to keep my footing as I run. As I run, I don't see another living thing. Everything is either hiding or has long since fled the area. If I hadn't been so focused on hunting shadow apes, I might have noticed all the bigger creatures running away. In fact, now that I think about it, the last couple of groups of shadow apes I killed were all heading in the same direction. They must have sensed the approach of the thing and were running for home. Hearing a tree shatter behind me, I look back as I am running only to see the thing's head turned in my direction. It definitely spots me, but then it turns away and continues moving on its original course. I guess it decided I am not worth the effort, which stings my pride a little bit. However, I am not going to die for pride, at least not today. So I turn my steps and head straight for the exit to the surface, running as fast as I can. I think I will make do with the cores I have and never return to this underground world. Chapter 369. In fact, I should probably finish hunting the Ettins and then return to town. I reach the exit and start following the path to the surface. Only then do I let out a sigh of relief. Once I reach the surface and exit the cave, I go back to hunting down the Ettins. My only goal now is to wipe them out completely before I return to town. Since I have my sword back, I don't even need to worry unless there are more than 5 Ettins grouped together. The only drawback is the time it takes to hunt them down since they are scattered all over the area. I spend the next 2 days hunting Ettins until I am convinced I have gotten almost all of them. The crystal counter is over 200, so it is probably about time to return and turn in the quest. Besides, I am anxious to return so I can lock myself in my room and rank up. Taking one last look around the hills area, I don't see a single Ettin anywhere. Even if there are survivors, they are probably so terrified that they will never come out of the hills. Meaning my objective of preventing them from joining the monster invasion is complete. So I finally head back to town. In total, I have been gone for a little over 4 days. There are only 3 days left before I hit the 2-week mark, the halfway point of the test. It also means that the competition for raising my troops ranking is coming up soon. As soon as I reach town, I turn and head for the Adventurers Guild to turn in the quest. It is the middle of the day, so the streets are full of people, but everyone stops what they are doing to watch me as I pass. I notice as the people stare at me that there is a lot less fear in their eyes. It seems rumors about me have spread. As I walk into the Adventurers Guild, all eyes turn to me as usual, but now some of the eyes contain respect. Ignoring the various gazes, I walk into the quest hall and head to the redemption counter. After handing the crystal to Maple Leaf, I reach into my backpack and pull out the demon's head. It wasn't part of the quest, but I am wondering if there is a bounty or bonus for this guy. Maple Leaf says is that a demon? Yes, it is. It looks a little weird because I removed the horns. Maple Leaf says, please wait here. I will have to have the manager identify the head. As she struggles to pick up the head, I realize every adventurer in the room is staring at the head in shock. It is only then that I stop to wonder if anyone has ever killed a demon in this kingdom. If not, then I might have just caused a much bigger commotion than I was expecting. Maple Leaf says, the manager wishes to see you personally. Please follow me. Sure. As I follow Maple Leaf upstairs, I can't help but wonder just what effect me killing a demon is going to have. Rather than a waiting room, Maple Leaf takes me directly to Zimmy's office. The office is really nice and expensive looking, but the demon's head on the desk kind of ruins it. Zimmy says, Ash, please tell me how and where you encountered a demon. Ah, the Ettin summoned him after I killed their chief. Zimmy says, even I find it hard to believe that you managed to kill a rank 5 demon. He was only rank 5? It was not easy. Zimmy says, we only know of demons from ancient texts. One has never appeared before. Well, you don't need to worry about it. There aren't enough Ettins left alive to summon another one, Zimmy says. While that is indeed a relief, it doesn't change the fact that you are the first demon slayer in the kingdom's history. Such a special status has to be properly rewarded. Ah, You aren't just talking about a reward in gold, are you? Zimmy says. No, I am not. Although, there will be a bounty for it. In fact, between that and the quest rewards, it is a little over 10,000 gold. Also, you will be raised to a grade A adventurer. Okay, I can live with that, Zimmy says. That is just from the Adventurers Guild. What do you mean? Zimmy says. The king will be rewarding you as well. I don't know what the reward will be, though. Normally, something like this would earn at least a knighthood. But since you aren't human, I don't know what will happen. Ah, that sounds bothersome. Is there any way we can keep this between us? Zimmy says. If you had come directly to me, maybe. But since everyone in the hall saw the head, it isn't possible? If I had known it would be such a big deal, I wouldn't have brought the head back at all. Zimmy says. Well, it is too late now. You will just have to deal with it. Yeah, I guess so, Zimmy says. Anyway, here is your new adventurer badge. And this is a bank card. It contains your reward. That much gold is just too burdensome, but don't worry, every shop in town will accept this card. All right, thank you. As I leave the Adventurers Guild, I can already tell that the looks I am getting have changed. Everywhere I look, people are talking and looking at me. Looks like the rumors are already spreading. Before things can get out of hand, I need to take care of things, so I head to the Blacksmiths Guild first. Paying the 50 gold I owe is nothing now, and happily it turns out that my first order is complete. Luckily, the backpack is big enough to contain the 50 sets of armor and weapons. I am told that my personal order still won't be ready for another couple of days. Now that I have their new gear, I head back to the castle and to my troops' barracks. They have completed the day's training, so they are all resting and quickly jump up when I walk in. Looking at them, I am pleased with the increase in physical fitness since we began training. Telling them to leave their gear and follow me, I lead them out of town, and don't stop until we are well out of sight of town. Only then do I start pulling armor and weapons out of my backpack and handing them out to my stunned troops. Once everyone has a set, I begin teaching them how to equip, adjust, and care for their new gear. Then comes the hard part, teaching them how to move and fight as a phalanx. The hours pass quickly, and only when the sun goes down do I stop drilling them. When we return to town, all eyes are on us, either because of the rumors about me or because of the soldiers in their new gear. Chapter 370. Either way, with all eyes on us, it makes my troops straighten up despite being exhausted. Their pride is ignited for the first time, and now everything I have put them through is worth it to them. After all, as the bottom troop, they have never felt what it is like to have people's respect. Now, I will have a much easier time turning them into an elite force in the short time remaining before the invasion. Teaching them the skills needed, I can do. Teaching them to believe in themselves, that I can't do. Now that they have a reason to start believing in themselves, my teaching them a new fighting style will work even better. My plan all along was to train them similar to the Legion of Rome, which is what their new gear is for, especially the shields and spears, something the troops have never used before. In this kingdom, the shields they use are all light round shields. They have no heavy shields. With heavy shields, my troops will be able to use the Legion's shield wall, a perfect tactic against monsters. With my troop to act as the center of a defensive line, I think I can lead the humans to hold against what is coming. Of course, now that I have tons of gold, there may be other things I can do as well. The reaction when we reach the castle is even more intense than that of the people outside. Lots of other troop members immediately rush up to my guys and start questioning them. Being the center of attention will also be good for their self-confidence, so I leave them be and head to the hall to get some food. As I am sitting at a table alone eating my meal, Shard comes over and sits down. He is accompanied by another man wearing a captain's insignia on his armor. The new guy is almost as tall as I am and as muscled like a weightlifter, Shard says. Hi, Ash. This is Fallon, captain of the 5th Troop. Fallon says, good to meet you. Hello, so what can I do for the two of you? Shard says, well, as you probably expect, we are curious about your troop's new gear. Fallon says, I also want to ask about the rumor going around that you actually killed a demon. While I finish my meal, I answer their questions, and at their prompting, I describe in detail the fight with the demon. In the end, Fallon wants to verify my strength, so he challenges me to arm wrestle him. Not wanting to hurt him, I just hold my hand still, and despite trying everything he can, Fallon isn't able to move my hand at all. Fallon says, you are a monster. Your strength is incredible. And you are saying the demon was stronger than you? Yes, much stronger, Shard says. Then I guess it is a good thing you ran into it. Otherwise, it would have taken the entire army to fight it. Fallon says, we would have lost. From what Ash says, we wouldn't have enough men left after fighting the Ettins to face the demon. Shard says, true. Doesn't that mean that Ash here has the strength of an army all on his own? Fallon says, that is the way I see it. Shard says, how about it, Ash? Could you defeat the kingdom's army? All at once, probably not. But out in the field, where I could use hit and run tactics, yes, Shard says. Are humans really that weak? Yes. Individually, humans are much weaker than monsters. That is why they work together and use tactics to make up for their weakness. Fallon says, you do have a point there. In the entire kingdom, I can only think of about 10 people aside from the captains that would have a chance against an Ettin one-on-one. Shard says, yet, Ash, you can fight 5 Ettins at once and win. Yes, but that is due to my speed, not my strength. Ettins are stronger than I am, but they are very slow. Fallon says, are you saying that strength doesn't matter? No, strength matters, but it is useless if you can't hit your target. Shard says, so strength matters more. That has been my experience. Yes, I have defeated many opponents stronger than I am by being faster than them, including the demon. Fallon says, I admit you make some good points. Shard says, it makes me think that maybe we should add some speed training for our troops. Once the two of them start discussing how to change their troops' training, I excuse myself and leave. After returning to my room, I lock the door and sit on the floor. Then I take out the Shadow Ape cores. Counting them, I have a total of 79 cores, and I need 31 to reach the next rank. So I quickly eat 31 cores. Core upgrade progress. 100% core upgrade completed. Congratulations. You are now rank 6. HP plus 100, SP plus 100. Lightning Wave. Hiding congratulations. You have acquired the magic skill Lightning Wave. Lightning Wave level. 1 SP cost. 150 deals lightning damage in a cone in front of your sword. Area. 15 foot by 5 foot cone. Damage int X2 finally. Now I have an AoE attack. Looking at the remaining 48 Shadow Ape cores, I pick one up and throw it in my mouth. At rank 5, each core gave me 3%, so I want to see what it gives me now that I am rank 6. Core upgrade progress, 1%. Only 1% each. Well, that figures. May as well eat the rest of them, though. Core upgrade progress, 48%. Almost halfway to rank 7. That is not bad. Chapter 371. When I stand up and stretch, I feel a lot better than I normally do. After a minute, I realize why. Now that I am rank 6, I no longer have my stats being limited. I am free, even though it was only my strength that was being limited. Having the limit gone feels glorious. It is too bad that I couldn't get more Shadow Ape cores. 52 more would allow me to get to rank 7. However, now that I know what lives down there is no way I am going back. I would rather face 2 demons at once than try to fight that thing. That reminds me, I still have the demon's core. Civ, magic item demon core rank. 5, do you wish to absorb it? Good. I can still absorb demon cores at least? Yes. Core upgrade progress, 72%. A rank 5 core only gave me 25%. Well, it is a little ridiculous to think I could jump straight to rank 7 in the first place. The fact that I am even able to rank up while taking this test is already pretty amazing. For now, I am going to stop worrying about my rank and focus on completing the test. Since I have shorted myself on rest for almost a week, I go to bed and sleep until just before dawn. When I wake up, I head to my troops barracks only to find my troops already in their new gear and lined up and waiting for me. Without a word, I lead them on the normal run. Both Shard's and Fallon's troops follow me as well. After the run, as I am working on formations with my troops, a page comes up to me bearing a message. It is a summons to appear before the king, probably something about the demon. The summons is for tomorrow afternoon, so I will just have to hope my new gear is ready by then, so I don't look too bad. In the meantime, I think it is time to move on to stage 2 of the training. So I select the 10 troops that I have noticed that have leadership qualities and name them as sergeants. Then, I assign each of them 4 soldiers to act as their squads. After that, I order them to go and register with the Adventurers Guild and start working on missions as squads. This will get them some combat experience with the new gear, and at the same time clear out the nearby monsters. They are not thrilled with the new assignment until I tell them that the quest rewards are theirs to keep. After that, they rush off with a lot more enthusiasm. After all, they will still be getting paid as soldiers at the same time. It is my hope that when they have an easy time dealing with the monsters, it will help their self-confidence. That and experience dealing with monsters will help them deal with the coming invasion. While they are off doing that, I head over to the east side of town and walk around until I find the Masons Guild. There, I spend 5,000 gold to hire the guild to do repairs and maintenance on the town's defenses. This is something the king should be paying for, but from the look of the walls, it hasn't been done for years. After that, I find and head into the Leatherworkers Guild and ask to talk to the best leatherworker in the guild. Unfortunately, when I meet him and show him the demon wings, he tells me that he isn't good enough to work with them. Having hit a dead end with the guild, I think for a minute before heading to the Adventurers Guild and asking to see Zimmy. Zimmy says, "Hello, Ash. What can I do for you? I am hoping you know of a master leatherworker." I tried the Leatherworkers Guild, but their best can't do what I need. Zimmy says, "I do know of some leatherworkers who don't live in town. May I ask what you are looking for specifically?" "I need someone who can work with the demon's wings. I want a cloak made out of them." Zimmy says, "Wow, that is a tall order. I only know of one person who might be able to do it, but she is a little strange." "Strange how?" Zimmy says, "Well, for starters, she is an elf. She doesn't like humans, but I don't know how she will react to you." "This isn't your mother, is it?" Zimmy says. "No, my mother was a human, my father is an elf, although I have never actually met him." "Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to intrude on your personal affairs." Zimmy says, "It is fine. Here is a map leading to where the elf makes her home. It is only a few hours from here. But be careful, she might see you as a beast." "Thank you. And don't worry, I will be fine." After saying my goodbyes to Zimmy, I leave the guild and head out of town. Following the map, I head southwest, and at a run, it only takes me an hour to get there. As soon as I am close to the point shown on the map, I end up getting an arrow shot at me. Luckily, I was expecting something like this, so I am able to catch the arrow. As soon as I catch it, I see 4 more already in the air and coming for me. Instead of dodging, I make the extra effort to catch all of them. After that, no more arrows come. Says, "That is an impressive feat. Who and what are you?" "My name is Ash, and I am a captain in the army as well as a grade A adventurer." Says, "An adventurer. Then did Zimmy send you?" "That is right." At my response, an elf in leather armor and carrying a bow steps out of the undergrowth. As soon as I see her, I can't help but gulp. She is amazingly beautiful. What draws my eyes the most is her armor. Not only is it made at least as well as my drake armor, but it is form-fitting. Raindrop says, "Sorry for the rough greeting. My name is Raindrop. Why are you looking for me?" Chapter 372. I am looking for someone to make a cloak out of the wings of a demon. Zimmy said you were the only one she knew of who might be able to do it. Raindrop says, "A demon's wings? You actually killed a demon?" "Yes, I did," Raindrop says. "Well, I can't guarantee anything since I have never worked with demon parts before. But let me take a look and I will see what I can do." So I take out the demon's wings and hand them to her. She takes them and spends a few minutes inspecting them. I can tell just from her level of concentration as she examines them that she is a master of her craft. In most stories, elves are superior craftsmen due to their longer lifespans, but I find it weird to find an elf in this test. Raindrop says, "This is definitely a superior material, so you just want a cloak." Well, I normally wear armor, so I thought a cloak was the only thing I would need. "Do you have a better idea?" Raindrop says. "There is too much material here for just a cloak." "Well, you are the expert. How about I just trust you to make what is best?" Raindrop says, "All right, describe the armor you are having made." So I described to her in detail the armor that I ordered, which is easy since I designed it in the first place. After I am done describing the armor, she looks at me and thinks for a few minutes. It is a little disconcerting to have a beautiful elf staring at me, but I do my best to ignore it and stand still. Raindrop says, "All right. I have an idea of what to make for you, but it will require more materials." "Okay, just tell me what you need, and I will go get it or buy it." Raindrop says, "I can tell you right now you won't be able to buy any of it. If you can get everything I need, I will be able to make a masterpiece for you." Sounds good. Just make me a list. She pulls out writing materials and takes a minute to write out a list and then hands it to me. When I take a look at it, I see that there are 5 items listed, all from monsters. Down feathers from griffins, hide from iceworms, mammoth fur, tendons from a giant fox, and the skin of a giant snake. All right, give me a couple of days. Raindrop says, "Only a couple of days." "Yeah, it would be faster, but I have a summons to see the king tomorrow." Raindrop says, "Well, whenever you can get all of them, I can start working." "Okay, I will be back once I have everything." Once the conversation is obviously over, she easily disappears into the forest. Even though I was watching her, I lose track of her instantly. Her skills are obviously superior to mine. On the list, she included areas where I can find the monsters, but first I return to town. Since I have to go and kill them anyway, I want to check the quest boards to see if any quests match what I need. Since it is still a few hours until dark, I should have time to get at least one of the items today. When I enter the Adventurers Guild, everyone falls silent and quickly moves out of my way. It is hard to tell if it is just fear, or if it is out of respect. Either way, at least no one tries to slow me down. Once I reach the quest boards, it doesn't take me long to find a griffin hunting quest. The quest is to kill 5 griffins, so I take the notice up to the counter and receive a hunt crystal from Maple Leaf. Before heading off to kill griffins, I stop by the Blacksmith's Guild to check on my order. It isn't ready yet, so I explain that I need it before noon tomorrow and pay an extra 100 gold as a rush fee. With that taken care of, I leave town and head east towards the mountains where the griffins live. The griffins, as aerial predators, will have a huge hunting range, and it will be difficult to find enough of them. Unless I can find their nests, I will have to lure them down one by one. The first griffin actually finds me as I am on the road into the mountains. Luckily, I spot it as it is diving down at me and am able to jump out of the way. Once it is on the ground, all I have to do is avoid the beak and claws. Compared to other things I have fought, it is actually simple to kill the griffin. After I am done plucking all its feathers, I start a fire to cook up some of the meat. A lot of the stories I have read say that griffin meat is a delicacy, so I am eager to try some. As I am cooking it, I realize I still didn't stop and pick up any spices. In frustration, I tear a chunk out of the raw heart to eat. Dieting Devour activated. Agility plus 10, Intelligence plus 5, Charisma plus 5. The agility I get, but why int and chat? What a weird set of stats. Despite the fact that I forgot to pick up any spices, the griffin meat really is delicious. After taking the rest of the meat and putting it in my backpack, I resume my trek into the mountains. As I do, I consider looking for someone in town who can turn the meat into jerky for me. It would be a good idea to have some rations that will last a while if I can't return to town to restock for some reason. As tasty as the griffin meat is, it should make amazing jerky if the right spices are used. Then I reach the top of a ridge, and for the first time I am able to see the extent of the mountains. Finding griffins is going to be a lot harder than I thought. The mountains stretch as far as the eye can see. If I go wandering around in there, it will take days just to find each griffin. It would be much better to somehow draw them to me. But how to do that is the question. I sit down on the top of the ridge to think things through and try to come up with an idea. As I do, I idly toss rocks down the slope. It is as I am listening to the echo bouncing around that I get an idea. Instead of continuing to follow the road, I turn and start climbing towards one of the peaks. Once I reach the highest area with enough space to fight that I can spot, I turn to face the mountains. My eyes can pick out distant spots that should be griffins in flight. Taking several deep breaths, I activate Lion's Rage and make it as loud as I possibly can. The taunt range isn't very large, but I am hoping the griffins will hear it as a challenge and come to fight me anyway. It works. It works far better than I expected, as every spot I can see starts heading my way. More spots appear as they launch from perches where I didn't spot them. In total, I see 20 heading for me. Chapter 373. 20 griffins is far more than I expected to attract with one simple roar. As they fly towards me, I quickly look around to memorize the terrain I will be fighting on. During the fight, I will have to be careful not to step off the edge and go falling down the mountain. Luckily, there isn't enough room for all 20 to attack me at once, even if they land. At most, only 5 will be able to attack me at once, but I want to make sure none of them fly away. So, as I am dodging the attacks of the first one to reach me, I hold off on killing it. As soon as all of them are close enough, I use Lion's Rage again to taunt all of them. Once I do, they all go berserk and try to attack me no matter what. Thanks to that, they all get in each other's way, which makes it a lot easier for me to fight against so many. I start using the gaps that are created when 2 interfere with each other to start cutting them down. As I kill some of them, it makes it easier for the others to get to me to attack me. Because of that, I end up dodging more than attacking, but I still manage to kill another occasionally. After about a half hour, there are only 12 griffins left, but because of all the dodging, I am fairly tired. Every couple of minutes, I use Lion's Rage again to make sure they stay taunted and don't try to run away. The little bit of damage that Lion's Rage does has no real effect on the griffins, but it does add up slowly. The real problem starts when there are only 5 left and they no longer get in each other's way. At that point, I realize I can't possibly dodge all of the attacks coming from the 5 of them. So instead of trying, I stop dodging altogether and switch to going fully offensive. This allows me to kill them fairly quickly, but I learn a surprising thing as they are hitting me. Unless they do a decent amount of damage, their attacks don't affect me at all. I quickly realize this must be due to the new stat I got from the demon. A weak hit, no matter the weight behind it, doesn't cause me to stumble or move at all. This is why all my attacks against the demon didn't affect him at all. Such a cheat ability. Now, I can't wait to see how it will work once the stat goes up some more. After the last griffin dies, I sit down to rest and catch my breath for a few minutes. Then, I get to work on the 15 corpses that didn't fall off the mountain. The other 5, I will get on my way down the mountain. It takes me 2 hours to deal with all the corpses. Since the sun is going down by the time I am done, I decide to head back to town and turn in the quest. After all, Raindrop only asked for the feathers from 3 griffins, not 21. I will still give her all the feathers. She can surely find a use for the leftovers. However, when I reach town, my first stop is not the Adventurers Guild. It is a quality meat store. There I end up paying 20 gold to get all of the griffin meat turned into jerky. Before I forget, I make my next stop at a general goods store to buy basic cooking supplies. Only after that do I finally go into the Adventurers Guild and head for the quest hall. As usual, all the adventurers stop whatever they are doing to watch me pass. When I walk up to the redemption counter and hand the crystal to Maple Leaf, she looks a little nervous as she checks the crystal. Maple Leaf says, 21 griffins. How? You only accepted the quest earlier today. I am a grade A adventurer for a reason, Maple Leaf says. Ah, right. Let me get you your reward. Thank you. Maple Leaf says, here you go, including the bonus for the extra griffins. The total is 271 gold. Thank you, Maple Leaf says. Oh, also, the guild is willing to purchase any materials you don't need from the griffins. Oh, I already have a use for the feathers and the meat. Maple Leaf says the guild will purchase the beaks, talons, eyes, tendons, and other organs. Okay, I have no use for any of that. Do I give them to you? Maple Leaf says, ooh, please, no. Haha, okay. Where should I take it then? Following Maple Leaf's directions takes me to an area of the guild I never knew existed. The room I enter is full of weapons and equipment for sale, all made from various beasts. The counter at the end of the room is manned by an older human male. He is heavily scarred and gruff-looking. Hello. Maple Leaf sent me over here to sell some griffin parts. Gull says, aye, we buy monster parts. So I walk over to the counter and start pulling things out of my backpack and placing them on the counter. As the pile just keeps growing, the old man's eyes just keep getting wider and wider. It is only then that he actually pays attention to me and notices my grade adventurer badge. Gull says, ah, you are the one who killed the demon. Yes, that is me, Gull says. Wait here. The master wishes to speak with you. Before I can respond, the old man runs through a door behind the counter. While I have no idea who his master is, since he hasn't paid for the griffin parts yet, I have no choice but to wait. I would probably have waited anyway, since I am curious about who this master is. I get my answer a few minutes later when Gull returns followed by a dwarf. I have already met an elf, so meeting a dwarf isn't that much of a surprise. However, I am curious as to why a dwarf wants to meet me. Gull says, "This is the master of the beast shop, Rockskull. Pleased to meet you, Rockskull. What can I do for you?" Rockskull says, "Zimmy said that you kept the horns from the demon. I am interested in working with them." "Ah, yeah, I have them here." Pulling out the 2 demon horns, I hand them to the dwarf and let him examine them. I kept them because I thought I might find a use for them, but so far I haven't thought of anything. Besides, I don't really have much free time for crafting, and I can't take them out of the test with me. Rockskull says, "Amazing. These really are the best materials I have ever seen. What do you plan to do with them?" I had thought about carving them into short swords, but they are a little too narrow for that. Rockskull says, "Oh, you practice scrimshaw?" "Yeah, a little. I am by no means a master or anything." Rockskull says, "That is obvious. Anyone with a high skill would realize the best use for these horns would be as the arms of a crossbow." Huh, a crossbow. I never thought of that. Then again, I don't normally use a bow, so that is no surprise. Rockskull says, "Either let me craft a crossbow for you or sell me the horns." Sure, I can think of a few times a crossbow would have been useful. Chapter 374, Rockskull says. "Good choice. How much?" Rockskull says. "No charge. I just want to work with these horns. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Well, all right then." He then takes the horns and leaves through the door in the back, leaving Gull to finish up things. In total, the griffin parts earn me an extra 57 gold. Now I have just under 6,000 gold and no real idea of what to do with it. I can't really think of anything else I need to buy, or anything else I need to spend money on. At this point, gold is practically worthless to me, but I don't really have time for another hunt before I have to meet the king. So once I leave the Adventurers Guild, I just wander around the east side of town for a while. After some time wandering, I come across a single-story building with a sign naming it the Apothecaries Guild. Out of curiosity, I decide to head inside and take a look, since I haven't paid much attention to this stuff since I entered the test. When I enter, instead of the shelves full of herbs I was expecting, I find shelves full of ready-made pills. I quickly skip over the shelves, full of common remedies, and find the shelf with the expensive stuff. Each item has a tag showing the name of the medicine, the price, and a brief description of what it does. Here, I find several things of interest, like the cleansing pill, which purifies the body of toxins and residue. Another that interests me is the restoration pill, which clears up the residue of old wounds. The last interesting one I find is the nutrient pill. According to the tag, it provides several days' worth of nutrients. My guess is it is to prevent starvation, but I can think of another use for it. The problem is the shelf only has 5 to 10 of each pill, so I walk up to the counter. The counter is manned by a young human boy in a robe, probably an apprentice. When I ask about ordering the special pills in quantity, he looks confused and asks me to wait a minute. He quickly runs off, and a few minutes later, an older human in a similar robe comes out. Herrick says, "Greetings. I am Herrick, the manager of this branch. How can I help you? I would like to know if it is possible to order the cleaning, restoration, and nutrient pills in bulk." Herrick says, "How many of each would you need?" 50. Herrick says, "Well, yes, it is possible. However, it would take about a week to fill your order, and the total would be around 1,500 gold. A week. So not in time for the competition, but it should be a few days before the invasion." After making up my mind, I take out my bank card and hand it to Herrick. He seems surprised. He was probably expecting me to not be able to afford it. What he doesn't know is that I have more money than I know what to do with. Herrick says, "Thank you for your business. We will begin making the pills immediately." "You are welcome. If possible, can you send word to the castle when the order is ready?" Herrick says, "Of course. Thank you." After that, I leave the shop and start heading back to the castle. On my way, another sign catches my eye. The shop is small, run down and not very impressive looking, but the sign says Mercenaries Guild. Out of curiosity, I walk in. It is an empty room, except for the counter with an old man, Abel says. Welcome. What can I do for you? Say I wanted to hire some mercenaries in a week's time for 3 to 4 days. How many could I get for 4,000 gold? Abel gulps and says, 1,000 or so. All right, let's do it then. Abel says, unfortunately, we do not have that many local mercenaries. In order to summon more from nearby kingdoms, you will have to pay in advance. Also, I will need to know what their role will be so I can summon the appropriate people. No problem. Here, the role will be supporting the army against a large number of monsters. Abel says, understood. The men will be here and ready in 1 week. Excellent. Thank you, Abel says. No, thank you, sir. His attitude changed as soon as he got the bank card. Then again, this is probably the biggest order he has received. There probably isn't much call for mercenaries in this kingdom. In fact, looking at the shop, there is hardly any. It is no surprise that he would suddenly change his attitude towards me. After leaving the shop, I return to the castle and rest until dawn. Then I take my troop for their run. After the run and breakfast, I head over to the Blacksmith's Guild to pick up my new armor. Then I return to the castle and take a bath before dressing and heading to report to the castle. The castle is separated into 2 areas. The outer area where the troops live and train, and the inner area where the king lives. This is my first time coming into the inner area, and as expected, it is a completely different world. Nobles wander around in the plush and over luxurious area, and I feel completely out of place. After showing my summons to one of the guards, I am led to a waiting room, attached to the king's throne room. Here I am to wait until my name is called, which ends up being about a half an hour. Then, when my name is called, I leave the waiting room and walk down the carpet in the middle of the throne room. Arriving before the king, I kneel on one knee and pay my respects as I was instructed to. The sides of the throne room are filled with nobles and various other people, and every single eye is on me. A few eyes hold curiosity, but the majority only hold disgust and contempt. Even the king looks at me like I am dirt, and I wouldn't be here at all if my achievements didn't demand some kind of reward. A human in my position would undoubtedly be knighted for killing a demon. In my case, all I get is a medal for exemplary performance above and beyond my duty. The king doesn't even give me the medal. Instead, a servant is sent to place it on my chest. Even the servant looks unhappy to be near me, and for a second, I contemplate killing everyone in the room. While I am sure it would make the kingdom a better place, I restrain myself since it would probably cause me to fail the test. Chapter 375. Luckily, I am not expected to say anything. After receiving the medal, all I have to do is stand, bow, and then leave. I am more than happy to do so. Any more time spent around those people will increase the chances of me failing the test. Not a single one of them will be of any use at all when the invasion comes. Even the guards I have seen are a joke. If it wasn't for the test, I could kill everyone in the inner area without taking a single wound. The entire time I am walking back out of the inner area, I can't stop fantasizing about it. It is to the point that if I have to come back and go through this again, I might just fail the test just for the pleasure of massacring all of them. Only after I am out of the inner area do I start to calm down. If this wasn't a test, I would be in trouble. 1 or 2 corrupt nobles I can ignore, but an entire court full of them is another story. If this was out in the real world, I would do the kingdom a huge favor and wipe them all out. Shard says, What? You only got a medal? What crap. It is fine. I don't really care, Shard says. You should. You achieved something no one else in the history of the kingdom ever has. That is human history. I am not human. Shard says, Human or not, you are a captain of the army. Just forget it. If you make a fuss, things will only get worse. Besides, I wouldn't want to be a knight if it meant having to deal with those people. Shard says, Are you sure? Knighthood is a big deal. I am sure. I am happy just being a captain and adventurer. Shard says, If that is what you want, then fine. I will drop it. It is. I am happy just hunting and testing myself. Shard says, You sure, Strange? Don't you have any ambition at all? Sure I do. One day I want to hunt a dragon. Shard says, A dragon? Forget Strange. You are straight up insane. Maybe. But that is my ambition. Shard says, Ah, you are giving me a headache. Haha, all right, I will talk to you later then, Shard says. Oh, I almost forgot the reason I was looking for you. What is that? Shard says, There's going to be a captain's meeting tomorrow evening. How come? Shard says. Did you forget? The day after tomorrow is the ranking competition. That's soon. I thought I had more time. That means there is only a week or so until the invasion, Shard says. Yeah, that is when it is, so don't miss the meeting. All right, I'll be there. With that, Shard walks off and I turn my steps towards my troops' barracks. When I get there, I inform my troops that there will be no exercise tomorrow and that they should rest up for the competition. Now, I should have time for a hunt before the captain's meeting tomorrow. So, before I set out, I swing by the Adventurers Guild to check the quest boards again. After checking all the quests, I find a quest for the ice worms in the north, but nothing for the mammoths. I also find a quest in the south for something similar to a giant snake, but nothing for the giant fox. After deciding to go north first, I take the quest for the ice worms to the counter and hand it to Maple Leaf. This time, she doesn't bother to ask if I am sure. She just gets me the crystal for the ice worms and wishes me luck. The area I am heading to is technically outside the kingdom's borders, but since it is unclaimed territory, I don't need to worry. Once out of sight of town, I take off running following the northern road. It takes me 2 hours at full speed to reach the northern border of the kingdom, and then another hour to reach the hunting ground described in the quest information. According to the quest, I need to kill 5 ice worms, and they are described as carrion eaters, so they can be lured with blood. Since that is the case, I decide to hunt down a mammoth first. The blood from me butchering it should attract the ice worms I need. The mammoths aren't hard to find since they are huge and they move in groups. The problem is how to separate one from the herd, so I start studying the herd. I remember from watching nature shows that the older animals should be at the back of the herd. Those are the ones that can be lost without negatively affecting the herd itself. When I look to the back of the herd, I find 2 old bulls are the last of the mammoths. Targeting one of them, I move in and attack, causing it to trumpet in pain. The rest of the herd quickly moves away, but the other old bull stays and tries to impale me with his tusks. Since they are normally harmless, I feel kind of bad about killing them, but then I remember this is only a test. This world isn't real and will cease to exist when I leave, so killing a couple of mammoths isn't a problem. Besides, I've always heard that elephant meat is the richest ever, and mammoths are just bigger, furry elephants. Dodging the tusks is easy, but I do my best and wait for a good opportunity to strike. The reason is, even though I know it is a test world, I still feel bad and want to kill them as painlessly as possible. Because I kill the 2 of them with the minimum of bloodshed, I don't attract any ice worms. Of course, that changes when I start skinning and butchering the 2 mammoths. The ice worms are more like snakes than worms, but since they burrow through the ground, they are called worms. The only warning before they attack is a slight rumble in the ground, at least for humans. I can hear them moving underground up to a minute before they emerge. On average, the ice worms are about 10 feet long and can swallow a human in 1 or 2 bites. However, as long as you can avoid the first attack, where they come up beneath you, they are not hard to kill. By the time I am done skinning and butchering the 2 mammoths, I have already killed 10 ice worms.